Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and welcome to this week's edition of Otter Talk for the Blue Otter League Platinum Division. I am your host, as always, Chong Selmo, and I'm joined by my co-caster and co-host for this, Toki B. Toki B, how we doing tonight?
I'm doing great. Looking forward to the playoffs. I missed last week, but I'm glad to be back.
Yeah, and we got some great matchups for this week. Tonight on our stream match after this is going to be Monkeys Inc. versus SG Proton. But before we get into all that action, we have three guests joining us here this week. We are joined by Cherry, the coach of Dorado Lambda, Killer Fox, the support for Dorado, and everybody knows Wall Street, sadly, the former mid laner for Monkeys Knights. How we doing tonight, guys?
We're doing so good, Sean.
Good.
All right, great to hear that. I think we have some great series here tonight heading into these playoff matches. Definitely some more volatile ones that I'm excited to see how the results come out for. So we're just going to go ahead and jump into our predictions for our first match here tonight, which is Dorado Lambda going up against the Monkeys Knights. Now, on the screen, I'm showing that I predicted Monkeys Knights. That is actually Toki B's prediction, as I has predicted Dorado Lambda. So I'm going to head it right over to you, Toki. Why are you predicting the Knights to get this win tonight over Dorado?
I mean, the Knights have looked really strong this entire season. They've just always been an incredibly clean team. Now, having said that, I think if there is any team that could beat them, it would be Dorado. So this, have a little bit of a grain of salt with me selecting the Monkeys Knights there. And I did learn later on after making the prediction that Wall Street was not going to be playing for them tonight. But I think even with that, I still would favor Monkeys Knights. I think Dorado, if they win this, I would favor them to win the entire BOL. And frankly, whoever wins the series is going to, in my opinion, win BOL this season.
Yeah, honestly, I feel the same way about this matchup. I think these are the two teams I think most people were worried about having to face going into playoffs. So I think this is going to be an extremely close series. Personally, I predicted this to go to all 5 games. But since we have some of the players and coaches here, I'm really interested to get their opinions on this one. And I'm going to start with you, Cherry. Obviously, you are predicting your own team to get the win here tonight. But what is the secret recipe you guys have to get the win over the Monkeys Knights that have looked like the most dominant team here in the Platinum Division?
Well, I might not tell you all of the secret recipe, but Monkeys Knights is definitely a strong team, especially now that they've gotten an upgrade in the mid lane. But I think a lot of people are very low on Lambda because of the early season struggles. Frankly, replacing Ultimice with Narva has really rejuvenated a lot of, just hope in our team. And in terms of playing together as a unit in 5, they're just a lot better. I don't think I've really seen this Narva guy lose in a sense that he either will win lane, win side lane, win the game, or when he loses very gracefully. It is very hard to punish him. And against a player like Steelfan, I think Narva is going to eat him for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I know Monkeys Knights, their strongest player is definitely their AD carry, Godson, but I think it is a good matchup for us in that regard because I think Efron knows that his job is just to neutralize the enemy AD carry and not lose. And I think that imbalance on the top side of the map and our ability to handle their strongest player will make it a very easy win for us.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, in the top lane, I remember Narva from last season when he went on that finals run with that Misery Wall Street team. I thought he looked really good last season, and then him taking some time off and still coming back looking kind of like the same exact player. I think he has looked really good. I think it should be an interesting matchup in the top lane just because Steelfan has kind of been a rock for this Monkeys Knights team, so I'm really curious to see how that matchup does end up playing out. But now heading over to the support player here for Dorado Lambda, Killer Fox. Obviously, you're rooting for your team. You think you're going to get the win. But why specifically do you think you guys have the upper hand in this matchup?
I really think that we have the tools to shut down the Godson and Friends team. I mean, realistically, they kind of put all their eggs in his basket, and I mean, I know the guy pretty well. he's a solid player. You know, I know Bob pretty well. I know, I know some things. Obviously, there's some things about me too, but I think like this team is solid, and I believe in the players. I mean, I believe in like Efron, and I think we're like the most like underrated bot lane. Every week that we go into, everyone's like, "Damn, they're facing this bot lane. Like they don't have it in them." And then every time it's just like, we either can go even in lane or like we win like very small things, and it's like the battle of the mid laners this series against like Giraffe Rider and like Gabe Leo, right? So I mean, I think that'll be a lot easier for Gabe than like bot lane for us.
Yeah, I think Giraffe Rider coming in, it has a tall task set out before him for his first series here in BOL Plat, having to go up against Gabe Leo, who has kind of been a menace since coming into this team. He's looked really good so far, so I definitely think it's going to be tough, but I think like there's potential for him to look okay in this matchup, but it's easier said than done, obviously. But now going to our last guest, Wall Street, you still have faith in the old squad to get the win here over Dorado Lambda. So why do you think they're going to be able to get the expected win while Dorado would be the upset in this matchup?
I got to root for my boys. I think they're going to do a great job either way. I really do think looking at these two teams, it's like yin and yang. It's almost a 50-50 on who could win because both are almost opposite of each other in how they play and both counter each other. So in the mid lane, Giraffe versus Gabe Leo, both of them play very similar. My impression is they both index towards scaling. Neither one's really trying to carry that hard. And then, of course, Cherry already talked about it. Godson being the team's primary carry, playing into Efron, who's really good at neutralizing. And on the top side of the map, it's almost the same story. You have Steelfan, who's really good at neutralizing, into Narva, who's pretty good at carrying. I think a really rough scenario for either team is you have Efron neutralizing Godson in a lane where he gets outscaled, right? Or you have Steelfan neutralizing Narva in a matchup where he gets outscaled. I'm just thinking back to Narva's Kale versus something like Steelfan's Scion. It'd be really hard to win the game if you're neutralizing such a death clock, as it were, in a matchup like that. I think a lot of pressure is going to be on the junglers and the supports to create pressure at the right times to get the edge toward their win conditions. I think it'll be hard for the laners, whether that's Godson or Narva, or even Gabe or Giraffe Rider, to do that all by themselves.
Yeah, I do have to agree with that. I really do think this matchup in this series really does come down to which jungler is going to get the advantage for their team and pair up with their supports better to make these outnumbered plays on different sides of the map to play for the win cons of those specific drafts. So I really do think this is probably the best series that we're going to have tonight. I'm a little sad we don't get to cast it, but it does make a lot of sense. I do think this is just probably the most fun series and one people would be most excited to watch, but that doesn't mean the rest of our series aren't great as well. And speaking of our other series, Tokibi, why don't you lead us into our next one of the night?
So our next matchup of the night, and this is going to be the stream matchup as well, is SG Proton versus Monkeys Inc. And it looks like, well, it's just going to be me that's kind of voted for SG Proton. Chong, I believe you were also on my side here.
Correct.
But let's instead head over to Wall Street. Why do you think Monkeys Inc. are the ones that have the advantage here?
I think this SG Proton roster is missing that X factor, but Inc. has it. I think the way they play is very fun and unique, and I'm a big fan of a lot of the players on that team. I think the way they play is hard for SG Proton to deal with. They don't have that driving force that, carry on their team. They focus heavily on team play, and I think that's hard to deal with a team like Monkeys Inc., who have very unique drafts that they may not be used to dealing with normally.
Yeah, I mean, that can always be difficult for a team to adapt to completely different styles. Killer Fox, do you have similar reasoning for this?
I mean, realistically, at the end of the day, I just think that like Ink. I mean, I'm a D1 Alf hater. All right, for like literally zero reason other than the fact that everyone else doesn't, and that's the cool thing to do. So of course I gotta go Ink, but I genuinely just think that like two of these Ink players are just really really solid, and that being, I mean, the jungler Rocker is just insane. Like that guy will either perma clear on you. He'll like kill your top laner 15 times. Make him rage quit a series. Like make him rage quit the entire team. Same thing with Feathers. I mean, like they show up on game day and they low key just they make people rage quit. I mean, I'm really trying to see if SG Proton, if they can make it out of this, if their top laner can make it out of this series without going the classic 1-16.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely gets a little bit tilting playing into that top lane matchup. That's for sure. Now, Chung, I'll go over to you. Kind of separated a little bit, but why did you go for SG Proton?
So, I have a lot of caveats with this series, as SG Proton, one, isn't playing with their starting roster. Yomi isn't playing this week. They're having Lucky sub in as AD carry. So that is a little bit more difficult for SG to play their style. And also, the second biggest thing about this SG team is, as somebody who formerly played on it, they have a playoff curse where they can never make it past the second round. So I am betting that they will be able to do this for once. I do think this SG Proton roster is really good. I think they're a little bit weaker with Yomi not being in the lineup for this week. It's going to be a little bit more difficult for them to play into the Monkey's Knight style, which is like super hyper specific about these mage supports paired up with like hard pushing, winning 2v2 bot lanes. But I think similarly, like what Killer Fox is saying, is like Rocker is a really good jungler. Charlie trying to force the enemy top laner to go 1-16. I think Fenbach has by far been the best top laner in this league this season. I think Fenbach has been on an absolute tear. If I had a vote in MVP stakes at this point in the season, I think honestly I would be giving it to Fenbach. I think this man, even on tanks, has been like hard carrying games. I think he dropped like a 16 kill game on Cassante or something like that. So I think Fenbach is going to be able to absorb all that pressure and be this main carry this week for this team, with having Sweevel and Alf be able to facilitate him and make sure that their bot lane doesn't get too punished by what the Monkey Inc. is doing. I do think this Monkey Inc. roster is really good. I think Feathers has also been like debatably the second or third best top laner in this league. I think he does his job perfectly. Even when his team loses, he has great KDAs across them. So I'm just betting on my boys and my friends, and I'm hoping that they're able to do it. But I think it's going to be close. This is another series that I predicted to go all 5 games.
Yeah, it'll definitely be a close one. I mean, I agree with that as well. Pretty much every single thing you said, along with it being a close series. I think this should be a very good matchup, and there's a reason why it is going to be on our stream tonight. But last but not least, Cherry, what are your thoughts on this matchup?
Yeah, I mean, my thoughts are very similar to everyone else's. I think Rocker, the Monkey Inc. jungler, is a significantly better player than all other 9 people on that rift. I think the only person that comes close in terms of competency is maybe Yomi, but I think Yomi will struggle in a fearless best of 5. And he's also not showing up apparently, which is sort of makes that point moot. But yeah, I think Rocker is going to just run SG's pockets unceremoniously.
All right. Well, with that, Chung, why don't you introduce our third series of the night?
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and welcome to another edition of the Conduit Civil War, as we have Conduit Flux going up against Conduit Kraken, a rematch of week number 1 of the series, where Conduit Kraken was able to get a 2-1 victory. But tonight seems a little bit different. We are in full agreement on the desk here of everybody thinking Conduit Flux is going to get the series win here. And I'm going to start with you, Killer Fox. Why are you putting your eggs in the Flux basket?
When we faced Flux, just like they were all around just like a better team. I mean, like we had a really, really, really good, like solid early lead, and they were able to stabilize and like make the game really hard for us. I think it went like 40 minutes or something, like, and it was one of those 50-50 games. And when we faced Kraken, it didn't really seem like that. It was just kind of a lot easier. I mean, I think they're making a lot more mistakes in that series, but point is, I just think that Flux has the stronger team, and that bot lane on like Kraken, they were very hyped up, and we went in, we were like worried about it, and then actually facing them was a whole different story. It was pretty like, not to like take away credit from them, but it was a little easier than I guess I had anticipated. Where Flux's bot lane was a little more difficult, so I think just being able to play both teams and kind of gauge it for myself, I would just put the edge over Flux.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting this series as a whole, as I think, as I've said for most of the season, that Flux really doesn't have that one singular standout player like a lot of these other rosters do. I think their game knowledge and their macro play is really where this team shines, and that's where they're able to get these wins, especially in close games. They're able to get these wins. So definitely really curious to see how this matchup is going to play out. But I'm going to go to you here, Cherry. You're also going with Conduit Flux over the Kraken camp. So why are you going for Flux over Kraken?
I'm gonna be real. When we played both of these teams in regular season, and they both seemed kind of terrible. So I just went based off of the standings.
Damn.
Okay, sweet and to the point. Fair enough. Maybe we'll be able to get some more insight on this matchup from Mr. Wall Street, who didn't get to play against either of these teams, but maybe got to watch them or scrim against them during the season. So, Wall Street, you're going with Conduit Flux over Kraken. Why are we going for Flux here tonight?
I'm a big fan of a lot of people on this roster. I've gotten to know Gab a bit, played on Titan, but I've played a bit with Tortuga and Young Panda down there as well. And having played the most with Tortuga, I can tell you this guy is an absolute animal in playoffs. It's almost like he's never was even trying during the regular season. This guy, for everyone who doesn't know, he's constantly blaring his Draven Core playlist. He can barely hear you, but during playoffs, it's like he sits up straight in his chair, turns down his music, he's locked in. This guy's going to be a beast.
All right, fair enough. And now, last but not least, Toki, I'm going to give you the hard task here of how you think Conduit Kraken should actually be able to get the win here tonight over Conduit Flux, so we can get a little bit of that yin and yang here on the desk.
Ooh, that is a pretty tough one because, I mean, okay, first I'm going to give my real thoughts before I start getting into theory crafting, because I think Conduit Flux, yes, they lost to Kraken in the first week, but Flux has looked like a completely different team since then. They have pretty clean games overall. Like, mechanically, there are definitely stronger teams. I mean, Dorado, Monkeys Inc., and some players on other teams as well. I mean, the mid laner for TPO Redemption is always one that I look out for as well. But I think as a team, they can play well. And maybe Kraken's opportunity is just trying to maybe break that up. I mean, this is going to be a team that almost definitely scrims in-house. These are going to be players that know each other well. And maybe that's kind of their opportunity. They know the mistakes that Conduit Flux like to make. They know what they can punish harder. And if they really dig into that, maybe they can take out a win. But I don't know. I'd still be pretty doubtful.
Yeah, I mean, I know a couple of insight on this matchup with a couple of role swaps coming through this week, I believe, if it does go through as the way I was told. But I also think Conduit Kraken is definitely a different team with adding Jesus Juice and moving Coach up to the top lane than they were at the start of the season, where it's kind of just play for Chrome alone and Raven every single game. Adding Jesus Juice gives them another dimension to their gameplay, and now having Sloth sub in for this entire playoffs with Crow's PC kind of like exploding definitely makes it interesting. So really curious to see how that does play out for this matchup. But for our last series here, Toki, why don't you get us going on that?
And for our last series of the day, and it's going to be another close matchup, a 2-2 split over on the desk here between Monkeys Construction and TPO Redemption. Now, I believe this is another one where me and Chung differed. I was Oh, I'm trying to remember what I predicted now. I mean, this is going to be a close game, so it really could go either way. But Chung, why don't you let me know your thoughts here?
Yeah, so I was the Monkeys Construction predictor. You were the TPO Redemption predictor. I just went with Monkeys Construction just because I think this team has looked really good since putting everybody in the correct positions after like the first week. Putting Nightmare in the mid lane and then Smen in jungle and putting Big News back into the top where he does belong. So I do think this team looks better. And TPO kind of imploded from the insider info that I got. There's like a big blow up in the team, and like they didn't even know who was playing this week for the longest time. Like Lord JK is out in the mid lane. They have a new mid laner who I know absolutely nothing about. But I think this Monkeys Construction team is so good. I think Nightmare has really stepped up his gameplay over the last couple of weeks. I think he has looked like one of the better hard carry mid laners, even on these control mages, pairing up well with Cement to get those leads. And then Gopamine has kind of blown up out of nowhere, really kind of becoming a hard carry style of 80 carry instead of this one that kind of just sits back and does nothing most of the game. And then Big News is Big News, man. That guy's gonna go. He's like the 369 of BOL plat. He's either gonna roll a 9 and hard stomp the game, or he's gonna roll a 3. He's gonna go like 0-16 and be the reason you lose this game. So he's definitely the most volatile player on the team, but I think that helps this team really excel for the most part. I think it's gonna be an interesting series, but I just think Monkeys Construction is the better roster.
All right, well, Cherry, you think that TPO Redemption are going to be able to come out on top here? What are your thoughts on this match?
I agree in the sense that it is a very, very close matchup. I have similar feelings towards this TPO team that I do about the Monkeys Inc. thing, where I think that Adojun in the top lane is, like, when he is on the Rift, I think he is probably going to be the best, most competent player on the Rift. I do think it's a lot closer because I believe the players on Monkey's Construction, specifically looking at the jungle and support, Nightmare and Concrete, I think they have the tools to be able to sort of run away with the match, but I think, I don't know, every time I watch this Etterjune guy play League of Legends, it's like there's a complete black hole in the top lane, and I don't think Monkey's Construction's top laner has it in him to hold on. But I wouldn't be surprised if, he ends up, if they end up locking in and are able to sort of out teamwork TPO. I think it could go either way.
All right, well, Wall Street, you, on the other hand, are going to be going for Monkey's Construction, same as Chong. And what are your reasonings for this one?
I have been really hyped on this whole roster since the start. It was actually our first match of the season versus these guys, and I could tell they're a pretty good team. And this was before they straightened out their roles on this team. I think everywhere in each role they're super strong. Nightmare already said very strong mid laner, but he doesn't even have to carry for this team to win. Okina, big news. I still have PTSD from BOL last split when he was dropping nearly 20 kills in a single game against my team. That was scary. I've seen this guy, and I'm sure at least one of these games he high rolls a performance like that. JJ, Udyr buffs coming in, amazing. I think this roster is really strong all across the board. I think I've never had doubts that they're at least top 3 teams in this league. Finny, I never want to bet against Finny. He is extremely good 80 carry, but it's really hard for me to root for Finny and his team at the same time when I don't even know what his team is. I don't even know if he knows as of right now, but I'm excited to find out. I'm excited to see the results either way, but I'm going to have to go with Construction for this series.
All right. And I believe that just leaves Killer Fox here. You're also going for TPO Redemption there. So why do you think TPO Redemption will have the win?
This is one that I might get a little passionate about. I'm not really sure what Wall Street's smoking on over there. I think that Finny guy sucks. All right, let's just do this. Finny, that guy stinks. Lord JK stinks. If he's out, that's a good thing at the end of the day. Okay, we're hoping for that. You got the Smurf in the top lane. You got Pelly in the jungle. That guy's smurfing. I mean, I think Monkey's bot lane's pretty like mid, but I think like top and mid lane's pretty good for Monkeys, but I think TPO Redemption's one of those teams, if I doubt them, they always win. So I'm going with them because I want them to lose. I don't want to face them. So that's my take.
I mean, that is a pretty spicy take, but Washi, got any response to that?
I think you're just wrong. I think he's one of the best AD carries in the league. He just likes to play on meme teams.
I think I can name 580 carries that are better than that guy, like off the dome. I mean, like who else is in this league?
I
We have
wanna.
Yomi, we have Dopamine, we have Efron, we have Godson, we have. God, who else is good in playing league? That Dark Frenzy guy is better than that guy too.
I do want to throw it out there. I see Bread talking in the chat. Bread, I want to be honest. I would love to face him. I don't want to see his top laner or his jungler on the Rift ever again. That's it.
All right. Well, with all that spice gone, Chong, why don't you send us off?
Yeah, fair enough. The little bit of spice here at the end of Audit Talk. Getting ready for our quarterfinal matches here tonight. But before we do be wrapping this up, I want to give everybody the opportunity to give a couple of shout outs. And we'll start with you, Cherry. Any shout outs you want to give?
Yeah, shout out to my team for showing up. Shout out to Narva for saving the season, and shout out to Efron. He needs 10 more solo queue games by match day, or I'm going to give him 10 more lashes. Unlucky.
All right, fair enough. Hopefully he was able to get those in. Killer Fox, any shout outs you want to be giving?
Yeah, give one to my boy Efron and Chelsea. I mean, you know, in the team, I think the Dorado team is really fun to play with. I mean, really love playing with Efron, and you know, Cherry as the coach. Is really nice. Give one to the opponents as well. I mean, I'm friends with most of them on the enemy team, so you know, if we do win, it is kind of bittersweet because I don't want to knock out Godson or Bob at the end of the day. So, you know, yeah.
All right, and last but not least, Wall Street, any shout outs?
Yeah, shout out Merciful Crow. Huge fan of Aurora players. Hope you get to play it, and I'd be excited to see it.
Happy
Yeah.
birthday, Chong.
Thank you. I do agree. I would love to see Merciful Crow play in this playoffs at all, but her computer exploded and she can't play League on 10 frames a second, so won't be seeing that one, sadly. Shout out my daughter. But that will be wrapping up Audit Talk here for us for the Platinum Division. Thank you, everybody, for watching. We're going to head to a short break as we get ready for our streamed playoff series between Monkeys Inc. and SG Proton. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Happy birthday, Chong.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and welcome to the quarterfinals of BOL Platinum Division. I am your play-by-play caster, Chung Somo, and I am joined by Toki B as always, despite missing last week. But regardless of that, Toki, how are we doing here tonight?
I'm doing pretty good. Sorry I missed last week. Had a thing with work I could not miss, but this time around, this is the game that I could not miss, so I'm glad to be back.
Yeah, I am really excited for the series we have here tonight between Monkeys Inc. and SG Proton. I think it's going to be a banger of a series we have here tonight. I think both of these teams have played phenomenal through the regular season, and now they've had the extra week of getting to scout and prepare for each other, with last week only being those wild card of the 4-5 seeds going up against each other. So I expect a lot of interesting things coming out of here tonight, especially on the SG Proton side. They're not playing with their normal AD carry of the Yomi. They're playing with a different AD carry who was around last split, known as Lucky. So definitely a different play style they're probably going to end up having to go for here tonight.
Yeah, 100%. And I'm wondering if that's going to really affect them. Because I think the biggest worry about it isn't even in that mid game to late game. It's that synergy with the support. You definitely want to have that ironed out, especially once you're getting to these playoffs. And Monkeys Inc. isn't the kind of team that's just going to let you have a little bit of leeway. It's not going to let you be too sloppy. You have to get that synergy working. You have to work together and then maybe try and just crush the lane. But it could be difficult, but maybe they just naturally work well together. Maybe they've practiced enough. We're going to have to see.
Yeah, I mean, that 2 weeks of extra practice time can be very helpful, since I think this was something that was already known about since the start of the season. So hopefully they had the time to get their new 80 carry in and adjusted to it. But on the other side of Monkeys Inc., this is a roster that has been playing together for a long time. They played in Slash all right before BOL started. The core man unit of Feathers, Grim the Fire, and Fox Stepro have played together, I think, for like 4 different league splits now. So like they know each other very well. They know the play style that this org or this team specifically likes to go for, with that bot lane of Grim Fire and Fox Sepro playing those AP mages in the support role, looking for hard winning 2v2s and pushing power. So it's something that can be very difficult to prepare for, because it's not a normal play style you have to go against like every other team in the league.
Yeah, and it's always difficult playing into AP Mage's bot lane. I mean, as an AD carry player myself, going into a mage that has TP, and especially once that lost chapter comes out, it becomes so difficult and so frustrating. Now, I know in the end, the marksman does scale. My damage will be there, but I don't get it until an item or two. And those guys, they just have it immediately. And it definitely makes the mental game a little bit harder. Now, I don't expect either of these two teams to really lose out on the mental. These are two teams that have been performing quite well throughout the season. These are two teams that have been playing together for quite a while. But, I mean, Mage AP bot laners are just always so difficult.
Yeah, I mean, the good part about that is it's the support playing it, so less of that gold influx. It's not a Grim the Fire. Grim the Fire normally tends to go for like the Caitlyn or the Ashe, who recently we read in the patch notes before this, now getting that quality of life adjustment where you can stack that Q on turret structures. But we're jumping into the pick and bans here, and SG Proton already taking out that Caitlyn away from Grim the Fire. Not surprised to see that at all. While Sweevil is not going to be getting his hands on the Jarvan here in game number 1. And a big thing to remember, this is a full BO5 Fearless. If we get to game 4, each side only gets 3 bans, and if we get to game 5, there are 0 bans. It is just straight up picks right away. So we'll see if we get there. Those are always the most exciting.
Yeah, and I mean, I gotta say, it's been a while at this point, but Fearless is probably the single best addition that has ever happened to competitive League of Legends. I think it completely changed the dynamic of play. It completely changed how we look at drafts, how we look at different champions, their core strengths, their core weaknesses. So it really brought out the best in every single level. So I'm glad that not only has it started, and that it's even come down to the diamonds, the emeralds, the plats, the golds, even in some leagues, where just everyone's going to be able to bring out their best. But some pretty interesting bans coming out from Monkeys Inc. already. They banned away the Senna, and they banned away the Smolder. Now, Smolder did get a small nerf today, but it's just going to be a little bit on the survivability. Either way, they just want to get rid of all of those infinitely stacking ADCs.
Yeah, I mean, I do think it's smart. I do think both Sen and Smolder are in a really good spot in League right now with a lot of the adjustments they have gotten over the last couple patches. Also, SG Proton banning away the Lilia, I do think it is Ink's best jungler's champion, and Charlie getting that one. And then also the Jinx not wanting to give that over as B number 1, but that leaves the Varus open. And in professional play, the big trade we see is like Varus for Ezreal in game number 1, like all the time once these champions are gone. I don't know if that's what Proton will go for. Maybe they will pair like an Ashe with a Xin Zhao just because Xin Zhao likes to be this hard carry style of jungler, but it looks like it's left open. We are getting the Alf Cassiopeia here in game number 1.
And Cassiopeia is going to be difficult to play into. Obviously, that Toxic Miasma, it's just so good at preventing any kind of those high mobility champions from really being able to play. Now, luckily for Monkeys Inc., they saw it at the start of the draft rather than near the middle or the end, so they can kind of pick around it. And that could give them a little bit of an advantage. And regardless, you still want some mobility. It's better to play against that Miasma than to just completely go around it. But we do have the Syndra locked in the mid lane. Hopefully they keep continuing to pick purple champions, because that's always fun, but we'll have to see with that.
Let's get the Mundo.
Yeah, get the Mundo in. Oh, who else is there? I mean, any of the Void champs, right?
Lulu.
Yeah, Cho'Gath,
Rek'Sai jungle. Purple's close. I mean,
Purple
blue. He's got purple hair. He's blue. He fits. We got Trundle in there.
We're still in the theme.
I think Trundle does go pretty good into Xin Zhao, just because if you get that W down, that I forget the new name of it, but it's the troll domain or something like that. You just get that bonus attack speed and damage. Also, the Chomp stealing away that AD from the enemy target that you hit and using it for yourself. I do like that pick as a 1v1 fighting matchup. And then the Ornn immediately going to be picked up here for Fenbach in the top lane, not letting Feathers get their hand on that, and then banning away the Feathers Alawi. He is a menace on that champion. I have been on a team with this man before, and there have been games where he doesn't get a single kill until we are breaking the Nexus because he's just split pushing the entire game. He's 0-0-0. We're ending the game, and he's like, guys, I need at least 1 kill participation, and that game only has like 10 total kills, so not surprised to see SG Proton not wanting Feathers to get such a good champion that he is known for.
Yeah, now, I do want to talk about a couple of these picks and bans here, but the Ornn being locked in, like you said, it is a very good takeaway from Feathers. It is going to help a lot for SG Proton's team composition. But at the same time, this is probably the biggest stat ball in the history of stat balls. And Trundle has Subjugate. So that's going to be a lot of those stats going on to someone who is not supposed to be a tank, is supposed to be kind of that bruiser, brawler, skirmisher type champ. Now that Trundle, especially in the late game, is not going to fall off, is going to be incredibly powerful and difficult to deal with. But meanwhile, over on the other bans, the other one I want to talk about, Sivir did just get buffed. A slight ricochet buff, especially in the early game, which is definitely going to be super annoying to deal with, especially in lane. But like you mentioned at the start, Ezreal was left open, and it will get picked up. Granted, not as an immediate response, but we're still holding on to that theme.
Yeah, and I mean, we're also holding on to the support R5 counter pick. You know, shout out to SG Proton for believing when I used to tell them all the time that support counter pick is the most important in the game, and they are finally learning that I was right. So shout out to their coach and the rest of the team for finally learning that one. But I think we finally diverge a little bit from the purple as we get pink.
Pink is the new purple. We have to say pink is the new purple. We have everything else.
Purple. We are full purple on the side of Monkeys Inc. with the Seraphine Cho'Gath locked in as that final combo. Look, we talked about it before the draft. It is that AP Mage in the support role for Fox Stepro. No surprise in seeing that one picked up. And then Cho'Gath, another really good stat ball. It does pretty fine into Ornn. You're both just kind of just up there slapping each other around as two meatballs, just padding your damage stats for absolutely no reason, because you should never be able to solo kill the other one, but both of these top lane champions have so much burst potential that they actually can. And then the R5 support counter pick, Braum into Seraphine. I do like that pick. Also, Braum Ezreal is a pretty dominant 2v2 duo. It does a lot more damage than you expect, and you can stack up that concussive blows so fast because the Mystic Shot does apply those on-hit effects.
Yeah, exactly. And the more I look at it, the more I like this Braum pick, because They were actually pretty clever on the side of Monkey's Inc. We said that the Toxic Miasma are going to be very difficult to play around. All of them just run at you. None of them really care about that whole jumping around, that whole dashing. No. They're old-fashioned. They're just going to be sprinting at you. So they're not going to get max value out of that grounded passive. But then the other portion of it is that they have a lot of poke. They're going to have Scatter the Weak coming out from Cinder. They're going to have Piercing Arrow. I assume this, at least originally, was supposed to be a poke virus. Just looking at the team comp, because it would be very strong into Ezra, it'd be very strong into Cassiopeia. But now that Brahm's there, it does change the dynamic of it. And forced to go on hit, it definitely wouldn't be bad by any means. But I think it will kind of change how this team comp does end up playing out.
I mean, I do see why Poke Varus would be good, but then you run into the question that if it was a Poke Varus after that Ornn was locked in, how do you kill that Ornn? You're Syndra Varus. You gotta pray this Trundle is actually ahead and doesn't get set behind, because I do think the Cassiopeia Xin Zhao is a stronger early game 2v2 than the Syndra Trundle. So if you're able to set that Trundle behind, it's like, man, it's going to be hard to kill this Ornn. So I think on-hit Varus got a lot of value there. Even with the Trundle, I still think it has a lot of value. But with the Braum locked in, you kind of have to go on-hit, because if you're going that poke and he gets that shield up and you try to throw that piercing arrow through everybody, and you see he hit a Braum shield and it does like 10 damage to him, you feel so sad about it. So I do expect, like you said, it's going to be this on-hit build. I think SG Proton, with this comp, they're going to look to be getting set up on objectives early and then looking for the poke from Ezreal before an engage comes out from this Ornn, or like a flanking Xin Zhao who can kind of do like the crazy multi-man insect into the enemy team, followed up with a Braum ult, while Monkeys Inc. also want to get set up early. Like, you have Varus, who, if he does go on hit build, still does some good poke damage. You have Syndra, you have Seraphine, so looking also to get poked down, because their real engage is like so single target if you're not getting like a multi-man scatter, rupture, or encore, and if Braum's there, you're not really getting the encore, so it really comes down to who is getting out more poke damage on each of these sides before an objective fight starts up.
Yeah, exactly. And kind of going further with that point, SG Proton, if they are able to get set up early, Ezreal is the king of holding down objectives alongside Azir. Cassiopeia definitely struggles going into a fight, but when the fight's going into her, it's just so unstoppable, brings out so much DPS. That Hyperfang especially can just absolutely shred through anybody. And then with the defense that they have kind of protecting those two carries, it's an Ornn, Xin, and a Braum. I mean, between those three, there's just no way that you're going to be able to get in safely and quickly, especially with a lack of engage. They don't really have that much. Encore is probably their main form of engage here this time around. And while it is a strong ability, again, there's the Braum. So I don't know. You haven't asked me this yet, but I think I will be favoring SG Proton here just because it's already on theme. Just because of the Braum, I think that was such a genius pick with everything that Monkeys Inc. does. It just completely puts their whole composition to a stop.
All right, so Tokibi favoring SG Proton here for game number 1. We'll actually be heading to a short break as teams finish the in-client draft to see who is able to take this game 1 in quarterfinals and continue their run in the playoffs for that championship. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back in a couple of minutes.
それぞれの思い秘めた星の守り手は空からの呼ぶ声に導かれた重ねる手と手には言葉なんかより伝わることがある熱い心通じ合った確かなレゾナンス見つけるのはエッセンス目指した意識の先がディスティネーション答えが見えなくてくじけそうになって支え合い誓い合う絆でつなぐシャイニースマイル心のフォトンが銀河に溢れて道を開く鍵は My Starlight Heart明日が見えなくだって乗り越えなくちゃって奇跡の奇跡描き未来へつなぐ Growing Heart 心のフォトンが銀河に溢れて道が開いたら羽ばたいてゆこうよ乗り越えてゆこうよ星空と溶け合っていつまでも行ける Fly High まっすぐ願いを世界に歌って新しい夜を新しい朝をここからまた始めよう My heart shines endlessly 飛び立てDo we fight to hold our heads up high and beat the drums to what we love? Risk the follow, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of a world that we defy. A soul ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last strike. Hearing voices from afar, join the madness when the curtain falls. Risk it all, hold nothing back.
And we are on the Rift for game number 1 between Monkeys Inc. and SG Proton. Winners of this series will go on to face the winners of either Dorado Lambda and Monkeys Knights. A tough opponent, but you got to get through the one in front of you first, and we should have a great series here tonight.
Yeah, 100%. These are going to be two really solid teams. And in Otter Talk, we were pretty split on the desk about which one of these two teams is going to be able to come out on top. But I'm just taking a look over at these keystones, and Whis is going first strike, which is pretty interesting for me. It makes a lot of sense into a shorter ranged matchup, but also may not be able to get as much immediate burst, just kind of hoping to scale later on into the game with that damage on the Syndra.
Yeah, I mean, it's for the laning mostly, just because you do outrange this Cassiopeia so significantly that you should just be able to getting it every single time that they step up to farm the wave. But also looking at some other things here, we have the cleanse on Lucky on this Ezreal makes a lot of sense against the the bot side of the map with the Syndra, Varus, and the Seraphine all having their own form of CC. So not really surprised to see that one. We're getting a little bit of emote spamming here in the bush, but otherwise, you got barrier on the Varus, heal on the Seraphine. I think everything is pretty stock standard.
Yeah, for sure. It is interesting to me that it is lethal tempo on the Ezreal. It is one of those things that it's definitely not bad. It's definitely something that is picked often, but Ezreal's one of those characters that actually kind of has 3 keystones right now. You can just as easily go PTA. You can also go Conquer depending on the game. Now, this shows that he expects not to really get touched, while at the same time kind of maintaining that distance and maintaining those longer fights. And I think when you're into something like the Cho'Gath and the Trundle, I think that's a pretty correct assessment to make on the side of a Lucky Kirby.
Yeah, and I mean, like you said, he shouldn't really be getting touched in most of these team fights. Should just be able to have his space to be able to put out this damage and get poke. Also, 9 times out of 10, nowadays you are going lethal tempo on Ezreal. There are certain matchups I think you go for, like the Conqueror or the PTA. I do think lethal tempo is just his best one, especially when you pair it up with Braum, just how quickly you can build that up and get the passive stacks going makes a lot of sense. But in the meantime, we see Mao in the mid lane. The Scatter of the Weak hits on to Alf, and Alf is immediately going to have to flash away as the Pillar of Ice came out to buffer him back. Didn't have Sweevil in the immediate back pocket, so not able to turn that around. So a successful gank early, getting a summoner spell off an immobile mage, so should be looking to repeat that very soon in the mid lane.
Yeah, and a repeat gang should be pretty easy for them. Because we mentioned this earlier, Cinder just has that longer range. And Scatter the Weak is such a strong setup tool. Without Flash, Alf is kind of sitting ducks there. I'd even like Mao to just come in right now, just kind of immediately trying to get that gank going. But we'll be clearing away that blue buff instead. Does still need to worry a little bit about those camps. And this could be a huge person to get ahead. We were talking earlier how the 2v2 is a little bit difficult for the Trundle Syndra, but if that dynamic changes, if that Syndra is ahead, and especially with first strike with a little bit of jungle help, can definitely come out on top. And also going tier first item on Alf means less HP, less burst is needed to make that a successful gank. So I'd really like to see Mao going back to mid lane soon.
Yeah, and we panned up to the top lane for a second, but you can see it on the screen is that Cho'Gath is really out of mana in this matchup, and Fenbach has been getting most of the CS at this point. He's already at 30 CS here at 4 minutes, so doing a really good job at getting all those last hits. But Feathers on this Cho'Gath, you do have that passive that I believe it still restores mana. I remember old Cho'Gath where it did, but I'm not sure anymore. And see now, okay, I couldn't remember. I feel like I'm such an old head in this game that a lot of stuff has changed, but never mind. Mao is looking for this gank. Pillar of Ice comes out, but doesn't buffer Fenbach back. He dodges away from the Rupture and is able to just walk his way from this one. A couple of fancy feet there out of Fenbach, able to keep himself safe without having to burn a summoner spell up in that top lane.
Yeah, just keeping a cool head. I know a lot of players would just flash just in case, but definitely not going to be needed. However, Fenbach may have gone a little bit too far.
Yeah, they're going here. Yep, going back in here. He gets buffered back by the Pillar of Ice. He gets a 2-man knockup, and now Sweevil is here. Hits the wind becomes landing. Audacious charge forward. He's looking for Feathers. Flashes forward, and now Fenbach is also fighting in the backside of Game Mayo. Game Mayo hits the last kill on to Fenbach, and now Sweevil has the HP advantage, but the lethal tempo has been stacked up for Mao. Mao is trying to get away from this one, but Sweevil has the damage. Wind becomes landing. Hits again. Audacious charge and 3 talent strike to pick up 2 kills on this Xin Zhao in the early game.
Yeah, and that is going to be really bad for Monkeys Incorporated. I mean, Xin Zhao, I'd argue on their team, probably is the most snowball-y champion that they have. If this Xin can get ahead, if this Xin can get those items early, it kind of becomes unstoppable. Now, they are a little bit lucky in that with their draft, Trundle can put a stop to this Xin, but again, that dynamic changes when it's 2-0 on the Xin Zhao. Going to have so much damage, going to be so much harder to take down. They're going to need to really be worried about where Sweevil's moving around.
Yeah, and I mean, in that top lane play, Fenbach created so much time and space, hitting that 2-man knockup with the Searing Charge off of the Rupture and able to just get back down where Sweevel is able to hit that Wind Becomes Lightning onto Feathers and able to turn that around. Even almost lived through Mal on this Trundle, having to flash away. The flash follow is what is able to get that kill onto him, but Sweevel just then has the HP advantage and hits the crucial abilities to be able to pick up a second kill for himself. Now he's looking to invade again. We see Alf is backing him up, and Draconical is also on the way. Wind Become Lightning hit, Audacious Charges in, gets a 3-talent strike knockup, and now Wheeze is also rotating. Could be in a little bit of a bad spot here now that Alf is level 6, and it looks like they're just going to walk away. Sweevel gets most of the chicken camp there, but does not get the big one, and now Dragon is started up here by the side of SG Proton. We see it looks like Monkeys Inc. is trying to walk over to contest for this one, but it could be a little bit difficult. Now Draconical is walking forward, could get a face check, tagged up, hit by the Scout of the Week, knocked backwards by the Pillar of Ice, and now TP is being used here by Fenbach to join this fight. Alf's trying to chase forward onto this Trundle, but a TP is used just to secure it. Don't think it was necessary, but the wave was in a pushed out spot where Fenbach can just recall and walk back top lane. First Dragon of the game over to SG Proton.
Yeah, Fenbach had their heart in the right place, but unfortunately was definitely not needed there. Once Draconical was able to just kind of walk away with no issue, most of the major cooldowns were already used, ultimates are not up yet, and Monkeys Inc. is a team that heavily is going to be relying on those ultimate abilities. But, I mean, either way, didn't lose too much. Feathers is still behind in CS on the top side, may have been able to get a plate, hard to tell with those champion icons over on the minimap, but it will give Cho'Gath a little bit of space, but at the end of the day, you're happy. You still got the Ocean Drake. It's going to help a lot for someone like Ornn, that high base HP. Though that percentage healing is really going to add up, as we do see that Feathers did get one of the plates, but Fenbach is still going to be absolutely fine at this top side. He's not worried.
Yeah, and I mean, in that Dragon fight, they tried to focus onto Draconical. They had him slightly picked off, but Braum with that Unbreakable just takes so little damage. And then Alf also able to kind of just zone out 3 people by himself on this Cassiopeia, not wanting to walk forward into the Miasma, into the Petrifying Gaze, and have them just get deleted. So a lot of space created by Draconical and Alf just to make it a clean Dragon. But now in the response, these Void Grubs are started up. A thing to remember is you only need 2 of them, so if you feel like you're in a bad spot, you can just walk away. We see Fenbach checking. They know it's going down. 4 members on this one as Fox Stepro roamed up. We see Grim just kind of sitting under the turret, just getting those last hits. No pressure coming out from the bot lane. So 3 Void Grubs picked up to the side of Monkeys Inc., and that can be pretty impactful. You have Trundle, who can do a lot of damage to turrets. Feathers has the Demolish, and also Cho'Gath does a significant amount of damage to turrets as well. So I like that. That is their response after losing that early Dragon.
Yeah, and like you said, they have a lot of different champions that are just really good at taking down structures. Varus as well, because it's the on-hit build, is going to have a lot of attack speed, going to have a lot of attack damage, and is one of those longer range AD carries. It's not quite as a long range as Caitlyn or Jinx, but is still more, definitely has more range than most other AD carries in the game. And because of that, with a little bit of the free farm as well, Grim to Fire didn't really lose anything for that. So despite losing Dragon, I still think overall on the map, Monkeys Inc. definitely still got that advantage, as now we're seeing a potential gank happening over in the top side.
Yeah, they're going in onto Fenbach again, but he uses that Searing Charge to dodge out of it. There's no Pillar of Ice to knock him back. Wasn't sure if that was already used, but able to just once again escape from a gank, even with not having that flash up just quite yet. Both junglers flash coming up and top laners coming up in a few seconds, but you see Mao is still up here in the top lane. Pillar of Ice, not really much coming out of that one, but Fenbach really not getting punished either.
Yeah, and we're starting to see that CS advantage grow again for Fenbach. And I'm actually a little bit surprised that Mao went right back into that, because that kind of shows that he's still sitting over in the top side, and that allows Sweevel to just safely walk into the bot side jungle, start stealing away those raptors, could even look for more, and is actually following Draconical down into this bot lane. But, oh, this could be interesting, because Mao is in the area, but is slightly behind.
All right, so tagged up by the Q, and now there's a lot of damage coming out. The ultimates are both used by this Braum and the Xin Zhao. The ult was also used by Grim the Fire. Now a lot of damage coming back onto Lucky Kirby. Encore is stopped by the Unbreakable, but now Alpha is also roaming. Sweevel is still looking to go on into this one. Misses the Petrifying Gaze, and now Weez on the backside. Sweevel isn't really aware of this yet. Could be a big kill here, but Scatter the Weak is hit, but flashes away. No damage coming out. Weez is going to have to flash away himself, and nobody goes down in the scraps of the bottom lane.
Well, both teams did their best. I think we can definitely say that. They were playing really aggressively, and I do like seeing that. But again, every single side just kind of had the answer to what the other team wanted to do. And the whole issue with Alf there kind of is what I was talking about at the start. Cassiopeia likes getting engaged upon as another
Never
mid
mind,
lane
we're
trade.
seeing them go 2-for-1 in the mid lane, but Alf doesn't even fall. Oh my gosh, it feels so bad. Unleashed Power was used, but Alf was healing from the Twin Fangs, able to keep himself alive in the mid lane, picks up feats of warfare for his team with that solo bolo in the mid lane, and that is also a Seraph's Embrace to Looted Companion winning that 1v1.
Yeah, and I think a big part of that is just that power of Cassiopeia. And that was without the ultimate. They did not have Petrifying Gaze on Alf. Weez did have that that ultimate response.
Now could be in a lot of trouble. Now they're going in. Sweevel is getting a lot of damage. They got 3 Talon Strike proc knocked up and quickly picks up another kill. Draconical gets the assist from just using Stand Behind Me. Nothing else provided on that play.
Yeah, but I mean, you still want to get that assist. It doesn't take anything away from the kill. It does give you an extra 150 gold. So always worth getting that extra little bit onto your support. But that was really good timing, and it was on the perfect target. Because with Mao being gone, there's no longer a smite on the side of Monkey's Inc. They can't really contest this dragon, even if they wanted to, even if they felt strong enough to do it. But, I mean, we're starting to see a pretty significant gold lead coming out for SG Proton. And look at that in the top lane, especially. Like, there are differences everywhere else, but 700 gold without a single kill in favor for Fenbach.
Yeah, it's just that CS gap, and also the 2 early assists really do help him out in that area. But overall, SG Proton playing a really cool and collected first couple of minutes in this game. They're already up. Just need one more neutral objective to get the full feats of strength for themselves. And the way Sweevel has been everywhere on this map in the early game has been very impactful for this team. And also Fenbach just absorbing a lot of pressure in the top lane. He was ganked 4 times if you count the Bush reganks coming out from Mao. But overall, SG Proton looking pretty good in this early game.
Yeah, they're looking real good. I mean, they've been playing really clean. The only kill that they gave to the side of Monkey's Inc. was for a 2-for-1 trade over up in the top side. It's what got Sweevel ahead as a Scatter the Weak onto Alpha. And look at that combo.
Yep. Unleashed Power comes out, but because Alf has already upgraded that Sarah's Embrace into the companion, I believe, if I remember correctly, gets that shield and keeps himself even more topped off than he would have been in earlier trades. But in the meantime, bot lane is just kind of going even. It's a small CS lead. It's a wave in favor of Grim the Fire. Lucky just doing his best Ezreal job to clear these waves from lane and not get punished, as Grim the Fire doing the same thing, as both these supports have been pretty active on the map in the first 14 minutes here. But overall, I mean, every time Monkey's Inc. has been looking for a play, it's been responded to very well by the side of SG Proton. They're going to have to look for something that is unexpected or unorthodox to be able to start getting these leads back. They're already down 2k gold at this point.
Yeah, they're down quite a bit. And again, with the Ornn available, they're going to be able to scale quite well as well. And just looking over at both of these 2 rosters, I think their overall scaling is pretty even, with the only big noticeable gap being those ornaments. Once Fenbach starts getting those levels and is already level 10, so isn't too far off of it.
Searing Charge into the wall, gets the knockup, and now here comes the Ornn Horn as well, looking to get the damage down, looking to get the Brittle procs going. Bellows Breath and is able to get it. Rupture is used, but Fenbach does not care about the turret. Solo bowler in the top lane, and I said, it's not really expected that these top laners can kill each other, but they have the burst damage to be able to do so, and Fenbach showing it off there. And with that, that is priority over the Rift Herald to the side of SG Proton, going to be able to pick up the feat of warfare here in game number 1.
And it's a very interesting purchase for Fenbach as well, going for those plated steel caps. Typically, the Merchants would definitely give a lot more value into the Cho'Gath, but right now, Fenbach isn't scared of Feathers. Fenbach isn't even that scared of Wheeze. All Fenbach is really scared of right now is Mao is going to be that Trundle, because once those stats start building up, that Trundle is going to be so difficult to get rid of for Fenbach. Assuming it's a 1v1 situation, though. And the way SG Proton are playing, that probably wouldn't happen. Only scenario I can imagine is if it's a 2-on-1 situation, where Mao is ganking for Feathers, but I think at this point, the Ornn is tanky enough that even if they do manage to catch Fenbach in a bad spot, can literally just tank it up as Deathbrush getting set up for Kirby.
Yeah, beat drop is hit. It hits on to Lucky, but the nice buffer of the Arcane Shift, able to keep himself away. Encore not being used there, knowing that the Cleanse is still up, not wanting to use that ult for Summoner Spell trade at this point, as Dragon is spawning in a minute, but now Mao is face checking into Draconical. Draconical misses the Winter's Bite, gets knocked back a little bit by the Pillar of Ice, but nothing really coming out there. Gonna have to concede pressure of this River Bush and give it over to the side of Monkeys Inc. But now we see Monkeys is looking for a little bit more. The ultimate use out of Grim Defier, not hitting on, forces Alf to flash away, but now they can turn back with just by hits onto Mao, and then there goes the Audacious Charge, getting a lot of damage across. The nice Unbreakable is used, but the Encore is even better. Alf is in a whole lot of trouble in the backline, gonna get shut down by Wheeze, and Sweevel is going crazy in this team fight, is on a rampage. Now they're throwing their focus onto Wheeze. Grim Defier is trying to trade onto Lucky, but gets stunned up. Already popped the barrier. Lucky's gonna get away, and down goes Wheeze to the side of Sweevel in the backside. Now Grim Defier trying to kite this one out. Hit up by the Winter's Bite, has the Blast Cone, but he's right into Lucky, and now he looks for the Piercing Arrow. Hits on the Sweevel. He's trying to run his way away. He does not have Flash. Sweevel is looking for the Wind Becomes Lightning, but doesn't predict the direction correctly. Grim Defier is going to be able to escape here with his life, unless Chronicle and Lucky keep going for this one, looking for the tower dive. The Winter's Bite misses, and he's going to be able to escape, but that is going to be Dragon number 3 over in favor of SG Proton potentially. But because of Hex Gates and respawn timers, not able to pick that one up, knowing that the pressure can be coming back from Monkeys Inc.
And at the same time, I think that SG Proton may not even mind fighting again, as Matt was maybe looking for a bit of a fight, but it's so difficult into the Braum. I think that's going to be, again, I was talking about this at the start of the game, at the start of the draft. This Braum just completely breaks everything that Monkeys Inc. want to do. They can't throw out the Encores. They did manage to get those Corrupting Chains onto a few members, did force away Alf's Flash, but that's all they're really able to get with it. But everyone else just kind of gets completely stopped by the Unbreakable. It buys so much time, and the rest of their team composition is really good at those long fights, but unfortunately, Sweevel cannot drift, so not going to be able to take down the top tier 1. At least with that, Fenbach should be able to just get with a Demolish now, but that will open up the Dragon for Monkeys Inc.
Yeah, there are the Hex Gates on the Rift. It looks like SG Proton is looking to still respond to this one, but it goes down so quickly because it is the on-hit Varus. This is already going to fall. True Shot Barrage is used, but it's a little bit too late. And now Chronicle could be in a bad spot. Pillar of Ice is behind him, so he's got to run forward, but hits a multi-man Glacial Fissure, and the rest of the team's here. Encore hits onto 4, but Fenbach is here. The Ornhorn hits onto 2. Wiz is already down. Sweevel is going crazy, but never mind. It's Lucky picking up a triple kill onto the bot side and mid laner on the side of Monkeys Inc. And that is a great team fight out of the side of SG Proton, able to get that, and Alf TPs to the top lane to save the turret, as well as the rest of the team looks down to siege this mid lane outer turret, or inner turret, my apologies.
Yeah, I mean, they're almost at a 6k gold lead, and with this tier 2, they will be over 6k in the lead, and maybe could even start looking towards Mao.
Yeah, Mao in trouble here as it's Arcane Shift used forward, but the stun is not there. They decided to take down the turret first, not want to take a lot of turret damage, as it could have been turned around quickly. Alf gonna dodge out of the rupture there and just be a-okay in the top lane. SG Proton with a dominant first 20 minutes of game number 1 here.
Yeah, dominant is definitely the right word. The only dragon they've given up is one that it seemed like they were willingly giving up. They wanted to trade it for the top side. It didn't end up working out quite as well as I think they hoped it would, but they were still able to get the top tier 1. They were still able to win that team fight. And again, just getting that triple kill onto the Ezreal. Everyone else on that team had gold, had a little bit of that advantage. Lucky Kirby was the final one that still needed it. And after that team fight, they're in a perfect spot. And now they're even looking towards the Otacon. Now, Wheeze might be able to spot this out, but no one on Monkeys Inc. is in the area. I don't know if they can even get here in time.
Yeah, they're getting some damage onto Draconical, but it does not matter. And that interaction right there is a whole lot of fun. You saw Draconical have the Unbreakable up, but because the way the Force of Will goes over it, it does the full damage onto Braum if it hits him on the backside, which is what Whis did. So Draconical took a bit more damage than he expected to, but it really didn't matter in the end. It's just a funny little nitpick interaction that people don't know a whole lot about. But I mean, Monkeys Inc. also just get nothing on the map in response. They just steal away the red buff. They don't try to siege down the mid lane tier 1 turret. They're looking for a pick right now, but you can see that the side of SG Proton is playing it rather smart. You saw Draconical kind of hovering towards that area. Now Sweevel is going to go face check, but a nice use of the sweeper. Might not be in trouble here, but now he sees that they're there. He's going to get stunned up. The Encore comes out, but he has the ultimate. It does not matter because he's going to get feasted up by Feathers, and a little bit overzealous there. And now the rest of Monkeys Inc. is going to have to run for high heavens, trying to get out of this play. And I think they're just going to be A-okay. I don't think there's any way for the rest of SG Proton to get on top of them.
Honestly, I would have liked Monkeys Inc. to kind of keep baiting them in. Because Fenbach is already showing in the bot and they already got the pick. They could have definitely had a 4-on-3 team fight as well. If they just baited them a little bit forward, just stayed a little bit closer to Kirby, Draconical, and Alf, I think they might have been able to get themselves a pretty solid turn there. But even without it, that was a massive shutdown going over to Feathers. And it's not a carry, but Cho'Gath does deal a ton of damage. And getting that infinite stack, getting that permanent HP on the Cho'Gath, it's not something you'd ever say no to. You'd still prefer it on Whis or Grim Defier, but by no means is Feathers a bad choice. We've seen what Feathers can do once that gold does get onto that player.
Yeah, I'm alive. I had a fun little Wi-Fi drop there. Happy birthday to me, I guess. But overall, like you said, like you were saying, yeah, you would want the kill onto somebody else, but Feathers getting it is okay. It also is a feast stack onto a champion, so those are like ever scaling after the minions ones are used up. So, you know, getting a little bit tanky on Cho'Gath. Maybe you did want it onto like Mao on this Trundle, or I mean maybe Fox Stepbro, but like it was either it's gonna go to Trundle, it's gonna go to Cho'Gath. Just pick who it's gonna go to. But now we got 45 seconds until the 4th dragon of the game spawns. No soul for either one, but would be soul point if SG Proton is able to pick this one up. And it looks like they're just playing over mid lane minion siege right now, which is the important thing to do before any neutral objective that you want to take. Make sure you have that mid push in your favor.
Yeah, and they are at least trying to contest onto this mid lane priority on the side of Monkeys Inc., but it's hard. They don't have the vision on the right side of the map. SG Proton, they have full control of this. We can even see on the minimap, their ward setup is already complete. They already know everything that they need to. They know they can just walk into the dragon, be as safe as they want. Now, Mao's gonna, again, steal away a camp, but it's not as good a trade as just getting that bot lane pressure. And Sweevel even going to be in the area with Draconical, just trying to make sure that they don't dive onto this Ezreal. But with Flash up, with Cleanse up, it's also Ezreal. It's such a difficult dive to do. And again, it looks like SG Proton, they should just be able to get this dragon for free.
Yeah, and Fenbach actually could be caught out here. Paralyzed to use Subjugate is coming down onto him to steal away those resistance. Smite is used to keep Mao on top of him. Mao is actually doing a lot of damage. You see Alf channeling the TP to respond to his top laner, and they're trying to turn this one back around. They have the Ornhorn if they do so choose to use it, but not going to. Alf just using the TP to save his top laner. It was an ult for TP trade, but now bot lane is under siege by Sweevel and Draconical. Whis is here. He can do a good job of clearing the minions. A nice scatter of the week to hit onto Sweevel, but I don't really think it matters when it becomes lightning. Does not tag on, but the turret is the focus right now, and now Whis could actually be in a little bit of trouble. Sweevel not going to jump forward. It's just the turret in the bot lane for SG Proton, the dragon as well, and Fenbach keeps himself alive with a little bit of assistance from Alf.
Yeah, I'm actually a little bit surprised at Mao getting that Spirit Visage second. I think they would like a bit more damage on that Trundle. Because like I mentioned, they're not really going to be able to safely take down this Ornn. Vars eventually will be able to scale up, has the 2 items now, but I think even with that, probably still needs 1 or 2 more. Whereas Trundle, if that second item is something like a Black Cleaver, for example, I think that they can really start threatening on this Ornn. We'll be able to get a lot of those defensive stats just from that Subjugate. So I don't think it's necessarily good to go tanky there, but maybe just kind of going a little bit on the autopilot with that build there.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you could go the Black Cleaver. The Bork actually would have been good into Fenbach as well, but like Spirit Visage, it does make a lot of sense. Trundle has a lot of innate healing, especially when you do get that W down. It also gives you increased healing in the Frozen Domain. Now, Mao is in a little bit of trouble here as SG Proton is setting up around the Barrier area of the map, as that is the next neutral objective to be playing for in this game.
Yeah, the objectives are definitely going to be coming up soon. It's going to be Soul Point already for SG Proton. 3 minutes until they get it. And Hextech Soul, so powerful on this team. Ezreal can just apply it from so far away. Alpha as well can just kind of use it even to self-peel. Though at this point with the Goldie that they have on the side of SG Proton, it's not quite as necessary. And Fenbach going to get jumped on again, but do they have the damage?
Sig charges years, and now he's using the Ornhorn, trying to turn his focus onto Wheeze. Wheeze with a nice flash, gets away from it. Bell's Breath is also used, trying to get the damage down, but the Scatter of the Weak keeps him away, and there goes the Unleashed power to pick that up, but it is going to be for the Baron trade, and potentially the mid lane as well, because they sent Mao down to the bot lane. It's not going to be anything. Rupture being used here by the side of Feathers to knock up Alf, and now we see Grim and Fox Stepper are also in the area, looking to give a little bit of contest for this one. Chronicle a little bit early with the Unbreakable. Could be a lot. Chain of Corruption hits onto Sweevel, but Sweevel immediately uses the Crescent Guard to keep himself safe, and Glacial Fissure used by Chronicle to hit onto Grip the Fire. Now Weeze is joined in the fight. Encore is coming out. It's tagged up onto Chronicle. Chronicle is end up going to go down. Another feast stack over to Feathers with the shutdown as well in tow. They lose Fenbach, they lose Draconical, but they get the Baron at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably still worth it for SG Proton, but at the same time, Monkeys Inc., they've managed to lower this gold lead by quite a bit. They were down 5 to 6k. They're down now only 4, and it looks like they're going to be able to get this tier 2 as well. But maybe SG Proton, they look like they might want to fight this.
Yeah, SG Proton is looking to turn for this one. Sweevel doing a lot of damage. The Alpha is already picking up 1 kill on the Fox Emperor, and now he's going on to Weeze as well. Fenbach does not hit the knockup of the Mao. Mao gets the flash away from this one, but Alpha is continuing to chase down. He has the movement speed. He has the slows thanks to that. Now Kirby flashes forward and gets the arcade shift. Q shot down into the back of Mao. It is going to be Feathers to defend against the Baron buff, and I don't think this Shogat is going to be able to do it. This should be game number 1 with the siege here over to SG Proton, and it's going to be a miracle save from Feathers as now the inhibitor is under siege.
Yeah, I mean, they got themselves a really nice team fight. Al finding the perfect angle with the Petrifying Gaze, but it looks like they don't feel they have a large enough wave to push. The death timers are starting to come back out. Fox Stepper's already back out on the map, but either way, they're able to really get a big advantage very quickly there. That's going to be more gold going to Lucky Kirby, though, at this point. I think gold doesn't matter as much. They're just in such a strong position. They have so much gold in their favor. But what they do now have is they have that passive mid pressure. They have that opening. So if they have one more teamfight victory, they already have the lane they can just walk straight through and just end the game from. And with Soul coming up in 20 seconds, it's very likely that fight's going to be sooner rather than later.
Yeah, and I mean, we can see the side of Monkeys Inc. are already set up on this one. Alpha is in the top lane. He does have TP. Now Draconical is face checking a little bit. Does get tagged up by the beat drop. Rupture is also going to come out, but he uses the W to get away from that one with his team being in range. And now Alpha is channeling that TP right now. Fenbach has a good position to get a multi-man flank knock-up here with that ultimate. Sweevel is looking to go in. Draconical to follow. They're already going on to Feathers. Feathers taking a lot of damage on the backside, and there's going to be no escape for Feathers on this one. The ultimate is already used by Grim the Fire, but it's not doing a lot of much. Fox Emperor is going to go down. The ultimate 2 does not come out of Fenbach, but Sweevel is already in. Alpha, the double kill on the backside. Fox Emperor going to fall down to Lucky, and it's only Mao alive. There's the Baron that they can use in the mid lane. They have the wave there. They don't even need the soul to end this game. SG Proton with a team fight over the Dragon that they don't even need to take are going to take game number 1 here to start setting themselves up for a date in the semifinals.
Yeah, and I mean, they knew that if they just stood and set up for a fight, Monkeys Inc. would give it to them. And from the side of Monkeys, I think they felt that they had to go for that fight. Otherwise, the game would be over. I don't know if I agree. I don't think they absolutely had to go for that fight because that one was always going to go south if they went for it. The game was still a very low percentage chance, but SG Proton, they played extremely well this game. They played extremely well in the early game. They played extremely well in the mid game. And they were able to close it out in the late game as well. I mean, that's all I can really say. There's just an absolute shellacking by SG Proton.
Yeah, and I mean, it really started with that top lane play where Sweevel picks up 2 early kills and then just immediately able to continue that snowball advantage for himself. Just being everywhere on the map, responding to whatever Mao was trying to do, to whatever Monkeys was trying to do. Just became an absolute menace. Lucky on this Ezreal just did his job. He sat bot lane. He just took CS, didn't do anything, and then showed up in the late game going 6-0-6, and also Fenbach in the top lane, absorbing all the pressure. I mean, everybody on the side of SG Proton played super good in this game number 1. But Toki, as I've said multiple times, get ready for at least 4 games, because SG Proton is going to lose game number 2. It is their curse. There is no way that they win game
It's
number
tradition.
2. It is. It's like water is a law, so is SG Proton losing game number 2. Oh, man. But with that, we are going to head to a short break as teams get ready for game number 2 draft. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back in a couple of minutes.
We must attack. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of the world that we defy. A soul
And we are back for game number 2 between SG Proton and Monkeys Inc. Monkeys Inc. choosing to go on the red side here for game number 2, giving over blue side to SG. We'll see if anything changes up in the bans. I really don't expect a lot of ban changes until obviously game 4, and obviously game 5, there's no bans at all. So we'll see what ends up changing in the draft here for both teams, as the first 10 champions you saw are disabled for the rest of the series.
Yeah, and I'm wondering how much that's going to change. Now, the Ornn pick, we mentioned it being a takeaway from Feathers as well, but it takes it away for the entire series. That's what makes it such a dangerous pickup. Now, Ilaoi is left open, so maybe this is something that Feathers will try to lock in earlier, maybe within the first phase of picks. But we're going to have to see as the draft does continue. But 80 carries. So I think that's going to be the main thing. And Jinx is left open. And I mean, I'd be surprised if they don't take it. Jinx is really strong, especially in a competitive team setting. And yeah, just immediately going to be locked in. And I already think that's a massive draft advantage for SG Proton.
Yeah, I mean, SG Proton, since they were on the red side last time, they banned the Jinx away. Now they get to B1 it. Another thing that was banned before by the side of Monkeys Inc. that is available now is the Smolder that they chose to ban, choosing the Wukong this time instead. It's definitely interesting. Now they're going to just pick the Smolder. But also, a small update on a couple of our other playoff series in TPO Redemption going up against Monkeys Construction. TPO has taken game number 1. We're still waiting for the start of Conduit v Conduit, and I believe Monkeys is also streaming the other series of Monkeys Knights vs Dorado. Not sure how that game has ended, but we're back here for this one. We'll see what the second pick here is for the side of Monkeys Inc. I assume it's going to be a jungle pick here, maybe a top laner. I'm not really sure where they're going to want to go. It's just going to be Nocturne, making it possible that SG is going to feel like they have to pick the Orianna to take away that Orianna Nocturne combo.
Yeah, the Ori Nocturne combo is so dangerous, but they did lock in Smolder, which is pretty interesting to me. Now, obviously, it's going to take a lot of time for it to scale up. You definitely want those 225 stacks before you fight. And it's also important to note that there was a nerf to Smolder earlier today. Lost a bit of armor, lost a bit of HP, so this little dragon's going to be a little bit easier to take down. And when you have a Vi, it becomes a lot easier to take down. And before I let you continue, I have an update now on that Dorado series. And Monkeys Knights, they do take game number 1.
All right, so a lot of our series, except for the Conduit one that did get pushed back the start time, everybody is heading into game number 2. We'll see if all the teams that have won game number 1 are continue that. We know here, SG Proton is not winning game number 2, but looking at the draft, they got the Vi Ahri combo, a super strong combo. It's played in pro play for a reason. It is so easy to execute, but the side of Monkeys not choosing to immediately snap in that Orianna to go with the Nocturne. They're picking the Mundo to go up in the top lane here for Feathers.
Yeah, Mundo's a really solid pick, and I was talking about this on a different cast the other day. Right now, there aren't that many strong counters to HP tanks. And we kind of saw that in game number 1. We had the Cho'Gath and we had the Ornn, 2 incredibly high HP tanks. Mundo gonna fall into that same category. Now this Jinx eventually will have just enough raw DPS to burn through it, but they don't have that percent HP damage like we used to have coming from the Kraken. Blade of the Ruined King, not quite as good as it used to be. Vayne's kind of like the only AD carry that's still truly good at that, but Jinx is definitely going to be better for the draft. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying they should have picked Vayne, but it just kind of shows the state of that. Now, what you can do is you can try outlasting them with your own Bruiser in the top lane, but right now, especially with that Gwen ban, it's going to be a lot more difficult.
Yeah, I mean, there's like you said, I was like, the counter to HP scaling top laners is you just play Vayne top, but nobody's going to do that. Kog'Maw is a champion who is also really good at shredding through those tanks as well because of his W. Also, the Q is also super underrated. It just gets that armor and MR shred if you do tag that onto somebody. But you could go Gnar up in the top lane. The hyper procs do, I believe, HP damage as well. So another thing you can go for. But like you said, there's just no real hard counter to it in the meta. It's like some very niche stuff. So I'm curious what Fenbach is going to be picking here. But the side of SG Proton, they choose to ban the Mel and the Vigard, leaving the Oriana open, saying that's not going to be a problem for us. We can deal with it. So Monkeys Inc. going to get the Nocturne Oriana combo. Another combo we see a whole lot in professional play just because it is another one that is very easy to execute and does so much damage in a team fight.
Yeah, there are a couple key differences between these combinations, though. Because Ari and Vi, they're very good at diving onto one single target. And just in terms of lane phase, they can be online as early as level 2. Whereas Nocturne and Oriana, they're clearly meant more for team fighting, trying to get that shockwave onto as many people as possible. But it requires paranoia, it requires shockwave, it has a longer cooldown before you can use it up. So there is kind of that balance of the strengths and weaknesses of these two pairings. But one other thing that I really want to comment on here in the mid lane, Ari Oriana is one of my favorite matchups to watch in terms of mid laners. They both can win. They can both solo kill the other. It's a very much a skill matchup between these two champions, but we're seeing some pretty fun answers now. We have Rel in the bot lane going to be pairing up with that Jinx, and the Aatrox, who also got recently, I want to say buffed overall, and should be better at dealing with those high HP tanks.
Yeah, I mean, the big things that happened with Aatrox is you do get less healing on your passive now per level, but you do more damage with the sweet spot Qs. And also, your E, the Ethereal Change, now finally scales off of, it now finally does physical damage instead of magical damage. But the R5 counter pick of support, they are choosing to go with Soraka, which, I mean, it's Fox Stepbro. He's going to pick a range champion 9 times out of 10. Me personally in this situation, I'd go Alistar. It's a very good counter into Rel, as is Janna, something else you could have gone for, but going for a super scaling bot lane on the side of Monkeys Inc. with that Smolder, with that Soraka. So if Swivel gets down there and is able to punish them early, Monkeys Inc. is going to be in a really, really rough situation here in this game number 2.
Yeah, and I think they picked a little bit too weak for their early game. Oriana is not someone that can really make a lot of plays early. Nocturne is someone that really wants to just power farm to level 6. Mundo, I was talking about how it's really hard to counter an HP tank. That's in the mid to late game. In the early lane phase, isn't quite as strong, isn't quite as dominant in the lane. Aatrox should be able to do quite well there. And I think my main issue right now with Monkeys Inc. is I don't know how they're going to fight for those early objectives. So if SG Proton, if they try to get some kind of early advantage, if they get any kind of prio in the bot lane, which with Jinx Rel, they should be able to get it. They should just be able to secure themselves the first, maybe even 2 Drakes. And Monkeys Inc., they just can't really fight that.
Yeah, Monkeys Inc. is going to have to play this game very slow and not give over way too much in the early game kill-wise. You can give over those first early objectives. You're really just waiting for Smolder Soraka to come online. But also, their only engage options this game is Nocturne, Oriana, or Mundo hitting every single cleaver and chasing your entire team down. They have to really absorb the hard engage that SG Proton does have with the Rel, with the Vi. Even the Ari charms can be very disruptive in these fights. So this is a very hard to execute comp out of Monkeys Inc., but it's something that they've like always kind of drafted for, is these weird drafts that you don't think should really work together that always end up working. Also, Mundo Soraka is something we didn't talk about. How are you going to kill this Mundo if Soraka is just pumping him full of health every single team fight? It is going to be hell to actually cut through this Mundo come late game if they are in an even enough point in this game.
Yeah, I mean, they're gonna have a lot of CC to deal with this Mundo. Now, obviously, Mundo can shake off some of it, but Rel has so much CC. They're gonna have the chains coming from the Aatrox, the charm from Ari. All of Vi's kit's really good at that, and also reduces the armor. So that, and Rel also reduces armor, by the way. So Jinx could just keep free firing, and also has those flame chompers. So I think they can kind of ignore Mundo for a little bit, just take down everyone else around him. And kind of like you said, it's just so hard getting that engage going for Monkeys Inc. that by the time the Mundo is in a position to really deal damage, won't have the health to really do it. That's my prediction for that.
Fair enough. But now, Toki, I got to ask you the question. I know we made the SG Proton loses game number 2 memes, but looking at these 2 drafts, who do you think is winning game number 2 here?
All I can say is that I'm really excited to see how SG Proton try and throw this draft, because I think it is going to be incredibly difficult. I think they have a really solid picks. They have a really solid team composition, and the way they've been playing from game number 1 just looks really good. So despite all the memes, despite all the jokes, I mean, SG Proton all the way.
All right, we're gonna head to a quick break as we wait for the in-client draft to finish up to see if SG Proton can finally shake their demons and win game number 2 here against Monkeys Inc., or if Monkeys Inc. will continue the typical beating SG Proton in game number 2. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back in a couple of minutes.
She's such a misfit, always ready to brawl. It's like her business, roughing up your friends. The law, there is no difference. If you believe you're strong, she's a bulldozer, making sure you're flat on the ground. She's like a boomerang that never gives up. She flies in circles till she hits you and you're bowed in the dust. So just remember this: when she's chasing you down, face first, you'll be thrown into the proving ground. She'll knock you out. Have you ever really wanted to be a total rebel, flipping tables on the enemy? Did you ever try to further improve how fast you punch people through the roof? Oh, was there ever any certain time when you thought brute force and style combined? Well, I guess now's time to shine, 'cause finally she's here. Here comes mine. As a matter of fact, the best bet one has is to quickly react to the first attack that's safe for the wounds. She'll never go back, just whisper.
And we are on the Rift for game number 2 between SG Proton and Monkeys Inc. SG going to be on the blue side, Monkeys going to be on the red side. Before we start and get into any of this action, a quick shout out to Procomps, our sponsor and a game changer app for the league community. This isn't just like the other tools, it's your personal draft coach, perfect for both teams and solo players. In fact, you can pair it with any other app you use. And I'll pause that ad read as Wheeze is just dead 1 minute into this game. Quickly face check in the bush and quickly goes down. Alf picking up that first blood with the rest of his team with pro
comps.
Exactly. And speaking of pro comps, with pro comps, you'll receive real-time drafting advice with tailored champion picks and ban recommendations. It stands out with features such as the ability to generate champion pools in seconds that you can share with friends, a post-draft guide to attack the game. You can generate comps based on your preferences. Coaches and analysts can even create personalized tier lists. Think of it as having a virtual draft coach and strategy toolkit all in one. The app is already over 280,000 downloads and thousands of daily users like you. ProComps is user-friendly and totally free. It's a no-brainer to at least give it a go. Download ProComps now and you'll experience a whole new level of drafting power in your league games. Go to procomps.gg, download it from Overwolf, or click the link in our bio.
Yep, and thank you to ProComps as well from me, but interesting movement already happening. I mean, obviously we saw that first blood going into Wheeze, but at the same time, there's no flash on the top lane. It's just going to be straight ghost TP. Does make it a little bit easier to gank Feathers, especially in the early game where that HP hasn't really had a chance to fully stack. But it's going to be pretty fun to watch there as well. And looking at some of the other keystones, Grim Defier did go for the Arcane Comet. Does make Smolder a little bit weaker, especially in the mid game, but it does give a lot of power in that early game, makes laning quite a bit safer, and doesn't really need the healing coming out from the Soraka, or because of the Soraka there.
Yeah, Draconical gets the crash down, also gets the Q. The Flame Chompers do hit onto Fox Stepper, but nothing really coming out of that one. And like you said, the Arcane Comet gives a lot of lane power to the Smolder, but also you kind of don't need the fleet, like you were saying, because you have the Soraka, so you don't need to take fleet for that sustain. You have the Soraka pumping you full of HP. Lucky gonna get hit by that Chew as well, so good poke damage coming out of Grim and Fox, also surviving the early level 2 pressure from Draconical and Lucky.
Yeah, but the CS lead's still somewhat going in favor of SG Proton so far in the bot lane. And even if Grim Defier is able to kind of farm up right now, still not able to get too many stacks. You need a couple levels in the queue, as actually Mao getting invaded upon.
Yes, Weevil and Alf both here on the blue buff, but quickly falling back as Grim Defier and Fox Stepper are on the rotation as well to assist their jungler. Alf with the early mid lane pressure, able to quickly get that shoved in, roam over to help his jungler look for an early invade on this Nocturne, not wanting him to farm comfortably, but now Draconical is looking on the Grim Defier. They get the Shattering Strike, also hit onto him, but Lucky's taking a lot of damage on the backside. The Starcaller hit, and Lucky's going to go down, but never mind, the barrier is used. Ignite is on the Grim Defier. He is also ignited as well. Flash away from Lucky, and no first blood in the bot lane. Barely surviving is this Jinx, though.
Yeah, and you're definitely happy with that on Monkeys Inc. Even if you're not able to get the kill, that's going to buy more time for Grim Defier to kind of start getting those stacks. You're not getting poked out by that long-range Jinx. And looking at the wave state, because they have the Soraka, Grim Defier can even just hold the wave. That's going to be a decent amount of miss CS for Jinx. Was starting to fall behind a little bit, and in fact, will try resetting now. I believe this will still slow push, but with Jinx being nearby, they should be able to get it over towards that turret. But Grim Defier going to be in a much better spot after that gank.
Yeah, it was a really strong 2v2 play by the side of Grim and Fox to be able to be able to turn that. And like Lucky almost did go down. Maybe if Grim was willing to use that flash forward, would have gotten it. And Feathers is actually taking a lot of abuse in this top lane. We're talking about the bot lane CS. Let's talk about that top lane CS gap here. Already 14 CS, 2 full waves in favor of Fenbach. And, you know, I talked about it on Otter Talk. I think Fenbach has been by far and away the best top laner in BOL this season. I think this dude has been a monster and is showing up in this playoff series as well, and continuing his prowess here in game number 2 as Sweeble and Alf just pairing up for these invades. We see Mao going for a gank in the top lane. Fenbach is trying to get this recall off, but it's going to be canceled, and they're going onto him. He has the flash still, trying to get away. Feathers has popped the ghost. He's going forward. Flash already used by Fenbach, but it is immediately followed by Mao, and down goes Fenbach. I sing his praises, and I cast a curse him. I apologize.
Yeah, but that's still a big commitment from Monkeys Inc. to get that kill. Feathers used that ghost, the flash coming out from Mao. Now, at least the kill did go over to Mao, which is probably better for Monkeys Inc. But for the side of Feathers, that doesn't actually really help this Mundo at all. It's only a little bit of gold going that way, and Fenbach has TP, is able to get right back into the game. The wave is in a good spot for this Aatrox. So it's kind of a gank to help Mao more than it is to help Feathers.
Yeah, and I mean, another big thing is when Mao does hit this level 6 mark, and never mind, we're looking for something in bot lane. Shattering Strike hits, but no follow-up there from Draconical. But when Mao hits level 6 now, he's not going to have flash. So if he gets, like, drawn under turret by, like, let's say he goes on Alf, and Alf just, like, uses that Spirit Rush to go under his turret, Mao's going to be in a really bad situation. But Grim Defier getting a lot of poke down in the spot lane. We're seeing that power of the Arcane Comet making it really uncomfortable for Lucky to try to CS up here, and that was kind of sad to see. Watched him just mess up the CS on that minion under turret, but the dragon now is being started up by the side of Monkeys Inc. And I think it's just going to be given over, but now we see the rest of SG Proton is going for this one. It does go down rather slow, and it is that Cloud Drake, so it does lower the attack speed every time you get hit by the auto. Draconical gets a Shattering Strike on the Fox Step Row, and Lucky is trying to go in. Sweeble uses the Q forward, and now getting tagged up by Mao, going to have to flash away. Now Mao's in a lot of trouble. A nice crash down there by Draconical, but the ultimate is used by Wheeze to bring it back in. Lucky's going to end up going down on the backside. Wheeze is down, getting another kill. Now Draconical is going to end up falling on the backside as well. The auto attack comes out, and it's Fox Stepro picking that one out. What could have been good for the side of SG Proton is turned in the favor of Monkeys Inc., and this is classic, if I have to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, SG Proton played that incredibly well up until the moment they didn't. They managed to get to the dragon. They bought enough time for Alf to appear there, had that Spirit Rush ready as well. And then instead, once they pushed them off the Drake, once they got them up that banana bush, all they needed to do was just hit the dragon. But Sweeble, I guess feeling themselves really wanting to get that aggressive play, but definitely forced an overextend. They did not have the vision there to fight it. Maybe if I was level 6, they could kind of guarantee some kind of play after that, but even so, when someone gives you a free objective, you do not try to like spit in their face. You just say thank you, you take that dragon, and you walk away.
Yeah, and I mean, another big thing is Lucky didn't have the flash because of that early trade in the bot lane, so just quickly targeted down by the side of Monkeys Inc. and ends up falling. Wheeze also got a nice shockwave onto crucial members in the backside of that fight to keep the space that was needed to keep the rest of the team safe, even Mao. But now top lane is being used. Paranoia comes out on the Mao, and now I apologize, Fenbach is trying to fight this one back, and a lot of damage on the Feather. Sweeble is here. They're getting a lot of damage on the Mao, but a nice W by Mao buffers the cease and desist out of Sweeble and gets a kill and gets out.
I mean, I'm still a little bit surprised they're ganking up for this top side, especially with the Paranoia. If it was another just walk in and get a kill gank for Mao, I think that could have been okay, but I would have liked to see that go towards the mid lane or the top lane, but
yeah, Alf is here getting a lot of damage. He used the ultimate, then turning the damage onto Mao, but the heal is used by Fox Stepper. Nobody's going to end up falling down in this top lane, and they are staying alive. Fox Stepper on this Soraka is going great, keeping everybody safe. And now Draconical is here. They could look for a turret dive, but they're just backing off of this one. They said, hey, let them reset. We are just going to get the Void Grubs here. Never mind, Draconical is not letting them reset at all, trying to stay in this area. I don't think that's the right play, Draconical. I think just back off and let the Grubs go over for free.
Well, this time around, I actually do disagree. I think that, especially for Draconical, bot lane's going fine right now. There's a lot of... Lucky Kirby's just able to farm it out pretty freely, keeping Foxstep Bro away and making sure that Mao can't really reset, can't continue farming those camps. It does give quite a bit of pressure over in favor of SG Proton, kind of taking away the tempo off of 2 players with only sacrificing the 1. And it's from the one that isn't really necessary right now on the map. But with that being said, I want to talk a little bit about that gank again on the top side. Now, Mao did play that incredibly well, but Sweeble almost able to turn that around. And again, I mentioned this briefly, but I don't like how they're kind of using so much effort trying to get feathers into this game. I would have much preferred to see it going with ganks going towards Grim Defier, just trying to take down Lucky Kirby, and or maybe even going
Oh
towards
no,
Alpha.
Paranoia
This
is
what I
used
wanted.
again, and they're on to Lucky. Lucky is going to flash away, but Mao flashes over. The crash down coming out. The Mom is also used. Barrier is used, but Lucky's already going to go down. Now they're going to turn their focus on Draconical. A lot of damage coming down from him, but he is able to escape from that one. Mao 2 for 2 on the Paranoias, and this Nocturne is starting to take over this game.
Yeah, now that's where I wanted to see those ganks, and maybe because of those ganks in the top lane, Mao had enough damage to make that a success. But that's exactly where it should be going. It's not even important if Grim Defier gets the kill. It's as long as Grim Defier is fighting, first of all, because you get stacks just by being in combat, getting those abilities cast on enemies. And the fact that Grim Defier is going to be able to just farm up, get that clean reset, doesn't need to worry about wave state, none of that. But another small thing I do want to mention over for Mao specifically, if there's any Nocturne players in chat, if you know that the enemy has flash and is likely to flash, once you have that fear tethered on, you should preemptively flash forward. Because that time around, the fear did break, and if someone was there to kind of prevent those last two autos, Lucky Kirby would have gotten away. And a similar thing happened when they did gank Fenbach over in that first initial gank.
Oh, and never mind, in the mid lane, Wheeze is getting a lot of damage. Alf misses the charm. Command Shockwave is used. Wished is used by Fox Stepro, and it keeps his mid laner alive.
Yeah, I mean, incredible, I guess incredible play I got from Fox Stepro, but I mean, that's just the nature of having Soraka. It gets so much more difficult to take those fights in the mid lane. They did use a lot too, but Perfect Sombrero coming out from Wheeze, kind of buying a little bit more time. Buying a little bit more space, preventing those autos from coming through, kept them alive. But what's going to be interesting to see now is those are going to be two big ultimates that aren't available for Dragon. And I say two, but really I mean four, because Sweevil, Alf, Wheeze, and Fox Stepro, they all use their ultimates in that engagement. But right now, Monkey's Inc., they're going to be first to the Dragon. But it does look like SG Proton, they do want to contest this.
Yeah, and we see the dragon is going down. It's rather slow, this being the Mountain Drake. Again, Chronicle is taking a lot of damage, actually, in this one, and it is just going to be the dragon going over. But now the fight is coming out. Paranoia is used quickly on Chronicle. He is already down, and now they're looking to go forward. Now is looking to go on to Sweevil. Sweevil used the Q to get away from this one, and that is just a quick another kill picked up by the side of Monkeys Inc. They are starting to run away with this game here.
Yeah, and we did say that this draft is going to be very difficult to play, but they're just able to get this Nocturne ahead. And once Nocturne gets ahead, as most skirmishers or bruisers do, it becomes incredibly difficult to deal with them. And Mao's just been using that Paranoia off cooldown, exactly what you want to do on a pick like Nocturne. You want to hit level 6, and you just want to gank every single time that's available. You find an angle, you will make it work. And right now, we are even seeing that the gold is kind of being shared across the entire team. Mao has just been kind of everywhere on the map. Hasn't directly ganked mid yet, I don't think, but because of that team fight, they were still able to get a couple of assists and a kill over onto Wheeze. Mao himself is just incredibly far ahead, and it's just going to become more difficult for SG Proton to deal with all of these members as the game goes on.
I want to ask our producer to toggle so we can see the gold difference here between all these laners at this point in the game, and we can see that even though Fenbach, I don't know why I keep saying that, it's because I associate Narva with Aatrox, but Fenbach, even though he's been ganked twice, he does have that gold lead, but Mao on this Nocturne is up 1,000 gold. Grim Defier is up gold as well. The side of Monkeys is just looking good. And a second thing I want our producer to do is just click on the smolder icon. I want to get a quick stack check. We're at 90 stacks at this point in the game. Grim Defier is stacking up real good at this point in the game. Already has that Q upgrade, so he can start taking out these waves even quicker and start getting even more stacks onto himself for that dragon training practice. This is looking real good. Now Paranoia is used again. I think it's going to be looked up for up in the top lane. There it goes on to Fenbach. Fenbach is going to try to kite this one out. Feathers there to get away, but the fear is there, and the fear is good, and it looks like Fenbach is just going to end up going down. Does a lot of damage, actually. Gets the flash away. He's trying to kite this one out. Dodges the cleaver and actually gets to escape with his life.
Yeah, but that's still going to be flashed, burned, and while Feathers did burn Ghost for that, Ghost is a much, much shorter cooldown compared to Flash, so that will be up sooner. It could be another opportunity for a regank in the top side, but again, Mao is ganking that top lane, trying to keep Fembach from getting ahead. And now that I've thought about it a little bit more, I'm wondering if the reason for it is because they know Grim Defier is already set in the bot lane. 700 gold up. Lucky Kirby only buying components, not going to be a threat anytime soon. And it just makes it so much more difficult for them. But now they're jumping on a Grim Defier. Flash going to be burned.
Oh, they're using the cease and desist as well, but there's no follow-up damage. The mom is going to come out. It's going to keep him alive for so long. He heals up everything, and Sweevel actually almost up going down in the backside. I do not like that force play at SG Proton, because now they're just going to be giving over the Rift Herald to the side of Monkeys Inc., and that is going to be feats picked up for them. Yes, they lose the first tower to Lucky getting that in the bot lane, but they are still cruising in this game. It's not as big of a gold lead we saw out of SG Proton at this point in the game in game number 1, but Monkeys Inc. is looking in control of this game number 2.
Yeah, they're looking to be in a very solid position. And I like the original play that they did on SG Proton, but once that flash is burned, you do not need to continue with the cease and desist. It's literally just a Vi who already missed that Q and a Rel on support. Now, they are going to look towards Wheeze, but I guess...
Yeah, Wheeze has no flash. Chronicle flashing forward, and there goes the ultimate as well. They're getting a lot of damage onto Wheeze. Wheeze actually gets the ultimate off. The heal comes out from Fox Stepbro, and now Alpha's able to flash away, but the Q is there for Mao. Gets that tagged up. Mao is going to end up falling on the backside to Lucky, and now they're looking to push forward on the side of SG Proton. Crashdown is used again, and barely tags up on the Grimfire. Grimfire has no flash, but he's going to be able to keep himself alive. Chronicle has to run away, and the side of SG Proton able to get a crucial shutdown onto Mao, losing Alpha, but the shutdown is on to Lucky, onto the Jinx where you want it to be going. Lucky getting a lot of trade damage back on to Grim, but SG Proton starting to breathe life back into this game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, that was a pretty big timing as well. We haven't talked about this yet, but Lucky Kirby did go Cull, was just able to finish it off, had the Yuntal blades going into that fight, and was just able to kind of completely run through that fight. And as far as passive abilities go, everyone always talks about that for Jinx, but get excited. Probably is the single most powerful passive in all of League of Legends. It lets you bring out so much damage. It lets you be so safe while you're dealing that damage. As long as you're able to get that initial pick off, this Jinx is going to be incredibly dangerous. And with all that, despite the kill being 8-3, the gold lead is only around 200 to 300 gold right now. And I feel like a big part of that is due to Fenbach is still just winning top lane so hard, but the rest of the team is starting to catch up too, and actually Lucky Kirby's ahead now.
So you're telling me that massive passive that just gives him lifesteal isn't the strongest one in the game? It's actually the broken one that makes you get more attack speed and movement speed. Color me surprised, but never mind. Paranoia is used on Draconical. Draconical is going to use the ult, and a big crash down onto multiple members, and now they're focusing down onto Mao. The shockwave is used, so is Wish, and Mom comes out as well, but it does not matter because SG Proton is turning this game around. Weezy's going to end up falling. Fox Stepper is already down. Lucky Kirby gets another kill onto himself, and they're able to pick up this dragon to stop the dragon stacking. Nice team fight initiation out of the sight of SG Proton. Draconical absorbed everything and is able to turn it around for his team.
Yeah, and we did say before this game started that the first 2 Drakes are going to be pretty simple, but then the third one, that's where things change. Now, did we get the teams wrong about who was going to get the first 2? Yes, but let's not dwell on that. What's important is that SG Proton, they were there and they were ready to fight for that dragon. And one thing that we haven't mentioned earlier, we mentioned get excited, and we mentioned the fact that Alpha and Sweevel, they're really good at picking off one individual target. We never really connected those 2 ideas together because this Jinx got excited early on, was just able to deal so much DPS over top of everyone, just constantly throwing out those autos, that Fishbone's just going crazy in the backline. And then Alpha and Sweevel, at this point, they are both quite strong. 2 items completed on Alpha is in a really good position. And we were talking earlier about the Herald getting taken for Mao. And the Herald is going to be nice if they can use it. But right now, they've lost their gold lead. The kills are going in all the right places for SG Proton. It's going to be difficult to find an angle where they can get some true value out of this Rift Herald.
Yeah, I mean, also Lucky, I'm sorry, not Lucky, Draconical with that Magnet Storm into a multi-man crashdown was so key in that team fight to just keep everybody stuck in there, getting so much damage done from Lucky with those Fishbones, like he was saying, and now Rift Herald going to be used as an escape tool, bringing it down to the bottom lane. They're trying to get 2 turrets for the price of 1 with this Rift Herald, but you can see on the mini-map, SG Proton is trying to rotate to respond to this, but they are not going to be successful in that at all. Another turret goes down thanks to this Rift Herald. Are they going to try to ride it again? I don't think so, but now Draconical is looking for an engage with Alpha and Sweeble in the back pocket. Weez, Mao, and Fox Step are going to have to run for the hills, but nothing is going to come out of that play. Just two towers for the price of one Herald.
Yeah, excellent driving from Mao there. Was just able to get those angles perfectly to take down the tier 1 in the bot lane. And I mean, getting those 2 turrets is going to give quite a bit of gold, especially once again to that Nocturne. The Nocturne is kind of where they really have all of their gold on. But at this point, with the rest of the team starting to scale on SG Proton, it's no longer as powerful as it was. Nocturne's really solid at snowballing early on if you could get a lot of those kills, and Mao definitely managed to get those kills. But they weren't able to prevent the rest of SG Proton from getting those winning fights, from getting those winning advantages. And bit by bit, as the game goes longer, it's going to get more difficult for the Nocturne to be that true carry, as Feathers just taking so much damage from Fenbach.
Yeah, I thought it was really funny. Also, really smart knowledge by Fenbach to know the exact turret range there, to sit just outside of it and do almost Feathers' entire HP bar. But now that Fox Stepper is here, Feathers is full health again.
Yeah, but Fox Stepro isn't. That's a trade-off for that, and Sweeble is in the area. If they're able to just jump onto the Soraka, just delete her off the map with that cease and desist, the rest of their team composition no longer functions as well, but it looks like a teamfight's going to be breaking out.
Paranoia is used. It's onto Fenbach, but the Magnustorm is already being used. They're trying to turn all the damage on the Feathers, but it does not matter. Grim the Fire is here into the backside. Command Shockwave is used on the multiple people. Mom comes out as well. Grim the Fire is saved. 2 kills quickly over to the side of Mao, and now Draconical is just going to end up falling to the backside. Gets hit by the Cleaver in the back. Feathers picking up that kill. Turned around by the side of Monkey's Inc. But now Alpha's going forward, hits the charm onto Mao. Mao taking a lot of damage from this turret. Now the Get Excited is being here for Lucky. He's trying to press forward, not getting to get that zap, but Mao goes down thanks to Alpha hitting a clutch charm and the turret heat up. Lucky able to get that assist to get the Get Excited and force the rest of Monkey's Inc. away from that play. And that also saves the Otacon from going down at this point.
Yeah, and I think that's the big part of it. I mean, it's still definitely a victory for Monkey's Inc. getting that 3-for-1 play. I believe the kills all still went over towards Mao. No, 2 kills to Mao, 1 kill to Feather. That's where it went. And again, it's just not the ideal gold placement. At this point, earlier on, it's okay if Grim Defier doesn't get the kills. It's okay if Wheeze doesn't, because you're just buying them pressure, you're buying them time. But at this point, now that they're in the mid game, now that they're in the late game, now that they are behind those crucial items, despite having the gold lead now on the side of Monkeys Inc., they are still behind on those completed items in the mid lane. They're behind in the bot lane, or at least will be soon enough. Lucky Kirby did go a lot of components just to get that anti-heal early on. And that's where it gets a little bit difficult for them. Dragon will be spawning in 18 seconds, and I believe all the ultimates are going to be back up for that. Major cooldowns are going to be missing.
Yeah,
but
they're going on to Fenbach again. Fenbach is going to have to pop that ultimate, get movement speed, getting a lot of healing back. But now Wheeze is also the one in trouble, but never mind, the fear is there. He is kiting this out as best he can, and Mao's going to pick up another kill for himself. And now that is just going to be Otacon started up for the side of Monkey's Inc., while SG Proton is going for the Dragon in tandem trade for this one. Fenbach has been getting caught out in the side lanes a lot this game, but the pressure he's also providing has been massive in the meantime. He's very close to being able to turn around these plays, but some Mega Death Rocket shot up to top lane.
No, I think it was blocked.
I was like, where to? I was like,
Fire caught it.
I was like, where to go? I was waiting for it. I was looking and just never goes.
Yep, Grim Fire
Yep,
being clutch.
Yep, okay. We were all waiting for it, but nice block by Grim Fire. Lets his team pick up the Otacon. No response play besides the Dragon going down. They're going to be able to pick up the top outer turret for themselves as well. And this game can still go either way.
Yeah, but I think that was an excellent trade for Monkeys Inc. They get themselves that extra kill. They do get wards on all of those bushes in the top side. And then I think the biggest part of it is that second Dragon doesn't matter that much for SG Proton. It gives them a little bit of stats, sure, but Otacon is going to give way more advantage for Monkeys Inc. That adaptive power is just so good on them. And I mean, it's good on everyone, just having that extra AP or AD depending on what you're playing. And on top of that, they also got the tier 1. And because they got the first 2 dragons, they're not even really threatening Soul on the side of SG Proton. They're still only on 2 dragons. They're not even on Soul Point. So yeah, overall, Monkeys Incorporated just getting huge advantages from those plays, and the gold starting to even out across the map. And actually, Feathers is ahead of Fenbach for the first time.
I mean, yeah, it's kind of expected at this point when Fenbach is 0-4 and Feathers is 104, but it's still close in the gold margin because Fenbach has been CSing so well this game. I mean, looking at the map, the next play, obviously it's Baron. No team is going to be wanting to rip that one. So we're probably going to be getting a fight over this 5th dragon. And I think whoever is able to win that team fight is going to start to take the momentum of this game. But if there is no slip up from the other side, depending on who gets it. But this game is teetering on a nice edge. This is really the Mao carry show at this point. He is very strong on this Nocturne. 2 fully completed items, probably going for that Steric Engage third to give him that safety when he does dive into the back line. Also with Fox Stepper pumping him full of HP. Grim Defier and Fox Stepper have to be really careful here. Paranoia is used in the bot lane, and they're going in for another kill onto Fenbach. Fenbach is probably just going to end up falling down here again, trying to trade back, trying to get a bunch of HP back, trying to fight the longest he can. He's actually healing a whole lot in this bot lane. He's trying to turn this one around, but the Paranoia is going to be able to pick up the kill with the fear and able to pick it up with that passive and get another kill on to Mao. 9-3-3 on this Nocturne.
Yeah, I mean, I think that SG Proton, they're okay with that. At this point, Fenbach's probably worth around 50 gold, less than a cannon minion, so they're not too concerned about losing the Aatrox. And they do get themselves that tier 1 turret as a response. Now, you were saying that this game is kind of on a nice edge and that this next dragon fight's really going to help decide a lot of things. But Grim Defier has been farming up this entire time. And last we clicked on the Smolder, which was not that long ago, less than a minute, was already at 210 stacks, now at 215. So this dragon fight, the execute, is going to be a real threat. That max HP true damage burn is going to be a true threat. Grim Defier is online and is ready to start fighting.
Yeah, it is going to be really difficult for the side of SG Proton if they are not targeting out Grim Defier. But also, he has the Soraka in his back pocket to try to keep him alive for as long as possible. So it could be very difficult to actually just 100-0 this Smolder without taking a whole bunch of damage and retaliation, especially with how strong Mao is on this Nocturne and Wheeze. He's been silently building up a bunch of damage. He's got the upgraded boots. He's got the Luden's Companion and the Shadow Flames. So that Shockwave can do a lot of damage to like the likes of Alf and Lucky in the backside. So it has to be a really well positioned and taken fight by the side of SG Proton if they don't want to lose too much in retaliation for the play. But we see Fenbach just getting hit by all these cleavers up in the top lane, taking a bunch of damage. Both top laners with TP could look to TP in for this dragon fight.
Yeah, I think Feathers is at that breaking point where no longer really cares about the Aatrox, no longer feels threatened about the Aatrox. And it's going to be up to the team fight, which isn't exactly known to be Aatrox's strong suit. Maybe with a good flank angle, but right now it looks like both teams are gearing up for a fight. Feathers going to be able to spot them out, though, and now they're caught in a pincer, and they're turning onto this Mundo.
Yeah, they're going down. The Crash Down is there, and so is the Paranoia going on to Lucky. Lucky's already executed by the side of Lucky, and this fight is going the side of Monkeys Inc. A double kill is there already for Grim Defier. Sweeble is going to end up falling down as well. Weeze is able to pick up that kill, but now Fenbach is here, getting a lot of damage, but a huge wish out of Fox Stepro keeps everybody alive. A triple kill for Grim Defier. Alf runs for the hills, and Monkeys with a beautiful pincer are able to win the team fight, win the dragon, and now siege down mid lane and potentially fall back to Baron.
Yeah, I mean, the world is their oyster right now, and like I said, Grim Defier is online, having that burst damage, definitely helping out a lot, but honestly, I don't even know if it really ended up making a huge difference. Weeze able to get that Shockwave onto multiple members, that Nocturne combo gonna be up and available for them. They got so much value out of it, and like you said, they're gonna get the Dragon, they're gonna get the mid inhib, and there is still time to go for the Baron, and at the same time, I think they're fine to fight immediately off of it. They don't need the reset. It would give them a bit more of an advantage. It would give them a bit more priority. But I think that they're strong enough that they don't need to worry about it. And just having that tempo being high is more important. But it looks like SG Proton, they do want to contest.
Yeah, TP is used. Draconical is ahead of the team looking for the angle to go in. This Baron does go down rather slowly. The rest of SG Proton is here. Paranoia is already used. They're going into the backside. It's already onto Alf. Mom comes out and doesn't hit onto anybody. Down already goes Mao. Alf with a double kill. They're trying to turn their damage onto Feathers. Now Wheeze in the backside taking a lot of damage. Grimfire has to escape as shutdown onto Wheeze from the Super Mega Death Racket. Now Kirby is going insane. Lucky getting a lot of damage to the team fight. Sweeble says, I'm not going to kill this Mundo. We're not going to kill this Mundo. Let's turn back to the Dragon. But now Smolder is actually in a lot of trouble. He could take this 1-for-1, but he actually gets shut down by the side of the CC comboing from the side of SG Proton. Alpha would pick that one up, and Draconical just getting one on the Mundo. It does not matter. SG Proton turns the Baron fight in their favor and pick it up for themselves.
Okay, so when I said that they could fight, I did not mean engage into the one part of the top lane jungle that you didn't really have vision of. I think Mao may have gone a little bit too deep. Wheeze and Grip to Fire, they were able to follow up with their ultimates, but it was only the ultimates. The main difference in that previous fight is they were able to follow up with those Qs on the Smolder, just getting that massive AoE burst damage, getting that HP threshold, getting that execute. This time around, they weren't ready for it. They never got Wish off. It was a completely different mess of a fight. I was hoping to see them kind of baiting SG Proton in, kind of trying to fight around the Baron Pit rather than hard engaging immediately off of it.
Yeah, and I mean, the big thing also in that team fight is the Mom was used by Grim the Fire, but it actually didn't connect onto anybody, I think. Like, in the middle, it was just the outskirts. So not the big burst damage healing that you were expecting. And Grim the Fire was just zoned out from that entire fight. Really, Alf did an amazing job in that team fight, surviving for so long. He got ulted by Mao and just said, hey, you're coming into the part of the jungle you do not want to be in that chokehold, using the ultimate to dash back into his team so they're able to just quickly turn all their damage onto this Fed Nocturne, making it really difficult for the side of Monkeys Inc. to execute that team fight. And now they're just looking to siege down this mid lane. Fox Stepper actually could be caught out here. Alpha's looking for it, but the rest of this team is there, and the mid lane siege is going to be successful for the side of SG Proton. With this Baron buff in hand, they can keep looking for more. The side of Monkeys Inc. is starting to look for a fight. Grim Defier getting a whole lot of poke down as well.
Yeah, this could definitely be their opportunity. They have Alf and Draconical pretty low right now, Fenbach as well. But without any objective to fight over, it looks like Monkeys Inc. they don't want to pull the trigger this time around. They are a little bit scared considering how the previous fight went, but it's not the same scenario this time around. They did manage to spend, they have the items, but at the same time, there wasn't really anything for them to fight over. They didn't have to go for that play. And we were talking about how all the gold is onto Mao, and we're kind of seeing this Nocturne slowly but surely just fall off the face of the earth because, well, late game Nocturne isn't really the threat. The threat about Nocturne is just delivering that shockwave from Wheeze. And now level 16 is there. A couple of items have been completed for this Orianna as well. So now that burst damage is going to be a lot more dangerous. They're going to have so much more value with it. And that could be the idea for the next play. They can definitely burst down Lucky Kirby the way things are, even through barrier. As soon as that death cap's completed from Wheeze, I think that's going to be their time to go.
Yeah, also, Alpha on this Ahri has become a massive threat in this game. He's 714. I'm pretty sure he's sitting on 4 completed items, I believe, at this point. I know he's got Leandry's, Malignant, and I think he's got the Death Cap as well, and I think I saw Crypt Bloom in his inventory as well. So yeah, this Ahri isn't your typical, like, Charmbot Ahri. This Ahri does so much damage, and that's like my biggest complaint about Ahri in the competitive scene is a lot of people just go for like the Malignance and Horizon Focus. We's gonna have to flash away from Fenbach using that blast gun beautifully as they're setting up for this dragon in 30 seconds. They're taking their recalls now a little bit late on that one. It's just going to get priority in the area over to Monkeys Inc. And they're just going to be able to set up and look for these picks with the comp that they have. We can see their bush cheesing right now. Feather's going to be the one to start face checking to clear this vision. And this is starting to look like a situation that SG Proton found themselves in the last dragon fight and ended up losing that fight for it, but then able to turn around the Baron. So we'll end up seeing how this one goes for them.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a lot more difficult for them this time around, but they still let them walk into the pit. They managed to get the ward, and at this point, they don't have to keep walking forward. They don't have to keep checking, but they will get the ward. They will be able to spot them out, so they're not going to be caught completely unaware. And they do have the mid lane shoved out right now, so SG Proton, they don't need to worry too much about those super minions yet. In fact, the inhib is back up, so now they can just enjoy their mid priority. but it's going to be difficult. They can't give away soul, so they can't just turn around and run through the mid lane. And those cleavers, they're really starting to hurt. Feathers really showing why Mundo is known as that big poke champ. I just made that up, but definitely getting a ton of value out of it this time around. Is Alf forced to use the Spirit Rush. Now that's a major cooldown gone.
Yeah, they're looking at the Feathers right now. Actually, Feathers taking a lot of damage. Fenbox in the back line trying to focus down onto Grimfire, but a lot of damage coming back in return for him. The huge wish once again keeps Grimfire alive. Sees the assist, he's using the back line. Fenbox is already going to go down to Grimfire. And now they're turning their damage onto Sweeble. Sweeble's going to end up falling in the side. And the rest of the comp was so far away from the side of SG Proton. They lose the Dragon fight. It is a one fight from the side of Monkeys Inc. And Paranoia wasn't even clicked once in that fight. I saw Mao with the ball for so long. I was waiting for him to use that Paranoia with the Shockwave combo to go in onto Lucky, but not even needed in that team fight for them to get the win.
Yeah, Wheeze just getting that command dissonance down onto Alf. That on its own, it just meant the Ahri could not join into that dive. And Fenbach and Sweeble, they got Grim Defier and Fox Stepro so low. If there was an Ahri following up on that play, they 100% win that fight. So Wheeze being able to take the Ahri out of the fight immediately, right before the fight itself actually started. It was definitely the MVP play, at least for that final dragon fight, and that did give them the soul, so now they can really start pressuring the rest of this map.
Yeah, and now this just becomes a little bit more difficult for SG to play out. We've seen them winning some team fights. The Spirit Rush was used by Alf just to clear the minion wave, but Monkeys Inc. with this Infernal Soul, with the Smolder as well, and the Soraka fully scaled up. And now we saw how much healing that Wish did in that team fight. Now with that Dawn Core and Moonstone Renewer, that is such a disgusting combo on this Healbot champion that it makes it so hard. Grim Defier even going even more defensive with the Bloodthirster. It is so hard to kill the Smolder in these team fights now if you're not quickly using everything to burst him down.
Yeah, that shield is really going to come in clutch. Already getting so much value out of everything else in that kit. This Smolder is so dangerous and so difficult to take down. Maybe if they can take down Fox Stepbro first, they can turn on a Grim Defier, but you kind of want to catch both at the same time, because if you attack Grim Defier first, as Alf did just attempt to,
They're trying to look for a huge cleaver, though, but now Fox Stepper is actually the one in trouble, has to use the Wish. Already goes down to the side of Lucky. Paranoia is using it to the backside, but the rest of the comp is flashing away, trying to turn their focus, but Wheeze is there with a huge Shockwave, gets up 2 kills. Grimfire is actually still alive in the backline. Mal's going to end up falling to Draconical and Sweeble, and I say that, and he's actually going to live through this whole entire fight. Now Fenbach is going to end up falling down to Grimfire on the backside, and so is Draconical. The only one going down is Fox Stepro. Mal lives for the whole time. Wheeze with a quadra kill, and that is going to be Monkeys Inc. taking game number 2 over SG Proton.
They were trying to peel backwards for Lucky Kirby, but Mao just had more than enough damage for it. And once that shockwave from Wheeze landed, that was all she wrote. And like you said, SG Proton losing those game 2s, it's pretty standard. But Monkeys Inc. with this draft, I'll be honest, I was not a believer. And even now, having seen how the game went, I am pretty shocked. But they did play well. They knew their picks. They got those free stacks on a Grim Defier. And Mao just got so much pressure on the map in the early game, just made it difficult for anyone on the side of SG Proton to really get a meaningful advantage. So, I mean, despite me still not favoring the draft, I will die on that hill. I think Monkeys Inc. played so much better that they definitely deserve this win.
Yeah, I have to agree. I'm still not the biggest believer in the draft because we just saw so many points in that game where SG Proton were able to get like some big game-winning, play-winning team fights off of like Draconical or Sweeble or even Alf. But the way Monkeys Inc. played it out, they were just able to get the win in that game. They were just, once Smolder was at stacks and you had Fox Stepro on those 2 items, it made it almost impossible to kill this Smolder. And Mao was so far accelerated in this game, and he lived through that entire last fight when I thought he was going to die, and just able to use that Nocturne power to keep himself alive for so long and be able to win that game. Monkeys Inc., they had to work for it. It was not an easy win in game number 2, but they were able to make the draft we're questioning work and able to get that much needed win.
Yeah, and you say Mao barely survived, barely got that kill, and I think a big part of that is that Dragon Soul. Without that extra damage, Lucky Kirby does not go down, gets that last auto, gets that second stack of Get Excited, and that fight looks completely differently. But again, League's a game of inches, and Monkeys Inc. were definitely favored in it this time around.
Yeah, so we're going to head to a short break here as teams get ready to head into game number 3 draft. Do not go anywhere. We will be back in a couple of minutes. And we are back for game number 2 between SG Proton and Monkeys Inc. Sides are going to be staying the same as SG Proton has elected to stay on blue side. And a small update for the rest of our playoff series. Conduit Kraken was able to pick up game number 1 over Conduit Flux. That is, if you're interested, also being streamed over on the Conduit channel, as so is the Monkeys Knights Dorado series. I think the only series not being streamed tonight is TPO versus Monkeys Construction. But focusing in on this game, once again, bans are looking eerily similar to what we had in game number 2, and SG Proton keeping them exactly the same. Curious what the switch up of first pick is now that there is no more Jinx in this game. Maybe it is that Ashe that we were talking about that did get that slight buff with Q being able to be stacked on turrets.
Yeah, I've noticed in general that the ADC differences, that's where it's really starting to hit the most when it comes to these fearless games, especially once we get to those best of 5s, because there's very few ADCs that do the exact same thing as each other. You know, you have a lot of champions, like for example, you have the Sejuani in the jungle. Zac fulfills a similar role. It's not identical, obviously, still has a few differences, but they're both bruiser. They're both like big frontline tanks. Their main job is just kind of engage from range. They both kind of fulfill the same role. On ADC, that's not exactly the same case. Now, first pick MF. Now, I personally am a huge MF believer right now. I think Misfortune is, despite how often it is picked at a lot of different levels, is still underrated in my opinion. It still typically needs to be coming out in like these game 3s, these game 4s. That's where you start seeing them MF. I think she should be higher priority than that. And Ashe gonna get locked in for Monkeys Inc. So yeah, first pick 80 carries for both these two teams. Gonna be interesting to see which one does end up being a little bit more value.
Yeah, I mean, with no Braum available, you do get that free bullet time. Also, Fox Stepro probably isn't going to go towards the likes of Leona, which can cancel that ultimate from far range. So playing against Monkeys Inc. means that Misfortune is a little bit safer. But Urgot, blind pick top lane here for Feathers again. We saw it when he picked the Mundo on R3 in game number 2. He's just saying, I don't care anymore. Let's pick my Urgot. We can win this series. I'm surprised to see them not tending towards like the Alawi on R3, but just slamming this Urgot here on R2. Really prioritizing maybe that jungle counter pick. And now SG Proton going to go with the Maokai, able to be flexed between that support role and that jungle role as they pick the Scion to match up against this Urgot.
Yeah, it's going to be that double frontline composition locked in for SG Proton. And I do think it's pretty good. Ashe, definitely not known for being the big tank killer. Does deal some pretty respectable damage, but is more short range than that Jinx pick we saw in game number 1. Isn't quite as apt at being able to take down those tanks. Now the Diana gonna get locked in as well. Now, especially with today's changes, because we, like you said earlier, we looked at these passions together. The Diana clear speed got improved quite a bit. I believe that passive went up from 225% to monsters to 260. So that's a very significant difference, especially for that first clear. So yeah, gonna be interesting to see where they put that.
Yeah, I mean, Diana was already pretty good at clearing these multi-camps like the Krugs, Wolves, and Raptors, but gonna be even better at that now with that bonus to that passive damage on the camps. But looking at the bans, they're going to ban away Fox Stepro's Morgana because of the CC options that are there for SG Proton. Makes a lot of sense. And they're banning away mid laners from Alf. He's not going to get Yone this game. He's not going to get Hui. So really curious to see what he falls back to in this game, just because knowing his champion pool, I think I know what he's going to pick. I'm not going to spoil it for chat. I'm going to say it in my head. I think I know what he's going to go for. It depends on if he is allowed to pick it. But this Mel ban is also a mid and support ban when you're banning it away from Monkeys Inc. because Fox Stepro does play it in the support role. But I'm really curious to see what is picked either mid or support here. I assume Monkeys is going to hold that support pick for R5 again and see where the rest of this SG Proton comp ends up lying. But SG is going to need some high damage from either the top lane, the jungle if they're putting Maokai support, or from mid lane out of Alf, because Misfortune, super strong early game, kind of tends to fall off late game. So you need that hyper scaling damage in the later games, and this is a Swain support. This is Swain support for Fox Stepro.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely good at interrupting the Misfortune. Has a lot of range on that Nevermore, and with that, just kind of preventing the bullet time to some extent. but we're really seeing a go-in team composition from the sides of Monkeys Inc. I think all they're really missing is just another engage, and it doesn't even need to be a strong engage. They already have the Ash Arrow, they already have the Moonfall from Diana. Then Urgot's going to be able to keep them in place. Swain's going to be able to keep them in place, especially once they do get that Rylai Scepter going. So I actually kind of really like this Monkeys Inc. team composition this time around. But again, at the same time, the Silas pick for SG Proton. Like I just said, there's a lot of good ultimates on the side of Monkeys Inc. That also means that Silas gets to have them. And Silas can even kind of pick and decide based on the situation. Now, Nami, I am less of a fan of this if they do end up locking it in. I do think Misfortune is one of those carries that, while does benefit from an Enchanter, doesn't get as much value from it. If they were going to pick the Nami, I would have liked to see something more like the Lucian. Just something that can really synergize well with it. But it should still be fine as the set going to be the final pick. So Monkeys Inc., they're definitely looking to brawl this time around.
So, couple things. I was wrong on what Alpha was going to pick in the mid lane because they locked in the Swain. I thought he was going to go Talia this game. I thought Talia did look really good against the Diana and the Urgot. But Silas makes a lot of sense with the ultimates that are available. And once you lock in that Swain, that's one of Silas's best ults. The Nami pick, I actually do like it. Not because you're pairing it with Misfortune, because it's good against Swain. When Swain pops that ultimate, you just throw a bubble on him, you hit him with the tidal wave, and then the ultimate basically is expired by that point. So I really do like that. Also, it's pretty good against Diana. You can create that space before she gets in. If you time your tidal wave right, she gets interrupted on that dash in. So can be very effective. And then the last pick, the set mid lane. For Wheeze to go up against this Silas, just gonna be scrapping him. Wheeze, a former top laner, has the experience playing these champions. He's pulled out the Mbessa at points in the season, so I'm really excited to see how he does on the set going up against Alf Silas. Like you said, Monkeys Inc. is going to be scrapping in this game.
Yeah, and I believe it was actually Jojo Pune that kind of pioneered that set counter to the Silas. It was something he absolutely loved when he was still playing in North America. So we definitely know it works. We've definitely seen it in the highest level of play. But honestly, this time around, I don't even know which draft I favor. I think both drafts are really solid in their own regards. I think this one is a lot more organized for the side of Monkeys Inc. And I think that SG Proton, I mean, they have a pretty standard draft. There's really not too much to say about it. Though I do think if Misfortune and Silas get sent behind, they are going to be pretty low on damage. That could be a concern for them. But if they are able to even go even, I think there's going to be a really close game.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how this game does play out. I mean, these are both really interesting drafts. You kind of know what each one wants to do individually. It just becomes how do they pair up against each other. It's kind of like the scrappy single targetness with some hard engage from the side of Monkeys, while SG Proton has like just straight up hard engage, team fight, wombo combo. So I'm really curious to get your thoughts on this, Toki. Looking at these two drafts, who do you think is going to push themselves on to series point here?
I really don't want to decide, but okay, with name tags off, I would still go SG Proton. Just because Monkeys Inc. has a very strange draft, but because I know Monkeys Inc. is playing this strange draft, it's what they've been playing all season. It's what got them to this state in the playoffs. I think I'll still go SG Proton, but through clenched teeth, because I think this is almost dead even.
All right, so we are going to see which team is able to get the win here and put themselves on to series point to continue their playoff run. We're going to head to a short break as we wait for the teams to finish up in client draft and the spectator delay. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. And we are back for game number 3 between SG Proton and Monkeys Inc. We are here on the Rift and looking over at summoner spells and everything. I think the only thing that's really sticking out to me as interesting is Lucky has gone for the Cleanse on Misfortune. I mean, it makes sense. You're playing against Ash, but that is really the only CC besides the Never move coming out of the Swain. So I think Draconical could have just gone Mikhail's and he could have been fine, but just wants the safety for himself.
Yeah, I mean, gonna be pretty interesting to see there as well. Now, I'm still the cleanse makes a lot of sense. Whenever you're into an Ash, you just kind of want to have that available. And a well-placed Enchanted Crystallero can just absolutely ruin your day, absolutely ruin your setup. But I am a little bit just interested with that with the electrocute coming out of Fox Step, bro. Now it is seen on Swain sometimes, but it does show that it's going to be more of that burst Swain. You kind of want to catch someone out and just delete them off of the map. I think it will be a little bit more difficult, and it will kind of lose a little bit of that kiting potential, a lot of that self-sustainability, especially for a Swain support. It gets pretty difficult, but some interesting moves already on the map. Feather's actually going to be walking in and will be spotting out Sweevil starting on that blue buff. So at the very least, they know where the Maokai is and can start reacting accordingly.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I'm much more of a fan of the Conqueror Swain, but I think as support, Electrocute makes a lot more sense just because you're not going to be building a lot of items that are going to help you with that sustainability. So it makes a lot of sense. A nice Never move already on Draconical, and we see a big chunk from that Electrocute, but Grim Defier takes some damage back from that double up and that Ebb and Flow. Alf was scrapping a little bit in the mid lane, but he's dropping a lot of CS right now. Silas notoriously annoying to CS on in these early levels, so not really surprised to see that one. I'm also kind of never mind. Feather's getting a lot of damage on the Fenbach up in this top lane thanks to that W, the Purge. But I'm also kind of curious that Mao didn't go for the invade onto the enemy bot side after they did see where Sweevil had started to just try to take away all those camps and then just go back up to his top lane quadrant and just kind of take 3 quadrants for himself in this early game. I think he had the opportunity to do so.
Yeah, definitely could. And like you said, Wee's getting a pretty solid advantage in that mid lane. This should be an overall winning area for the Silas. Or sorry, not for the Silas, for the set. I knew it sounded wrong. And this set's just going to be able to apply a lot of pressure. I think that Mao could have definitely tried to invade, at the very least, onto the Raptors. And the bot lane is kind of an area where they don't have as much pressure, so maybe Red Buff would be pushing it just a little bit, but the opportunity was definitely there, and on a big farm champ like the Diana, it's always solid to do. And wow, really big trade going in favor of Weezen. A lot more passive regen on that set as well, so that's just going to be an even bigger trade going in favor of the mid laner.
Yeah, I mean, Alf did his best to trade back there. He did dodge out from the center of the Haymaker, so took a lot less damage. But, I mean, actually, the trade was pretty even just because Alf does get that burst of healing from using that Kingslayer on the Wii, so was able to make it pretty even. But we see right now is that the double scuttle is actually going to go over to Mao. The bot lane pressure isn't there. The mid lane pressure isn't there. So Sweevil just going to have to concede that risk scuttle, not wanting to sacrifice his life for that in the early game here. So pretty smart by him, but that just puts him behind. It makes it hard for him to make any plays on the map right now. He's gone for the phase rush, which is typical on the jungle Maokai, and is building into that. I believe he's just going to go the Andrew Torment as his first item.
Yeah, Leandri's should be pretty good. It does increase quite a bit of damage. It means those saplings are actually going to be real threats. So it definitely slows down a lot of plays later on for Monkeys Inc. And especially when you're trying to set up around an objective, something like the dragon, and even maybe for a dive, it can really help out a lot. Just give that extra pressure, give that extra damage overall. But right now, I think this may be the slowest start we've had to this between these two teams so far. Not a massive CS lead anywhere. Slightly in favor of Weez in the mid lane, and as usual, Fenbach just going to be winning out in that top side despite that trade we saw earlier.
Yeah, and also the big thing is Monkeys Inc. has been doing a very good job of tracking Sweevel through this early game. We see Feathers constantly getting that deep ward on the blue buff side. So really no pressure is able to be applied by Sweevel on this Maokai in these early levels, just having to like wait for camp respawns and farm up. We see that Mao hasn't even recalled yet. He's just doing a second clear of his respawning camps at this point in time. So he's sitting on a lot of gold. Alf gonna be using the TP. Really nothing a lot to talk about in this early game as everybody's just farming up and playing super safe.
Yeah, I mean, pro cons. No, I'm kidding. Uh, but it's good for it to be safe. Now, what we can talk about is who's benefiting more from the slower start. Now, in general, on the top side, definitely Fenbach going to be getting the winning trade of that, even if they do go even, just because having that HP starting to stack. Sion needs a few items before he really becomes that big, annoying, immovable powerhouse. But on the other side of it, uh, this Diana is going to benefit so hard from this. We're already seeing 2 camp lead for this Diana on a reset as well. So it's just kind of way ahead of the pace of this Maokai. And that should be able to potentially open up this dragon for them. Now, in the mid lane, Wheeze is starting to already get the lead, so the slower the game is, the less ganks come through, the bigger an advantage the Sep will get. Same is true with the bot lane. So, in general, Monkeys Inc., if the game pace doesn't pick up, they are more than happy to have it stay this way.
Yeah, I think it becomes more favorable for like the bot lane for the Ashe into Misfortune because Misfortune is so strong early. I think Alf is kind of happy with this pace of the game because Silas does actually scale very well, and so does the Scion. He is forever scaling just because of that Soul Furnace passive, always giving you that bonus health and everything. But like we said, Diana becomes such a threat the longer games stall out, just because eventually when she does start using that ultimate and getting in these fights, the burst damage that comes out of this champion is just unexpected because you haven't scrapped with her in such a long time. And I'm also just curious as how practices SG Proton against this Diana. This is a champion not a lot of people are playing, so if you're not used to playing against one of these champions, you don't know their damage thresholds, and that could be to the benefit of Monkeys Inc. when these fights do eventually start to break out.
Yeah, the damage that can come out of this Diana is quite high, to put it lightly. It's a very solid burst champ. Gets even stronger depending on how many people are caught in that Moonfall. Just really solid at teamfighting, but really good at pickoffs as well as Lucky Kirby. Almost gets taken down. Flash, cleanse, and heal all burned, but Fox Stepro going to be burning both of those summoners as well. So the lead in the bot lane is still continuing to grow. However, there is a pretty solid wave for Lucky Kirby to catch.
Yeah, I think once Grim hit that level 6, he just threw out the ECA. Fox Stepro flashes Unites to follow to get a bunch of damage onto Lucky Kirby and barely able to survive thanks to the healing that comes out from Nami with that ebb and flow and also popping that heal. I mean, bot lane going extraordinarily well for the side of Monkeys Inc. But now Weeze uses that ultimate to get Alpha on the turret, but now a lot of damage is coming out. I apologize. Alpha was actually the one who stole the ultimate and used it himself, and now Weeze using his own as a disengage tool. But now Mao is here. Weeze is going to end up going down first blood over to Sweevel. Alpha and Sweevel going to have to run for the hills. Now flash forward, use the E to get on, and now the Moonfall comes out. Big burst of damage onto it, but now Fox Sepro is here, and quickly a double kill picked up for Mao in return. A 2-for-1 trade in favor of Monkeys Inc.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really solid start for SG Proton, but I feel they did need to go back in onto Mao. I think if Alf just walked away, you're still happy with that trade. You still managed to relieve some of that pressure in the mid lane, get a little bit of extra gold onto the Silas and the Maokai. Both are fine with gold, by the way. But instead, they do decide to go back in. They do hand over another freebie, and both those kills once again going to Mao. And we saw how well they could carry the game on that Nocturne. I think that Diana is an even better champion to try and solo carry on from the jungle. Scales exceedingly well and doesn't really have that same fall-off point.
Yeah, I mean, she kind of does become super binary in the late game, similar to Nocturne, similar to like a lot of these carry junglers where you're like super binary once the late game comes, where it's kind of expected what you're doing. She doesn't get a lot of survivability. This isn't like the tank Diana that we used to see of old, where you would go like Sunfire Jack shows on her after building like 1 damage item. This is just going to be full burst Diana. They're going to get the Zonias to keep themselves alive and then try to dance around the team fights. But like, you just go in, get your ultimate on 3 people, and they're basically wiped off the map. So I'm really curious to see how Mao ends up playing this game out on the champion with the lead that he has accrued for himself. But I mean, it's starting to look a little rough here in this early game for the side of SG Proton. Like, they drafted this Misfortune with their first pick, and there's no pressure coming out just because Grimdefire and Fox Stepbro have been running this bot lane. And we see Mao even invading here on to Sweevil, and the pressure is there for the side of Monkey King first. Feathers and Mao are in trouble in the river. The ultimate comes out of Sweevil. They're looking to go onto Mao to burst him 100 to 0. Moonfall stolen away and used by Alpha, able to quickly pick up Mao. The shutdown over. ECA flies up river, hits onto Sweevil. Sweevil gonna get flicked back, and now the big ultimate comes out of Wheeze. Wheeze getting a lot of damage around this team fight. Feathers pulls back in Sweevil to get the fear beyond death, and they're able to go 1-for-1. Now Feathers actually could be in a lot of trouble, gets knocked up from the Q charge from Fembach. They're going back in on Feathers. Feathers is going to fall down to Alf, and now Wheeze is going to have to run for the hills. Wheeze is actually trying to trade back on to Fembach, but he gets knocked up, pulls Fembach back in. He's looking for the Haymaker, not going to be popping it just yet, trying to get that fully charged up. They're actually piloting this very well, but Fox Stepbro is here. Wheeze finally uses the Haymaker, and he ends up going down in the end of that. Fembach and now Alfred, they're going to try to scrap up here with Fox Stepbro. Fox Stepbro in that Demonic Ascension is actually bringing them down pretty effectively. The E2 hits on Alf, gets that kill, but now Mao is back on this map. He's trying to get in range. He uses the Lunar Rush, his own Moonfall as well. He's trying to kite this one out. They're trying to get away from this one, but he's able to actually pick up onto Fenbach, but now they're actually turning back in onto Mao. Mao actually ends up going down to Fenbach in the zombie form. That is 3 kills on to this Scion.
Yeah, and I mean, such a good team fight. Mao even goes down in it twice, unfortunately, for the side of Monkey Zinc. And I gotta say, they piloted that incredibly well. Sweevil and Alf and Fenbach, the three of them just kind of pulling them back and forth, preventing them from getting full value out of their damage. And we were talking about this earlier, not going Conqueror on Fox Stepbro. I think with Conqueror, the Swain wins there. But because it is that electrocute, it gets a little bit of burst damage, but Alf able to heal that away. And then after that, just no advantage left.
Yeah, now they're going back onto Wheeze. Wheeze is actually rooted up, and the damage is coming down. He actually uses the Haymaker to try to keep himself alive for longer. A nice bubble there by Draconical, and Alpha's on a killing spree, able to pick that one up for himself. Dragon is on the Rift, and it looks like actually Proton are favoring their chances in this one. Mao actually has no ultimate. It is a rather long cooldown on that Moonfall in the early levels. So it should be Dragon number 2 going over to the side of Proton, but they're actually looking to set up first. We see Feathers walking down in the river. They do not want to give this over on the side of Monkey King. Alf able to use that hijack to get that Demonic Ascension, which is going to be a clutch ultimate if a team fight does break out, but nothing is going to come. Dragon over to SG Proton.
Yeah, and this time around, they're going to behave. They're not just going to give back the lead. They're not going to give back that free dragon. So at the very least, it's good to see that SG Proton, they are learning from that game number 2. And this time around, they're playing for the objectives. They're getting set up. They're playing slow. And it's been working for them. I mean, Fenbach finally has been kind of unlocked. Last game was kind of left on an island, left to fend for themselves. And Mao was able to get a lot of value just ganking repeatedly onto this top laner. But this time around, they have the kills in the right places too. Alf, 3, 1, and 4 already has that Rod of Ages. The Silas is going to scale incredibly well. Eventually should be able to deal with the Silas as well. Or sorry, with the set. I don't know why I keep calling set Silas. But yeah, really solid place to be in for SG Proton.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw Mao is just counter jungling Sweevil whenever he gets the chance. A nice CS lead for himself in that jungle matchup, up 20 CS. Jungle CS is a little inflated, we all know that, but stealing away these camps is actually crucial. Like, he is almost to that fully upgraded smite at this point in the game because of that. But now the bot lane is looking to get some damage onto Grimdefire, but not really following up onto that one. I think Draconical actually does hit a nice bubble. Grimdefire could be in a lot of trouble, but not looking for it quite yet at this point.
Yeah, if they land one bubble into Tidal Wave, bullet time just going on over top of it, even if Fox Stepbro does end up interrupting it, it still takes a few hits or a few seconds. It's still going to land a few waves, and that will be more than enough to at least force out the barrier from the Sash. And again, it is PTA Misfortune. The amount of burst damage that Misfortune can deal with this build is extreme. Just that auto double up into auto combo is so powerful for the burst. And especially with that Nami buff as well, it's just going to make that even scarier. So the kill opportunity is definitely there, but same can be said for the other side as well. Because if Fox Stepbro is able to land just one hook. That's all that's needed as well. If they landed onto Draconical has no HP. We'll just go down immediately. We'll be forced to flash. Just something will have to happen to be able to get away.
Yeah, and we see Rift Herald has now hit the Rift. The Void Grubs went over to the side of Monkeys Inc., so I think we will eventually get a fight up here for this Rift Herald. It just depends on when teams want to be going for it. A nice buffer there by Feathers to not get knocked up and take a lot of damage on the backside, but Fenbach doing another good job at CSing up here in this top lane. As we see now, the Rift Herald going to be started up by SG Proton. Apologize for that little burp there.
Yeah, but they are going to be sending 2 to the bot side instead, but Bullet Time is going to be able to immediately clear that wave. And I really like that call from Lucky Kirby. Clearly, Kirby's not going to be fighting anytime soon, and they're just trying to delay this first turret going down now. It's still going to be difficult. They did get the Herald over in the top side, and the wave clear isn't quite as good on the Misfortune without the Bullet Time. And with the Grubs as well, it's going to be more than enough. So that will be first turret and the feats going the way of Monkeys Inc.
Yeah, I assumed that was the feats. I think I was like, did they get the first 3 kills? And then I remember they did because of the play in the mid lane where they ended up getting 2 kills. So it was actually the jungle scrap where they were able to pick up the 3rd kill. But now we see Fenbach is actually in a little bit of trouble here as Mao is here. A nice use of the E by Feathers to get him pulled back in, but Feathers is actually taking a lot of damage in the backside. Crescent is used by the side of Mao. Fenbach is actually doing a lot of damage. TP is now being used by Wheeze. Fenbach is going to flash away. He has not used that ult because Mao gets in range, but now Alpha and Sweeble are here. Fenbach in the zombie form is actually doing so much damage to Feathers. He ends up falling down. Wheeze using the ultimate, and then the Moonfall by both the Alpha one and the Diana one, but the Diana one is stronger, and Wheeze picks up a double kill there, and it is a 1 top lane scrap 3v3 style for the side of Monkeys Inc.
Yeah, the real difference maker was where those TPs came to. Because Alf did not have a minion to TP onto, had a TP onto a ward in that tri-brush, was really far away from where that fight was going on. Meanwhile, Wheeze was able to be in that fight immediately. They were able to get that pick off onto Fenbach much earlier on. And after that, yes, the Moonfall landed onto 3. They got a lot of damage overall onto everyone. And with Fenbach gone and out of the picture, they were able to just continue pushing forward and eventually got all 3. So huge play for Monkeys Inc. once again.
Yeah, in this Diana now on 2 items with that Leandri's Torment and the... Oh my god, I'm forgetting item names, man. I build the same 3 items every game. Welcome to being a support. That is Riftmaker. Got there in the long run. Gonna have a lot of sustain in these team fights. Also getting the shield from the Pale Cascade as well is super helpful. But now Chronicle has to be careful because Feathers is there. Feathers still has the ultimate. Enchanted Crystal Arrow is on cooldown right now. Alpha is looking for a flank, has Hijack trying to find Fox Stepbro to be able to steal that ultimate away for this team fight, but it looks like SG Proton just saying, hey, we don't need the dragon, let's give it up. We have Rift Herald, we can just pop in mid lane. Av now steals away the ultimate, and they're going for the team fight. Fox Stepper is actually focusing so much damage. Bullet time over top. Alpha's in the backline with the Demonic Ascension looking for Mao and Feathers, but a huge ultimate by Wheeze. And Chance Crystal Arrow is missed. They're trying to turn their focus on Wheeze. Wheeze is looking to get the kill onto Lucky, but he's CC'd up. Haymaker hits it, does not get the kill. Wheeze are going to end up falling down, and that is a 1 team fight. Lost Dragon for the side of SG Proton with the Rift Herald to get the charge. They're going to try to take it up the mid lane, but it is cleared away by Grim the Fire, and that is SG Proton finally breaking open the map and starting to get some kills and gold back in their favor.
Yeah, and every single game we've had so far today gets closer and closer. We're almost at 20 minutes. 300 gold difference between these two teams. 2-1 in terms of dragons. The only really big difference right now is that Monkeys Inc. does have the feats. That's kind of the only major advantage they have. But everywhere else, I mean, we're seeing the amount of burst damage they can get onto Fox Stepro. This Swain definitely going to be struggling. And still doesn't have a completed item. We're almost at 20 minutes. And if you're not able to get ahead early, especially on this Electrocute Swain, it is so hard to find somewhere to be useful in the series.
Yeah, and I mean, he got hit by that Unstoppable Onslaught and then quickly CC'd up by the Twisted Advance from Sweeble, so they're just able to 100-0. Alf doing a really good job in zoning both Mao and Feathers, and then getting back to the team to help peel for Lucky away from Wheeze on this set, who was putting out a lot of damage there, but too much CC from a 4-man unit that SG Proton does have. A nice use of the E to pull Fenbach back so he doesn't get knocked up by that full charge Decimating Smash, and actually losing the trade against the side at this point in the game.
Yeah, and that's just the nature of Sion. I mean, Fenwak is 424, 162 CS. This Sion's in a very, very good position. Already has the Sunfire, has the plated steel caps, which work well into 3 of the members of Monkeys Inc. The only one that it doesn't really affect is going to be this Diana, and that is the one positive for Monkeys Inc. The one player it doesn't work on also happens to be the strongest on the map for them. But this sounds going to become immovable. And because all 3 kind of core champions, you have the Urgot, you have the Set, you have the Ashe, none of them are going to be able to match Sion as the game gets later on. And none of them are really good at quick clearing waves. So this Sion, the later it goes, it's going to become a very, very large threat in the split push.
I heard you slipping into your Heroes of the Storm casted there.
That was Dota. I don't even know where that came from.
Going to Dota, calling them heroes. But nonetheless, like you said, it's going to be really hard for anybody to actually match Fenbach on the side lane. He goes, what 2 side laners am I facing this game? I'm going to face a Set. I'm going to face an Urgot. I'm just going to build full armor and not really care about this Diana. He built a little bit of magic resist with getting his second complete item. He had the Aegis in the inventory, now has the Unending Despair, so a little bit of MR, but if Mao isn't there for a side lane play, he's just not going to care. And look at the gold lead he has up in that top
2K.
lane. Almost 2k gold. I mean, Mao has a 1000 gold lead in the jungle. There's almost, it's like a 500 CS lead in the bot lane. It is really Fenbach who is like the biggest gold lead in this game. Everybody else is pretty much dead even.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm really getting worked over by what you said earlier. Fenbach definitely looking like one of the strongest top laners in BOL. I mean, we saw Feathers so many times just solo carry for Monkeys Inc. And that's not to say that the rest of the team did poorly, but it's just Feathers was consistently dominating in that top side. But now it could be a team fight opening up here, but both sides seem to be hesitant to really full engage.
Yeah, Mao is going in on the Fenbach, and now here comes the ultimate out of Sweeper. They're just going to pick off Fox Sepro. He flashes away, but he's still caught up, and he's going to fall down. Alpha is able to steal away that ultimate beforehand. Gendercross Era hits on to Draconical, but it does not matter because Sweeble and Alpha are still looking for this one. They're looking to get on the Weeds, looking to get on Mao. Mao flashed away, but gets hit by the Unscobbed Duck. The bullet time is raining over, but it does not get a lot of damage. A bubble hit by Draconical doesn't really do much. It is just the Otacon now the focus for the side of SG Proton after picking off the enemy support.
Yeah, and they will be able to secure this for themselves, though it is going to reset a little bit. And actually reset quite a bit. That's 3k health. That's going to cost them a little bit of time, and that means that Feathers will have more time on that tier 2 turret in the bot lane. But you're still willing to trade that for sure. That's going to be permanent damage. And I was saying earlier, we had the feats. That's kind of the one advantage we can truly give Monkeys Inc. But now they have the Otacon buff on SG Pro, so it's going to be even less of an advantage going to either of these 2 teams. I mean, 1k gold lead in favor of Monkeys Inc. That's not nothing, but it is quite close to nothing at this stage of the game. But if they're able to secure this dragon, and with this timing, they should be able to, that could be their new win condition.
I mean, yeah, it's going to be the 3rd dragon here for Monkeys Inc. They are getting close to that mountain soul, which will be helpful for the comp that they have, because there's no real pure tank, but they all kind of build resistances in their own way, so it can be helpful. I mean, the ones who aren't are going to be this Ashe and the Swain, so they will be able to get the bonus just from the mountain dragon stacking, but I mean, the side lane pressure that Feathers is creating is going to have to be dealt with sooner or later, because Fenbach was up there for that play. He's able to get the turret for free, but overall, Fenbach is just going to be able to answer whoever is in the side lane at this point in the game without really any deterrence from them in like a 1v1 situation.
Yeah, Fenbach can basically do whatever they want at this point. It is a completely free lane, completely free area. They will definitely need 2, maybe even 3 players to reliably get a kill on them. And if they do, it'll still take them a long time, even if they bring their main DPSs. If they bring Mao, Wheeze, and Grim Defier, it'll still take them a very long time to take down the Sion. And that will open up other map pressure opportunities for SG Proton. And we're starting to see a little bit of it coming out right now, because Feathers is still matching onto Fenbach. But obviously it's getting pushed back. That turret is still taking a little bit of damage. And if they want to actually do anything about this on, they have to send more. So the longer that they're not able to get anything done with their 4 core over on the top side, the more value they're going to be getting from the Sion.
Yeah, they're looking for a play on Louise. Now, the Abscond Duck does not hit onto it. Now, Fenbach is going to do a lot of damage to Feathers as he goes to face check this book and take nothing in return. That's just a quarter of Feathers' HP bar, and Fenbach took 0 damage. This is really hard for Feathers in this 1v1 situation to actually provide any pressure for his team, while the rest of SG Proton could just be safe. But now that Mouse here, this actually could be a different situation. He hits the E onto him. They're going to go for a lot of damage. Unstoppable Onslaught is actually stopped and blocked there, but Fenbach's actually trading back rather effectively. They're trying to get the damage. The Moonfall actually does miss onto Fenbach. Fenbach actually gets flashed away, and he's trying to still kite this one out, but the Fear Beyond Death has been used, and they're not going to be able to get the pullback in, but they're able to still get this kill. Now Feather's going to have to try to run away and able to escape with his life.
Yeah, but they get Baron. That's exactly what I'm saying. If you send 2 to 3, you're going to lose on the other side of the map. Those are 2 of their strongest DPSs right now. Mao alone is the strongest DPS on the side of Monkey Zing, but it takes forever to take down Fenbach, and Fenbach didn't even really care. We're just kind of sitting there tanking the damage. Still almost took down Feathers, mind you. It doesn't get better. That's the thing. There's really no one on their team that's going to eventually scale up to be able to take down the Scion, because Scion has infinite HP scaling in this game. Scion is going to be scaling just as hard as their damage. So that part's not going to get better. Maybe with Mountain Soul, they can get something else done with the other champions, but it's not going to help them into the Scion.
Yeah, and now with this Baron buff in SG Proton's hands, they're going to have to use it effectively, because they did lose a big pressure point on the map with Fenbach falling for a little bit. They're going to have to start breaking some of these turrets. Like, only one turret has gone in their favor in this game, and that is the mid lane tier 1 because of the Rift Herald. They're going to have to start breaking these other tier 1 turrets and start sieging onto these inner turrets to have an effective use of this. Otherwise, you just took it to keep it away from Monkey's Inc., and hopefully you can use it to get the pressure to be able to set up for this dragon to stop the Mountain Soul. But it's really curious what they do with where they put Fenbach and where they put Alf in these side lanes, both of them having TP.
Yeah, and right now there is a lot of standing gold available for SG Proton as well. They only have 1 turret. It's just that mid-tier 1. Both the outers in the bottom and top lane are still available. They could start going for tier 2s, but it seems like they're still a bit hesitant to group together and just try and push one of these down. Now, I do think they are able to, but at the same time, this split push strat is kind of working out for them right now, and Moonfall deals more damage based on how many people are there. Set is going to be able to deal a lot of damage if they're able to pull the Scion into the rest of SG Proton. So it kind of makes sense why they're playing a bit more hesitant, a bit slower, but I would still like to see a bit more pressure coming out from them.
Yeah, I mean, they're just really using this Baron to set up for Dragon, which basically is free if you just have the mid lane push. Like, you could be bot lane right now, pushing the tier 1 turret instead of just being super set up for this dragon, but they're actually looking for the engage. Sweeble gets a multi-man ultimate, and then the ultimate is also used for Fenbach. Fenbach is actually pulled back into the team. Wee's getting a lot of damage onto both Chronicle and Kirby. Kirby has flash away, but Mao is in the back line doing so much damage. Kirby is going to fall down, and now Fenbach is in trouble. Sweeble isn't even in this fight anymore. Alpha's taking a lot of damage. He's going to get rooted back up and pulled back in, and he's going to end up falling down in the backside, and that is the side of Monkeys Inc. winning this team fight, and probably also securing themselves a Mountain Soul.
Yeah, they did not need to engage there, and definitely not engage the way they did. They just kind of gave so much space for Monkeys Inc. to kind of do what they pleased in that fight. Weez could pick the biggest tank, had a few options. I mean, at this point, Alpha and Sweeble have a lot of HP as well. So if you're able to throw them into the backline, just deals so much damage. And from there, Lucky Kirby forced to just flash out Draconical again on that Enchanter without really any hyper carry to enchant. Makes it a lot less damage overall, and that is definitely what they're lacking right now on the side of SG Proton. They can live for a long time, but they're not going to take anyone with them.
Yeah, like, I just don't like that play out of SG Proton. You have the Baron buff. You have TP on both your solo laners. You put one of them top to break that turret. You had the bot wave in your favor that you could have just gone to and taken that turret. Honestly, you probably could have just given over Mountain Soul and just started breaking open this map, but they choose to coin flip a team fight. And like you said, it was a poor engage. They gave way too much space to the side of Monkeys Inc., and that is what their team comp kind of wants. They kind of want these segmented fights within the team fight. Like, You saw Mao taking like a 1v2 in the backside, doing so much damage. You saw Wheeze in like a 1v1, just creating space. Feathers is also creating a lot of space by himself, just taking these isolated 1v1s within a complex 5v5 team fight. And that is where the Monkeys Inc. comp really thrives. And SG Proton just kind of gave it to them for free.
Yeah, and it's going to get a lot harder for them to take those straight 5v5s. Now, I think they can win in the split push. Alpha is really strong right now. Fenbach, we've already spoken enough about that. If they just do the 1-3-1, I think they could be in a really solid spot. They have a decent amount of wave clear, as long as Baron buff isn't available on any of these teams. And with that, they can definitely win on the top side, on the bot side. I think Alpha also wins into most of these matchups at this point. Has already scaled as well, has that Rift Maker, has that fully completed ROA, has that Zhonya's. Still has tier 1 boots though, interestingly enough.
Yeah, I was about to mention he's just sitting on brown bags, man. I don't know if that's the right play at this point, but now we see Monkeys Inc. is starting to do what SG Proton should be doing and looking to siege down a tier 2 turret in the top lane as Fenbach is in the bot lane responding to Wheeze, but Monkeys Inc. just not going to force it and back away from the area completely and get their resets off. I mean, this is starting to look rougher for SG Proton just because of the point where they let Monkeys Inc. get to in this game, basically undeterred and like no real threat coming out from a side lane push or like any pressure whatsoever. They've just kind of been A-ramming for most of this game.
Yeah, it's really important to be able to take down those outer turrets, because even if you are just doing that split push, you're okay giving a tier 1 if you're trading it for a tier 2, right? That's kind of basic logic. Everyone knows that. And that's what the position that Monkeys Inc. is in. If they play slowly, they can get a little bit of chip damage further on into the side of SG Proton, then SG Proton can get through the side of Monkeys Inc. And now they're also doing ping pong waves where they're just kind of throwing them back and forth. But where the wave crashes is always going to be on the side of SG Proton. So because of that,
ECA hits onto Draconical, and Draconical is just going to get 100-0 with no response. Grimdifier, the sharpshooter, picks off the enemy support, and that should be Baron set up and basically secured by the side of Monkeys Inc. for free. But we see SG Proton on the map looking to respond to this one. Alpha's trying to find a key ultimate for this team fight to steal away. He's got vision on Fox Stepro. He steals it away. The Unstoppable Onslaught is being used. It is hit onto Wheeze, and the bullet time is raining over top. Alpha hasn't popped the Demonic Ascension yet. He finally pops, but taking a whole lot of damage in the meantime. Fenbach is brought back into the team, but Lucky already got 1 kill onto Mao. Alpha is in the zone. He's trying to heal up the best he can, but he's going to end up falling down in the backside. Sweeble is trying to create space. Feathers falls down, but Wheeze, Grim, and Fox are all still alive, and they are going to clean up in this team fight. Never mind, the Baron is still aggro. Grimfire taking a lot of damage. Wheeze taking a lot of damage. Fenbach is still looking to fight this one with the assistance of the Baron, and the never mind, Wheeze is going to end up falling down, and the Demonic Ascension is still on for Fox Stepper. Grimfire going to get the recall off. Fenbach could look to turn this one back around now that the Demonic Ascension has fallen, and he is looking to do just that, getting a lot of damage. Fox Stepper goes, I don't win this fight, and put down the sad kitty emote. Fenbach is just going to beat on the enemy support and get the kill with a little bit Draconical.
Secured.
Draconical.
Secured.
Draconical. Come on, man. That was Fenbach's kill, man. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it might not be the worst to get the gold on a Draconical instead, because clearly Fenbach doesn't need any more. Just walking through 1v3, 1v2, I guess, if you count Baron really helping out the side of SG Proton there. But I'm actually surprised. I really like the confidence to take that 4v5. They got a lot of value there just immediately. Alf buying so much time between the health from the Demonic Ascension, healing up during that Zhonya's. They were still able to take down Alf, but that's a lot of extra cooldowns that Alf just kind of absorbed later on. It let Kirby auto longer. It let Fenbach do what Fenbach's been doing all game anyway. And it's just good value play in that fight. And they were able to prevent the Baron, and now Elder is going to be spawning soon. And they do lack damage in these fights, as we saw. Even with them winning that fight, it took them a very long time. Elder changes that entirely. So if they're able to secure it for themselves, that's when they can really start threatening.
Also, like, Alf took way more damage and burst than I expected. Never mind, they look for the engage now. Sweeble is trying to get caught get a pick for himself, but he's kind of caught out. Enchanted Crystal is hit onto him. He's taking a whole lot of damage. Fox Sepro is in the demonic extension, and the ensemble onslaught hits onto 2 of the full channel of the bullet time. He's able to pick up Fox Sepro, but a huge showstopper into the backline, and Weeze in the backline trying to do a Crimson Fire. Is also fighting in the front line. Alf is in Zonias. Mao is also still alive. Lucky is trying to kite this one out. Enchanted Crystal from Alf hits onto Weeze. Weeze falls down. Mao and Crimson Fire trying to fight this one out. Flash away from the Diana, but he's gonna try to kite this one away. Fenbach just in the front line saying, I don't really care at this point, but he is actually taking a whole lot of damage. A nice bubble from Jaconical keeps his top laner alive, but Fenbach actually sits there to full channel the Q, and he's going to end up falling down actually in the backside. A nice dodge of the bubble from now Fenbach. You got to run away when you support saves your life.
I mean, to be completely honest, I think Kirby could have gone back in there. Was playing just a little bit too passive in my opinion. Now, obviously Mao can just jump onto this MF, but if they were paying attention, that E was already used. That Lunar Rush was already used without that reset onto Fernback. So if Lucky Kirby was kind of spacing around the outside instead of full outing, could have come back in, gotten that triple auto combo I was talking about earlier. And with those 3 items that they have, that's first of all a ton of damage that's going to be dealt to Mao, and more importantly, that's going to be around 600 to 700 bonus health for the MF. So if you have that extra health, all of a sudden you're not worried anymore. Now you're just able to stand there and fight, and unfortunately Fernback going to be the one to kind of take the damage for that.
Yeah, and now a big thing is this Baron is still on the map. Elder Dragon in hand for Monkeys Inc. I'm surprised they're just not ripping this Baron. They just win the team fight because of the Elder Dragon, and they could just then use both major buffs to just kind of end this game, but just playing it rather safe at this point. Fenbach is in the bot lane. He has TP, just matching Feathers, who has one of their own. And Monkeys Inc. looking a little trepidatious here before they end up starting this Baron up, which they are finally drawing aggro onto. But now that gave SU Proton time to set up, we see Feathers running up in the mini-map. Sweeble using the ultimate to try to create some space. Weeze is looking for a way to get in now. Is already onto Sweeble, and he hits a 2-man onto Lucky. Lucky's going to end up falling on the backside. He's caught up in the Fear Beyond Death, and that is also going to stun up Sweeble. Sweeble is going to end up falling on the backside to Weeze and Feathers, but now Fenbach is in the fight. He's looking to get onto Grim the Fire. Grim the Fire taking a lot of damage. Al has the demonic extension. He's also in to help his top laner. He picks up the kill onto the Ash. He goes into the zone. He's to try to heal up as best he can, but he's going to end up falling on the backside. Now Fenbach is out and caught in hell in high water, going to end up falling down. That is why I said you just start the Baron. You have the Elder buff. You just win the fight for free.
Yeah, and the Elder buff is really strong, and it looks like at the very least they're thinking of 2 inhibs, but with these death timers, we're already 37 minutes into the game. They're quite long. They don't really have a wave in the mid lane. They're not going towards the bot lane. I don't know if they're going to be able to end here. It doesn't look like it, but that's still going to be a very big advantage for them, and they can always go back to the Baron. But the way they're positioning, it looks like they do want to try and end here.
I think they have the potential to end here, but they're actually going to just back off, go to mid lane, take down that inhibitor turret, probably take the inhibitor as well, as Lucky is just now respawning. Sweeble is back on the map now. There's no TP out of Fenbach, and they should just be able to, like you said, to fall back to Baron and secure that for themselves.
Yeah, but that's still going to be 2 inhibs worth of pressure at all times, and any kind of advantage they could have had from the split push is going to be fully negated because of that. They're not going to be able to have the DPS from Fernback or from Alf to really clear away these super minions that quickly. Maybe they can still try playing on the opposite side, but again, it's just always going to be difficult. And yeah, it's just looking bad to worse. But as you Proton have shown, if they do get a good engage, if they do get a solid start to the fight, they can absolutely still clean up Monkeys Inc. It's just that losing these 2 inhibs, it's going to make it a lot harder. And more importantly, if they do end up winning one of those fights, it means they're going to be able to get less of an advantage of it as a result.
Yeah, a big thing now is there is no Elder on the side of Monkeys Inc., but the
good luck,
person
Fern.
in trouble is Fenbach. Send your salutes in chat as he is going to end up going down. He actually used the Unstoppable Onslaught to try to get away to create some space closer to his team. He is rather tanky, but it doesn't matter when you are fighting 5 different champions. Fox Stepper wasn't even there. He 4v1. He ends up falling down. Now that is guaranteed Baron for the side of Monkeys Inc., which they will use to look to end game number 3 here as it is started up. You see on the minimap, Sweeble and Lucky are just trying to create as much pressure in the mid lane as possible. Finally, going to get their second turret of the game. And it's still looking rather rough. There is a bot lane wave there for the side of Monkeys Inc. Draconical is going to try to stall it and clear it the best he can, but it's looking like the beginning of the end here of this game number 3 we have.
Yeah, they're definitely going to want to start a fight pretty soon on the side of SG Proton, because with all these Baron waves pushing in, it's going to be very difficult for them to try and clear them out. But Fernbach should be up in time to defend this third and last inhibitor, so they do have an angle from which they can play. But this play needs to happen soon, and it needs to happen fast. The Super Minis are already pushing through the bot lane. They're already pushing through the mid lane. They're on a timer, and Fernbach has respawned, so now would be the time to go.
Yeah, Fenbach is here. He's out of base. He has the ultimate once again if they want to look for it. Alf can look to steal a crucial ultimate here. I mean, the Demonic Ascension hasn't been doing as much work as I expect out of a Silas. I feel like at this point you kind of just want to grab the Diana ult for the burst damage onto the backline members, possibly, or maybe even the Unstoppable. He's going to grab the Demonic Ascension again, but this turret is already under siege. Feathers is pushing in the mid lane, has to be responded to by Fenbach. This inhibitor turret is going to go down. Feathers going to now go Baron up the super wave in the bottom lane. The play has to come. This is now or never for the side of SG Proton, as a second super wave is in their base. They're trying to save these. They're going to fight under these Nexus turrets with their dying breath. They're starting to look. Sweeble uses the ultimate. They're trying to get the fight going in their favor. Mao is in the back line. They're turning onto Mao. Mao is actually getting CC down. He's getting focused down. He's getting bursted down. And he's going to end up falling. The bull time is over top of multiple people. Alpha's in the zone. He's in the back line creating space. Feathers gets the kill onto Sweeble. But Sweeble is not going to live long enough. Wheeze is actually going to live in the bot lane. Wheeze gets the double kill, and it does not matter. He actually falls to the third shot. Feathers, it does live through the whole thing. Fenbach can't say the same, and that is going to be game number 3 over to Monkeys Inc.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know if you saw that on the bottom side of your screen, but Lucky Kirby lost 95% of HP from one haymaker from Wheeze that just one auto, and that's all that was needed. I mean, this was an incredibly long back and forth game. Both teams could have definitely ended up winning this, but in the end, Monkeys Inc., they managed to get that little bit extra for themselves. That Mountain Soul, I think that's really the turning point for the game. Before then, it was really back and forth. Neither side really having a clear-cut advantage. Maybe a couple more structures in favor of Monkeys Inc., but once they got the Mountain Soul, they weren't able to take down Grim to Fire fast enough. Fox Stepbro got a few items and desperately needed those items, was definitely getting picked off a lot in the early game. And after that, there was just not enough damage on the side of SG Proton.
Yeah, they are going to have to change up draft here for game number 4. They are on series point to lose this one and end their playoff hope, while Monkeys Inc. will look to win game number 4 to be able to secure that way into semifinals. We're going to head to a short break as teams get ready for game number 4 draft. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. And we are back for game number 4 between SG Proton and Monkeys Inc. SG Proton electing to stay on the blue side. And remember, with this being a BO5 fearless and us being in game number 4, teams are only getting the first 3 phase bans. So really interesting to see how draft shake up in this game now. And SG Proton looking to keep bans more of the same, as is Monkeys Inc.
Yeah, I mean, so far, no change. The first 3 bans are going to be identical, but, or at least I presume the first 4 were. And I believe other than that, they did ban the Caitlyn as well. But it's going to be interesting to see what else is left in the pool here. I mean, out of the marksmen that we've been talking a lot about, Tristana, I think, is a very powerful one that hasn't been picked yet. Zaya has been getting a decent amount of attention as well. But it is going to be that Caitlyn ban. Yeah, there it is, locked in now for SG Proton. But I think there's a lot of pressure on SG Proton right now. Monkeys Inc., they're on match point. They have looked like the cleaner team this time around, and the consistency issues that SG Proton have had in the past, they're definitely coming to bite them now.
Yeah, and a small quick update on all our other playoff series. In the Conduit Civil War, the series score is 1-1. TPL Redemption is up 2-1 over Monkeys Construction, and Monkeys Knights is up 2-0 in game number 3 currently against Dorado Lambda. But zeroing back on this draft, the Jarvan, which I believe was banned last game, is going to be the first pick here on the side of SG Proton.
Yeah, Jarvan's a really solid pick. I'm surprised that out of everything, that's what they let through, but Lucian's available, Milio's available, and not that many strong counters really remain. So I think they should just be a pretty quick lock-in. I hope they do take the Milio here, because I think Lucian's pretty weak without Milio or Nami kind of pairing up with it. Janna can do it to some extent. There is the Terra combo as well, but unlikely they'd be taking that in the first 2. And yeah, it looks like they're just going to go for the Volley Bear. A pretty good answer to J4, can get out of that Cataclysm, can trade evenly, but does have a little bit more difficulty getting that gank setup, but still going to be a pretty solid, strong pick.
Yeah, another pairing that goes well with Lucian that isn't available anymore is the Braum. There are some other champions that do work with Lucian that aren't just Milio. You compare it with the Sona. Sona actually does apply his passive better than Nami does, and it's like not a champion a lot of people play. You can also go Lucian Yumi, which is another lane that procs his passive like stuff very well, but not many people are going that one. I would like to see possibly the Sivir to answer this on the side of SG Proton. Like, Sivir did get buffed. Yes, you kind of lose out in lane 2v2 power, but you just clear waves and you don't really care about it. But looks like they're just going to go with the Zaya here. And because this is the Fearless, there's no ban of the Rakan that can go in. So if, like, Monkeys doesn't want that to be the thing, they got to pick the Rakan here, which I don't think is something they're going to be doing. I'm really curious to see how these 2 drafts continue to go out. I think they're both interesting. We're getting to the interesting part of Fearless, where it's like, how well do these comps synergize at this point in the game? And looking rather not synergistic for the most part in these drafts we got so far.
Well, I mean, on the side of Monkeys Inc., that's par for the course. So maybe they do have a little bit of an advantage in those best of 5s for that reason. But I do like the Mel pick. I wonder if that's going to be mid lane or support. I assume both of the players could play it, considering they really like those mage supports. But you were talking about the Sivir just kind of being able to shove the lane and scale into the late game. Zaya can perform a pretty similar thing. Has a lot of clear with those feathers, can just play safe. Won't be able to farm quite as well as the Sivir, at least not early on. But once a couple levels come in, once a couple items come in, should be pretty fine. And when I say items, I mean just a couple components. It doesn't need that much to really be able to get into the rest of this game. But gonna be interesting to see what the rest of these picks are gonna end up looking like, because I am curious about the support. Rakan is an option. I'm not sure if they do play it. It is a very difficult champion to be able to have max efficiency on, to be super effective on as well. But I think any kind of tank would be good in the support role there. With Hui, with Zaya, you kind of do want that little bit of extra peel. J4 can peel to some extent, but Cataclysm doesn't quite work as well as some hard CC. Flag and drag is pretty short, but we'll have to see. I mean, there's a lot of options still available, but Gonna be interesting to see how far down the comfort pool we do end up going for both of these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really sure what like I expect both of these teams to round out these comps with. I think Zaya is gonna have a little bit of trouble in this game, being that she is a shorter range 80 carry, and you're going up against like Mel Volibear. Like Volibear can just jump on you, yeah, you have your ult kite out, but like Mel outranges you so significantly that it can be really difficult for Lucky to be stepping up on this Zaya in this game. And also Lucian Zaya is an interesting like 1v1 80 carry duel where like it depends on how well this like Zaya can place feathers when she is fighting this Lucian, and how well Lucian is like actually using the kit with the dashes and everything to be able to position correctly to get the advantage in it. So like I mean, I'm really just like I keep saying, I'm just like really curious to see where these drafts end up going. Like you said, Monkey's Inc. is kind of used to playing in like these chaotic, how does this draft actually work together kind of situations. So they do have that benefit for them in like these game 4-5 situations, and it's just going to be that Morgana support for Fox Stepper. It's one of his better supports, so not really surprised to see them choosing to pick this one here.
I'm wondering what this Morgana really gives them, though. I'm guessing at this point they're just picking whatever they feel comfortable on instead of trying to worry too much about composition. Because Lucian can definitely burst anyone caught in that dark binding. It has a ton of damage available, a lot of burst damage as well. But not going to be able to get max value out of it. And ooh, if they do go the Milio, nope, they're going to swap over to the Mordekaiser. But I was going to say that Milio would be able to kind of cleanse away the dark binding and essentially make this Morgana pretty useless. But Mordekaiser's not a bad pick either. I am a little bit surprised that they are just going to lock that in first. Maybe they want to think a little bit more about the support. But blind Mordekaiser, I'm wondering if there's any really bad matchups that are still up that Mordekaiser doesn't like, but I would be surprised. And considering how the matchups have been going regardless of who's picking what, I do think SG Proton will still win in the top side, but they do end up logging the Milio anyway. And yeah, I think that's a solid pick. They don't have a lot of CC on the side of Monkey's Inc., which just makes that ultimate cleanse so much more valuable.
I think Feathers is probably going to go for Alawi at this point in the series with this pick.
Oh, it is open.
Yeah, I mean, he's played into Mordekaiser a lot as this champion. He also is pretty good at timing the ultimate to get that small frame of invulnerability.
Yorick?
Oh, it's just a Yorick. Okay, this is an interesting pick. So Mordekaiser has been seen on the LTA stage as a counter pick into the Yorick, not the other way around, because let's say Yorick has the maiden out, he has 4 ghouls. You ult the Yorick, the maiden gets to go with, the ghouls don't, so that's a lot of damage that is actually mitigated in that like isolated 1v1 situation. I'm really curious to see how both these top laners know how this matchup actually does work.
Yeah, gonna be really interesting to see. But I think, yeah, I'm still really looking at both these two teams, and neither side really has that good engage. They do have a little bit better on the side of SG Proton with the flag and drag into Cataclysm, but even then, that's not ideal. So, I'm just looking at these two compositions, trying to find a way for this to really make sense as an overall composition, but I think we're at the stage of Fearless where you're basically just playing solo queue. You're just going to play whatever you feel most comfortable on, whatever you think you can carry on the best as an individual player, and both teams just kind of drafted like that.
Yeah, I still think SG Proton probably should have gone for the Rakan in this draft. That gives you another form of engage, and it's Zaya's best pairing for a reason. They came out at the same time for a reason. They were called the Lovers Duo for a reason. I mean, Milio ult is really only gonna cleanse a Dark Binding, a Volibear stun, or a Melroot, and like otherwise you're just using it for HP gain. So these are some interesting drafts we got here. Welcome to Full Fearless BO5, where you start getting really interesting drafts. I remember when it first debuted, like LPL Game 5 drafts, everybody was like, what are these comps? What is happening here? And I kind of feel the same way about these two comps we have on our screen right now, Toki.
Well, I mean, one thing I do want to mention, you say that there's not a lot of stuns for the Milio to cleanse, but in my opinion, that actually makes it even more valuable because they only have those tools to start a fight. And now even those tools aren't going to be as effective. They're not going to be as powerful going in. So that's kind of my thought process on this. Milio completely counters any form of aggressive engage from the side of Monkeys. So they really need to make sure they position well so that SG Proton are forced to start a fight into them?
I mean, it's going to be super interesting either way this game plays out. I'm really curious to see if SG Proton is able to make this comp work. Monkeys Inc. I mean, this is a classic Monkeys comp if I've ever seen one for this team. So I assume they know what they're doing on this one. I think I have more question marks on SG Proton. But with that, we're going to head to a short break here as we get ready for the spectator delay and the client draft to finish up. Do not go anywhere. We will be back in a couple of minutes.
Keep moving on. Keep moving on. And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
強く強く輝いて消えた流れ星ほら命が燃える何かに怯え走り続けたその虚しさのしじまに何を見て何を探してきた自分の声がただ響く幾千万の
And we are on the rift for game number 4 between SG Proton and Monkeys Inc. Monkeys Inc. looking to close out the series while SG Proton is looking to force a game number 5. But before we get into any of the action, another quick shout out to ProComps, our sponsor and a game changer app for the league community. This isn't just like the other tools. It's your personal draft coach, perfect for both teams and solo players. In fact, you can pair it with any other app you use. With ProComps, you'll receive real-time drafting advice with tailored champion picks and back-end recommendations. It stands out with the features such as the ability to generate champion pools in seconds that you can share with friends, a post-draft guide to attack the game. You can generate comps based on your preferences. Coaches and analysts can even create personalized tier lists. Think of it as having a virtual coach and strategy toolkit all in one. The app has already over 280,000 downloads and thousands of daily users like you. ProComps is user-friendly and totally free. It's a no-brainer to at least give it a go. Download ProComps now and you'll experience a whole new level of drafting power in your league games. Go to procomps.gg, download it from Overwolf, or click the link in our bio, and that is ProComps, the sponsor for Blue Otter League.
And with that being said, we are now into the game. Both sides were fishing a little bit. Neither one's really able to find anything to stick, but Weez at the very least managed to get a couple of tier stacks, so that's always a little bit of a victory for Monkeys, but it's not going to matter too much. But what's interesting to me here is both junglers are kind of starting on that top side, so both will be pathing down. It could be an early gank, and I think considering that it is going to be a Lucian lane, there's going to be a lot of volatility in this bot lane. If you're able to get this Lucian ahead, it's going to really increase the pace of the game. But at the same time, if you're able to get the Xayah ahead and keep Lucian down, it basically removes Lucian from the game, at least for a long while. And that's something I think both teams could definitely be interested in.
I think another interesting thing to look at is Weez actually started tier on the Mel and didn't go for a Doran's item, which you see a lot of the times on most champions. So definitely trying to get that one to stack up early. And I believe we talked about this off screen before, Toki, the last time we did Cast Morgana. But I'm curious if you remember. Do you know the name of her W ability?
Dark Matter?
See, I think a lot of people think it's Tormented Soil because she puts a little puddle on the ground. It's actually Tormented Shadow. It's I remember the first time I saw that, I was like, I feel like that's wrong. I feel like everybody just calls it pool or something like that. It's definitely something I never expected, but just a fun little thing to talk about in the early game is there's no real action except for Sweevil looking to get an invade or an early gank here in this game. He's got a ward on the blue/Gromp area. Was looking towards bot lane, but a good ward by the side of Monkeys Inc. is able to spot him out, so he's just going to retreat to his own jungle and farm up his camps.
Yeah, and you were talking about that, the Tormented Soil thing, the pool. And I gotta say, I even having that conversation, I completely forgot that ability name. It's always just going to be pool in my mind. It just doesn't need another name. It's the Dark Pool, it's the Tormented Soil, it's whatever you need it to be, except its actual name. But we're already seeing a pretty solid CS lead building up for Fenbach in the top side, as a bit of an engage happening in the bot side, just going to be a little bit of a trade. But Fenbach already 5 CS lead, has the wave pushing back into him. And it's just going to mean that this Mordekaiser is going to get so much stronger than this Yorick so much earlier. And once that Rylai's is up, unless they do decide to go Riftmaker instead, it's just going to be so difficult for Feathers to play.
Yeah, and I mean, just saw, a nice root on the bot lane from Lucky. They're getting a lot of damage on the Grim the Fire. Is going to have to dash away. The E is used there by Fox Stepper. Chronicle also took a lot of damage on the backside. But first blood picked up in the mid lane as we were looking bot lane. All right,
Now
let's go
let's-
back. Okay, so Alf is looking to help Sweet will get this jungle, but Mao and Weezer are there. He actually gets to deflect the fear, and the root is there, and the CC combo reigns true. A beautiful use of the broken ability that is the Mel Reflect there to use the fear against Alf.
Yeah, worked out well. That's going to be a solid first blood. Decent amount of poke as well here into Draconical. And just as another series update, Dorado did win game number 3. So they will be going to a game 4. Knights are still up 2-1. But Dorado isn't out quite yet. Maybe could do a reverse sweep. But back to the topic here. It's always good getting that early kill, especially when you don't go that Doran's item. The whole point of Doran's is it's very gold efficient. It gives you that early power. So if you're able to get the kill, if you're able to get an advantage without it, you are going to be further ahead just by the nature of it. It's going to be 450 more gold available for the core kit for Weez, but another good trade for Alf there. But if Gay Mao manages to come back in, maybe get another play onto Alf, could definitely spell disaster for SG Proton.
Yeah, I like the way that Alf played that little mid lane exchange. He popped the E to get the bonus damage on like auto attacks or abilities and the little bit of mana replenish. And Weez immediately popped the rebuttal, so Alf just waited until it was down and then got a nice trade with the crushing maw and also hitting the QQ ability to get the bonus damage. I really like that. Now Weez is actually in a little bit of trouble as Sweeble is here for a gank. Flag and Drag is out. Weez immediately flashes, but Mao is here for a re-gank. He's looking onto Alf. Alf that has flash. Mao flashes forward. Alf is going to have to flash away. Grab the fire and Fox Step, bro. What are you doing here?
Nobody suspects the ADC Arome. And it's for a good reason, because now Lucky Kirby is going to be able to get the priority in the bot lane. Grim Defier going to miss at least some of this wave, but even so, they were able to get a pretty successful gank in the mid lane. It didn't net them a kill, but they did get the priority, they did get the shove, and their reward for that is going to be this first dragon. And it is an Infernal Drake, so it will help a little bit with the damage, but ooh, I try not to look, but we're already at 24 CS lead in the top side for Fen.
Oh my god. I thought it was a 3 for a second, and then I realized it was a 5, and I was like, oh my gosh. Yeah, Fenbach. Like, okay, so game number 1 looked really good. Game 2, not as much. Got ganked a lot. Game 3, also got ganked a lot, but his CS advantages he gets in lane have been massive throughout all 4 of these games. He just has to play like he did in game number 1, not get punished on the side lanes when he is getting those advantages, not get ganked as often, and he will be able to be in a strong spot in this game. It really comes down to how much work can Feathers get done in a split push situation later. This game does go here to have actual value in Yorick, because when you think of Yorick Mori, he is not a team fighting champion. He is a split pusher through and through. So it really comes down to what Feathers can do when that time does come.
And it will be difficult for Feathers, because I think Fenbach, especially on this Mordekaiser, should never really be too worried about Feathers, especially now that that early gold has already come in. That's usually the scariest part for the Mordekaiser, but once you get the first couple items going in, you can really 1v1 anyone, especially if they're melee. Now, the Maiden may change things up a little bit, but again, Fenbach can just kind of ignore it. It's basically an ultimate that's not going to be usable during those big all-in. But instead, they're going to bring friends, and that's what Feathers has right now as the advantage.
Yeah, Mao's up here, already stunned up on the Fenbach. Fenbach does have use of the ultimate. He is going to try to pop it, but a nice black shield by Fox Stepro actually cancels the 1v1 scenario, and Mao picks up the kill using the Stormbringer to get another kill on the board for the side of Monkeys Inc. Fox Stepro has been just roaming this entire game.
Yeah, but now they're looking for the dive on a Grim Defier, and if they get this...
Draconical is taking the tower aggro. He is in the Cataclysm. He uses the dash. Flag and Drag is there as a response, and he flashes away, but I don't think you need to do that. I don't think you need to use the ultimate there either, Lucky, but the kill is still picked up regardless, and that is going to be more pressure built up by Lucky Kirby down in the spot lane. They're going to pick up a lot of plates here. They're going to lose out on the Void Grubs as well, but with Fenbach falling before that play, you weren't able to contest for them anyway, so just get as much gold in the bot lane as possible at this point. But a big thing is, that is 3 grubs for a split push champion in Yorick.
Yeah, but even so, they needed to bring 3 to really make that play work. I think if Fox Stepro wasn't there, I genuinely think Fenbach could have outplayed that. And now comes back with more items. And Feathers didn't get the kill, again got the assist, but even the assist gold was split 2 ways, so about 750 or 75 gold going the way of Feathers for that play, but did get 2 plates. And I think that's where that advantage is going to come in, but as we can see now in the gold lead, still behind. It's not a meaningful deficit yet. It's only about 100, 150 gold, and in fact has spent more of it. Until Fenvac recalls, we'll actually be a little bit behind in terms of gold value. But again, it's a super close game, 200 gold just separating these two teams. And TP from Alpha going to be coming in through this mid lane. But I think the biggest part for me there is going to be this bot lane. But like I said, another gank.
Yeah, Fenbach is getting ganked again. He doesn't have use of the ultimate. A nice use of the E and flash to buffer the Q stun away from the Volibear. Keeps himself alive. But Sweeble is in the bot lane. TP is being used here by Wii. So Alpha's going to get some free time in this mid lane. And like you said, the real only gold lead in this game is that first blood gold. I mean, it has accrued a little bit more, but now it's once again only like 200 gold. So it is just that first blood gold difference at this point.
Yeah, exactly. And now the Maiden's actually going to be coming out from Feathers. And this is the only part where I think that Feathers can actually threaten on defend back a little bit, just because that range difference is going to be difficult to deal with on the Mordekaiser, at least with the current items. Once that Rylai's comes out, then it will be a little bit different. Can kind of just sit on top of the Maiden and trade HP just to finish it off. I don't think Feathers should be able to threaten a kill us. Actually, Stormbringer getting used passively, and Fenbag almost going down to Feathers. What?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Mao saw Alpha and Sweeble coming. He had to use the ultimate to escape there. No use of the flash yet. Doesn't want to go down. And like you said, Fedbox somehow almost died up in the top lane. I think he took way too much damage from the Maiden, not really trying to focus it down. A big thing with these the champions that spawn like pets or something, like Ivern with Daisy, you gotta immediately kill Daisy. There's like no question about it. It's kind of the same with Yorick. Once you kill that Maiden, Yorick loses a lot of his power, especially in like these early game scraps, because this Maiden just provides so much bonus damage for the Yorick. But now we see Mao is in the bot lane. Brim the Fire is pretty low. A nice binding onto Kirby and a pause.
Oh,
Why are we pausing when a fight breaks out? I don't know what happened.
well, at least we managed to get to game 4 before any pauses came out. I mean, that's already good. Hopefully it doesn't last too long here. But let's just take a little bit of time, take a little break, just kind of look at the items. And we already have the completed Archangels for Wheeze. That's going to be a little bit of value. And as we see the fancy camera work coming out of Shivam,
This is
our producer.
This is the biggest "will be right back" pause that I've ever seen, because we see Mao starting to run down bot lane. Lucky is rooted up. This is like the perfect "will be right back" like screen change once this play does get unpaused from. I mean, look at this cat. Let's just take a moment to look at the little frog in the river.
I wonder if that's a future Gromp.
And maybe he'll grow up into a Gromp. Who knows, man? And we're unpaused.
Don't talk to me or my son ever again.
Here comes the play. Mao is looking for the stun onto Lucky. Lucky is going to have to use the ultimate to escape from this one. The binding actually does end up missing, and Draconical and Lucky are able to outplay this one. A lot of damage back onto Fox Stepper. Sweeble is in the area. Mao still looking for this. Flashes forward, gets the stun onto Draconical, but we have the classic Riot pause buffer as we're waiting. We're waiting.
Wait for it.
We're waiting.
Wait for it.
Okay, and then plays back, flash forward on Fox Stepper, uses the ultimate, and the Flagger Drag is there. Sweeble is able to turn this one back around and pick up a kill. Now he uses the ultimate, the quickly breakdown of the walls to keep everybody inside. I don't think he had to break him down right then, because Mao has no flash, has no ultimate. They could have kept him in, and now Grim the Fire has no HP. He has barrier here. He's sitting under the turret. Sweeble is looking to try to cancel this recall. They're trying to look for the dive. They're trying to look for the kill. Is he going to get it off? They let him get it off. Lucky had no mana. Okay. Lucky had no mana. But in the mid lane, Swee's taking a lot of damage, has to flash away from the spiraling despair that's coming out of Alpha. Now Fenbach over the top lane is taking a lot of damage. The Maiden is taking a lot of damage in return. Fenbach is looking. How was he moonwalking? I'm very lost. He's got to use the pop the W to keep himself alive. Now the Maiden is actually going to die to the turret. Fenbach able to stay alive just barely. An Ocean Dragon picked up from the side SG Proton.
Yeah, I've seen that bug a couple times in my own games. I've seen it happen on Irelia, so I think it's something to do with Yorick's Maiden. That's what I'm assuming it is, because it's always against a Yorick. But either way, let's break down what happened after those pauses. Now, first of all, Sweeble canceling that wall. I'm pretty sure I know what happened. Was probably just spamming that R button, trying to get onto Grim Defier and Mao, and then spammed it a little bit too hard and ended up canceling it. But right now, Feathers getting a massive advantage in the top side. And again, even though they weren't able to take down Fenback, that top turret is already almost gone. It's only 13 minutes. Those were all plates going onto this Yorick. And I believe upon recall should have that Triforce. And that's when this top lane gets a lot scarier.
Oh no, Sweeble is actually not going to get engaged on a smite away of the Gromp by Mao, and they're still scrapping here. But nothing going to come out. Malf is just going to walk back and collect his mid wave at this point. Now, 1-for-1 on the smite camps.
Yeah, able to get that steal. And Volibear does scale a little bit better than Jarvan in terms of raw stats, in terms of the ability to deal damage. But big trade happening. Culling gonna get used by Grim Defiant. Lucky Kirby just trading really hard there.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't gonna play that. I didn't think a kill was gonna come out of there, but like you said, the culling already on cooldown, and both ultimates are available for both Lucky and Draconical now, so they are able to turn around fights in their favor. And we see Ping on the mid lane. They know Weeze has no flash, could be in a lot of trouble. Flag Drag Cataclysm is there here to use the rebuttal. Doesn't matter. Spiraling Despair is used. Pops an ultimate of his own to pick up the kill onto Alf, and now Sweeble is gonna have to run for the hills. He doesn't have the damage to be able to pick up that kill. A nice use of the Golden Eclipse to execute Alf to make that a kill in a 2v1 and not even fall down.
Yeah, that is Vel for you. Able to reflect projectiles and completely become immune to all other forms of damage. But yeah, 2-0 on the Mel. Weeze is going to be really strong. And that is definitely one of those champions where if you're able to get ahead, if you're able to get a couple items, you can become an incredibly hard carry. But now they were potentially looking for a gank at the bot lane. It looks like
the bot lane, Fox Stepper is taking a lot of damage, and in the meantime, Grim is trading back on Draconical, but there's no real damage to be had there. A nice 2v2 exchange by the side of Draconical and Lucky in that one.
Yeah, a lot of winning trades, and that's kind of what I was talking about earlier on. The fact that they were able to shut down Grim Defier early on Lucian, if you're going even, if you're slightly behind, it's really bad news. You want to be in their face. You want to be aggressive. Now, later on, once they get 3 items, still is a marksman, is still going to be able to deal decent damage, but not the same amount as Xayah. Lucian doesn't have any of those big auto attack buffs that every other marksman has. As Fenback just staring into Feathers, going to get the pullback.
Yeah, and they're in the Shadow Realm. They're trying to fight this one. The Maiden comes out, but it doesn't matter. Fenbach gets the solo kill, and now the Maiden is Maidenless. She's just stuck up there. Fenbach just killing. Why are we hesitating on that? And now because of the hesitation, now is actually up here in the top lane. He's going to look to go on to Fenbach, but Sweeble being in the area is going to deter that one. I'm kind of curious why Fenbach took so long to decide to kill the Maiden.
Yeah, maybe there's just some personal reasons.
Now is actually going back in onto this one, doing a lot of damage onto Fenbach. Fenbach is actually in a whole lot of trouble. Once again, moonwalking, Stormbringer used, and he's able to pick up that kill, and now he's going to trade back on Sweeble. Sweeble getting a lot of damage, a nice little flag drag. Sky Splitter used for the shield. He gets the healing to come back out. Sweeble going to have to run, get stunned up. Mao is trading a lot of damage. PTA is already in use, has to flash away from Sweeble. The flag drag did not connect, and wow, Fenbach with a little bit of a misplay, honestly.
Yeah, very rare misplay too. Fenbach usually been a very standout player in this series, but maybe it's just getting a little bit late. Maybe the nerves of being in that game 4 starting to come into play. But again, another big win for Feathers, and especially for Mao being able to get, well, not for Feathers. Feathers went down immediately, but for Mao being able to get that kill already 2-0-1 on this Volibear. Now, I don't believe feats have gone over to either side yet, but top tower should definitely be going in favor of Monkey's Inc. At this point, if they really want it, they can just walk behind it, kind of backdoor it. It's about a sneeze away from going down. But it is showing that Feathers can still fight in the top side, despite being down now 40 CS.
I mean, a big thing that happened is because Fenbach took so long to kill the Maiden, Feathers got an assist on now getting the solo kill on Fenbach.
Well, the maiden did drink quite a bit of health, to
Yeah,
be
like
fair.
that's what I was saying. Like, I mean, Feather's like, man, I died, but my maiden still got me an assist. Now Fox Stepper could actually be in a lot of trouble in the river. Got a nice binding, so Sweeble was not able to get the flag and drag combo to come out. Fox Stepper, luckily, with the clutch binding to keep himself safe in that one. Now the next dragon to spawn. Fenbach is once again looking to fight Feathers. He is stuck in the second form of a baby cage. We'll call it. It is that the
Toddler
dark
cage.
the dark procession is what kept him in. So not able to stand on top of Feathers as Mao is starting up this dragon.
Yeah, but there is a lot of pressure here. And again, bot side is currently winning for SG Proton. So despite the gold lead definitely being in favor of Monkeys Inc., they could, in theory, try to play through this. The real scary part is going to be Wheeze on the Smell. If they can take down the Smell, then the rest of the fight should be pretty easy for them. But I say that as if it's an easy task. Getting onto Wheeze and actually getting that shutdown is going to be so difficult, but they're going to try.
Dragon's used. He's rooted up. Sweeble is actually going to immediately fall down, but never mind. Breath of Life is used. He still falls down to Wheeze in the backside. Alpha's trying to create a lot of damage. Lucky is creating space as well. He has the feathers down. He could look to pull them back and get a root, but he is not calling them back yet. He's not being a blade caller just right now. They're still looking for this one, trying to exchange damage. Alpha's throwing out abilities, trying to land them one. Lucky, Draconical, and Alpha have the HP advantage, but the jungler is still alive for the side of Monkeys Inc. They could still look to scrap this one if they choose so. They're looking for it. Lucky is actually getting root onto Mao, doing a lot of damage. Alpha picks up the kill. Grim dashing forward, doing a lot of damage. Alpha's still alive on the backside. Eventually falls down to Wheeze, but Lucky picks up that kill as well. A double kill over to the Xayah, and it's actually shutdowns. Wheeze and Alpha both picking up shutdowns in that play, but it doesn't matter. First turret went over to Monkeys, and I believe that is the feats of warfare in their favor.
Yeah, and I don't think they needed to take that fight. They already got a pretty solid advantage just being able to take down Sweeble and then being able to take the dragon. But that fight afterwards, they did not have the health to go for it. You never want to fight into a Xayah. That is one of the scariest things you can do. That Blade Caller was able to get a huge root, a huge burst onto Mao. And then after that, Grim Defier went in on around 400 HP. It was just not ever going to be a good plan, not ever going to be successful. But even so, they still got the dragon. The gold is still more or less even. They did lose their 1k gold lead, but again, the gold has yet to matter in this series at all, so I'm not paying too much attention for it.
Alf, you cannot be the person to be answering a York in the side lane. I don't think that is a combo that you want to be doing. He's just going to try to do as much damage as possible to the maiden to get her chunked down. But because of that, Fenbach doesn't have TP. That's why they sent Alf bot lane. But that is now going to be the Rift Herald that is started up by the side of SG Proton. They are going to be able to pick this one up, and they could look for a fight, but they're just going to walk their way back to mid lane and be happy with the reward they were able to claim for themselves.
Yeah, it's going to be nice getting that objective, especially if they're going to be able to actually push in somewhere. But considering the pressure that they've had across the map, they should be able to find some lane to push in. Kirby and Draconical have been getting a lot of priority into Grim Defier and Fox Stepro. They could definitely start looking at that angle. But right now, it's really Feathers really starting to come out in this game. And considering how hard Feathers has been getting stomped, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. In the first three games, it's a big
a whole lot of trouble. Flash used by Mao. He's immediately stunned up in the Dark Procession. He uses the Spiraling Spear to get a lot of damage back onto Mao. In the meantime, he's trying to kite this one out, but it does not matter because the CC and the damage is there from that 2v2 combo of the Monkeys, and they're able to pick up Alf in the side lane.
Yeah, and like I was saying, Feathers just really getting a massive advantage. Smite no longer works on Maiden. It counts as a regular Smite. But it's just getting so much value there.
Wheeze.
Solo kill?
All right, let's see how this works. Fenbach actually goes in, uses the ultimate. The rebuttal wasn't there, and I don't think that matters. I think you still get pulled in regardless, and Fenbach just able to walk this one down. The Leandries to pull back and just down. Golden Eclipse was used, and it did not matter. Fenbach picking up that solo bolo.
Yeah, and this maybe will make Fenbach strong enough to match Feathers again. It is a bit of an interesting lane assignment that both these teams decided to do. Both mid laners kind of going down to the opposite top laner. But it's still 7-7. And with the next objective spawning, it is going to be that dragon. It could be another opportunity for them to get those big team fights going. And right now, Kirby is really strong. Once they get into those larger team fights, that's where the value is really going to be seen. That's where the Zai is really going to be able to shine and could potentially even be able to just carry the team through those big team fights.
Yeah, and I mean, despite Fenbach having that 40 CS lead, we saw they're basically dead even in gold in these top laners thanks to Feathers getting 2 turrets for himself. He got the full 5 plates top lane and the first turret gold, and then got a turret in bottom lane. He is very strong at this point, but it looks like I thought SG Proton were just going to rip the Otacon right there. And they are. They're going for this one. They know Feathers is in the bot lane. They don't know where the rest of the members of Monkeys are right now, so this could be a little bit difficult.
Yeah, it's going to be a very risky play, if I may say so. Feathers does have TP, but it looks like they're just willing to give it away. They're willing to trade it for a tier 2. And that's going to be quite a bit of stats going the way of SG Proton. It's going to give them that extra damage. And now instead, they're going to be able to TP. And actually, it's going to be Alf coming down to match Feathers once again in the bot lane. It looks like they just want to completely ignore this matchup. And I'm wondering if it's less to do with Fenbach not wanting to match Feathers and more to do with Alf not wanting to match with Wheeze anymore.
I think it's also Alf is like, hey, I have the ability to just hard wave clear against this Yorick. And like that's maybe the angle that they're looking for, while like Fenbach kind of has to like 1v1 him to be able to get that. But I mean, it kind of makes sense because Fenbach could just delete Wheeze. We saw it up there in the top lane before, so he could look to do just the same thing. But Chronicle going to get hit by Dark Binding here. The Tormented Soil is down. Really doesn't do all that much. But Culling is now used by Grim the Fire, getting a lot of damage onto Lucky Kirby. But the healing is there from Chronicle. Chronicle actually going to get binded again. Grim the Fire is dashing forward. Doesn't matter. Now Mao is here. Wheeze is also in the general vicinity, and that is just going to be the end of that play. Rift Herald now being used in the bot lane, in the mid lane. The HP bars are not in the favor of SG Proton at this point in the game. We see Fox Rose just trying to get some poke damage down, trying to use the Dark Binding, and so the Dragon is being started up solo by the side of Mao. The charge is going to go in. It is not ridden, so it does a little bit less damage. Another Dark Binding on to Alf, and then he's not going to get rooted up, luckily, but it's still just going to be Dragon number 3 in the favor of Monkeys Inc. in this game.
Yeah, and they're really starting to get close to that soul, and considering their team composition, Cloud Soul is going to be incredibly powerful for them. Just having that bonus move speed, it's going to be really strong on the Culling, is going to be really strong for this Morgana. Especially on the side of Mao, that Stormbringer into just that massive burst of speed for that follow-up stun. It's going to be so difficult for them to play into it. And actually looking at those summoners, they forced out Flash, Barrier, Flash, and Heal from the SG Proton bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, they changed it for the summoner spells on Grim Fire, so he's going to have to play a whole lot safer when this teamfight does come around. But Monkeys has their own form of a Rift Herald, and its name is Feathers in this Yorick, and they're just gonna siege down that mid lane tier 1. And I mean, I gotta nitpick a little bit here. SG Proton is kind of doing what they did last game. They have no turrets. It is 25 minutes in the game. They just are ignoring side lanes and letting the side of Monkeys break all these structures and just start to accrue more and more gold into their pockets. While SG Proton is just looking for these fights, and it becomes a struggle where if you're not taking these structures or like getting these neutral objectives, you just start falling behind in the gold, and we're starting to see that happen in this game.
To be completely honest, this is a pretty common issue in these lower divisions. And the main thing is, it's not even that they're hesitant to push onto structures, because we saw that when SG Proton is ahead, they don't mind going into these structures. They don't mind doing those plays. But when they're the ones reacting to the play and not being the proactive team, a lot of teams like to just show up to the play that the other team's doing and just kind of watch their turrets fall. They don't intend to fight. They don't intend to defend. So they kind of end up wasting a decent amount of time just walking to the lane, getting set up, and then just giving the objective anyway. And I think that's especially what SG Proton is suffering from right now.
Yeah, we see Feathers in the bot lane now looking to push that one down. Fenbach has DP, so can respond to that. And now Alpha is actually the one who could be in a little bit of trouble here, is going to do some damage to Mao. Mao uses Smite to take away that Raptors camp, and now they can look in the mid lane. Grim has no summoner spells. Mao could actually be in a bad spot. Now, this is the time as SG Proton where you got to push this mid wave and then look to take the turret while the rest of the team from the side of Monkeys Inc. is separated across 3 different points in the map.
Yeah, but their vision control just isn't there for it. They only know where Mao was. Other than that, all they know is that they are not in their bot lane jungle. Because all their wards right now are set up defensively. They're making sure that they're not getting flanked. They're making sure that they can walk up to these waves safely. But when it comes to getting onto the other side of the map, they just have no way of knowing if they can walk up, if Monkeys Inc. is starting to set up a play for them, where all of their champions are located. And it really slows down the play. It really makes it difficult for SG Proton to even really farm. And we talked about how this team's really chaotic, how they really like to brawl. They haven't been able to play that style, especially in this 4th game. And I think it's really starting to hurt them, and it's really starting to show.
I mean, yeah, now they're going to have to force their way in and fight for this Cloud Soul that is spawning in 1 minute and 40 seconds. You do not want to give that over to the comp that Monkeys Inc. has drafted here, because that movement speed is so impactful. And, like, Feathers in the side lane, he can just push a wave and then eventually, like, just roam to be in a team fight for once and, like, cause chaos that way. But he's just going to look to be splitting as much as possible. He went the whole breaker. He is saying, guys, you are 4v5 every single team fight. I'm going to break the base myself. But, I mean, I'm really curious to see how SG Proton plays this dragon.
Yeah, I think this is really going to be that breaking point, kind of like it was in the game number 3. Once that Mountain Soul got picked up, that was it. That's when SG Proton stopped having any kind of strong plays, besides the occasional pick, but no big team plays working out there. As another pause, then I'm wondering if one of the players is experiencing maybe some kind of tech issue, maybe some internet outages, because I think that could definitely break morale as well, could definitely break the confidence. So huge shame that it is happening in this playoff match.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to try to keep mentals as clean as possible when it does come to a lot of these pauses that do end up coming out in some of these games. But I mean, the longer the series goes, the harder it is for players to keep their focus. We even see that in like professional play and stuff like that sometimes. So I'm really curious to see how these guys are like keeping themselves focused on the task at hand. And the next thing is that dragon spawning in 1 minute. You, like I said, you can't be giving over that Cloud Soul to this comp that Monkeys Inc. has. But they look at we can see on the mini map the vision control that they already have in this bot side jungle of SG Proton. They will see where they're walking in from, and it makes it really difficult for SG to get in to make a play happen.
Yeah, that's exactly the point. It's going to take them a long time to walk in. It's going to take them time to retake jungle. There's no TP flank wards for Fenbach or for Alf. They're just not going to be able to get into the play in any way except in a straight line. And I was talking earlier, like they don't really have strong engage on the side of Monkeys, but because they don't really need to engage if they're the first on the play, it becomes a non-factor for them. Having that early lead is really helping them out a lot.
Oh, look at the little Milio with the chroma on. I think one of the best skins in the game, of that little like frog Milio skin. I think this is a great skin, but I'm starting to lose a little bit of hope here for SG Proton, if I'm being honest with you, Toki. It's just like they're kind of being suffocated out of this game the way that Monkeys Inc. has been playing this map. It's just like they have to find these team fights that they're looking for and actually get it onto crucial targets. Because, like, if you're fighting 5v4, you know you're going to lose a lot of your base, but you have to make it worth it. You have to kill the other 4 members and then be able to respond to Feathers as one person in the side lane and then take that advantage and look to push with it.
Yeah, but they are playing aggressively now. They did get mid priority. I think they could have just taken that turret. It's still sitting at around 100 HP. And Culling actually going to come in just for poke damage. And Feathers is here.
Feathers is here. Mao is looking for the engage. He is using that movement speed. He gets the stun onto Alpha. Alpha's going to flash away. A huge blade caller is used. Grim Fire is also super low in the backline. Spiraling Despair does a lot of damage on the floor. And now Lucky is starting to clean up this team fight. 1 kill, 2 kills, 3 kills. And that Otacon buff is losing its power. Wheeze has to flash away from Fenbach TPing in. And Lucky saves the day with that play.
And just as we wrote them off, they're right back into this. They're able to get a really solid play.
Oh, Lucky flashes forward and forces Grimtify to flash away. And now Weeze is also taking a lot of damage on the backside. Fenbach is here. He's going to try to do his best. Take up the turret. Does not get the pullback onto Weeze. And that should just be the side of Proton getting this dragon and delaying the Cloud Soul away from Monkeys Inc.
Yeah, being able to delay it, give themselves another 5 minutes before that major buff is available. It'll help them out a ton. And it will help them as well, just having that base move speed. Even if it does end up benefiting them with the ultimates, Just having that flat 10% bonus move speed, it adds up a lot, especially with the champions that they have. Jarvan will have much easier time finding those engages. Mordekaiser is very strong if you're on top of your enemy, but struggle sometimes getting on top of the enemy. And with that, we'll definitely be able to accomplish that, or at least have an easier time of it. So it is going to be fun to see exactly how they're going to play for this next dragon, but at the very least, they managed to buy themselves 5 more minutes.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the times you do see Mordekaiser taking Ghost for that exact reason, especially when it is like that jungle Mordekaiser you're taking Ghost, just to have that sticking power that you are talking about, which makes it really difficult. But like once, like you said, once Mordekaiser is on top of somebody, they have to flash away because otherwise they just do not get to play the game. Fenbach has the Rylai's, which is like one of the key items for that Mordekaiser to have that sticking power. But now the Baron is the attention for both these teams. Monkeys Inc. is first in the area to gain vision control of it, while the rest of SG Proton is going to have to look to work their way through mid lane pressure to be able to get vision for it.
Yeah, they're getting a lot of value. Grim Defier just getting jumped on.
Wait, Lucky might just kill here. Oh, forces the barrier with the ultimate. And now the one in trouble is Fox Stepbro. He is stuck in the Cataclysm, has to flash away from this one as well. Lucky is actually hard carrying SG Proton with his sheer willpower back into this game.
Yeah, if any AD carry mains are paying attention to this game, that is how you should be playing when you have a lead on AD carry. Yes, you want to play safe, you want to make sure you don't die, but if you see an angle, even if it doesn't guarantee a kill, just go for it. Get that damage done. As sometimes, like you just saw with Kirby there, you're able to get meaningful advantages from your teams just by starting that aggression. Was able to pull Grim Defier out to the point where they had to use their barrier, and then because of that, Fox Stepbro ended up stepping out of position. But now Renbach going to be the next target.
Yeah, Fenbach could be the one out of position. He actually is smart about this and uses the ultimate onto Mao, so he gets the 1v1 on that one. The maiden isn't there to assist with this. He's trying to get the damage down, but he doesn't do enough at this point. He takes a lot of damage in return. Everything is being used. He's going to end up falling down to the Sky Splitter, but that is the Baron started up by the side of SG Proton. We've seen this time and time again in this series, but the bigger issue is Weeze does so much damage. You have to be so careful as the side of SG Proton. Sweeble actually gets rooted up in the pit. The culling is being used. TP is being used by Feathers. The Baron is secured, and they're going to have to hightail it out of here before they get caught with their pants down. A nice free out of Alpha. Mao is looking for the flank. He's trying to get in onto the crucial members. Chronicle and Alpha kind of separated from the team. This could be dangerous, but everybody is able to escape.
Crazy that they've done the same play a couple games in a row now, just getting that free Baron from the pressure that Fenbach is able to bring for the team. So SG Proton, it's actually funny to see them positioning the way they are, just playing so far back. They're in the lead gold-wise. They have the Otacon. I mean, stat-wise, they should be up ahead, but...
Oh, wait, Sweetle's actually engaging. He gets a massive two-man Cataclysm, and Lucky gets another 2 kills for himself. They end up losing... Did they lose the turret? They did. They lost bot lane inner turret. That's what went down. I was trying to figure out where it was. But now... with the Baron buff, SG Proton with the gold advantage that they might finally be realizing that they have, can start to siege down some of these turrets.
Yeah, they're at least going to get started on this, but again, the wave just isn't there yet. But Mao and Fox Tepro, they have very long death timers, so it will take them a little bit of time, but the wave is now here, and now they can start pushing this down. It's going to be a very difficult defense, but the issue is their waves aren't synced up. So they can just, Monkeys Inc. can just kind of walk right through the mid lane, just kind of defend, and just brute force them off of it. They will get the tier 1 in the bot lane, so at least Fenbach going to be able to get something for the team. And just, in general, getting any kind of turrets off the map. That was their second one of the game. Once again, they're just kind of struggling with those structures, but something's better than nothing.
Hey, that's more than they got last game, to say the least there. But now you have 35 seconds until this next Cloud Dragon is on the Rift. You have Baron, which means you basically have forever mid lane pressure as long as you are keeping that wave buffed up. But now we can see that the rest of Monkeys is starting to collapse while Fenbach is going to the top lane with TP. I like this play. You just got to play it slow as SG Proton, as they're just controlling mid wave right now.
Yeah, and they're having very solid control of it, but I would like to see a bit more vision for them. But at the very least, they're going to be able to clear away Maiden. That's actually a pretty massive cooldown that's not going to be available. And now
Oh,
they're
Sweet's going in, and he already kills Grimfire, and Wheeze has already used the ultimate. He's hit by the Spiral of Despair. Now Mao is caught in the backside. Not going to be able to get away from this one. Sorry, he is able to get away from this one. Dark Binding hits onto Draconical, and now a lot of damage can come back in retaliation onto this Milio. Milio's in trouble. Mao actually flashes onto him and kills away that support, which is actually huge in this fight. Breath of Life is not available anymore. Lucky's going to have to kite this one out. He's stunned up with fear onto Mao. He's going to end up falling down in the backside. I regret what I said because now Feathers is also taking a whole lot of damage from Alf. He's burning down, but I don't think he's going to fall just yet, as now they are finally sieging onto this turret in the mid lane. Alf is taking a lot of damage, but now the one in trouble is Fox Stepbro. Fenbach has finally showed up, is able to help his team get another kill onto Kirby, who has not died yet in this game.
Yeah, I mean, this Xayah really wants this win. Kirby wants to take us to a game 5 and wants to take SG Proton up to the semifinals. And right now, it seems like they might be able to do it. Now it's a 4K gold lead. Before, we were always within 1 to 2K gold. This is the first substantial lead that's been happening here. And they're going to get huge value out of it. They're going to get the third Drake as well. They're on Soul Point, and they were down 3-1 in terms of dragons before. So this is an excellent time for them to try and go for it.
Yeah, I mean, this is starting to be a nail biter. Yes, there is the 5K gold lead in advantage of SG Proton, but I have seen teams throw these leads before. If Lucky dies, I think it's kind of wraps for SG Proton in the team fight. It becomes so difficult for them to do anything against the power that Monkeys Inc. has across their entire map. So it really is now just a protect the Xayah comp at this point for the side of SG Proton, and they have been doing a good job at that. Sweevel actually has been doing great in this later half of the game where Jarvan tends to fall off and be like not productive, to find these key engages and get out as much damage as possible before escaping with his life.
Yeah, and protecting the Xayah composition, I mean, Kirby's full build. The Xayah is not going to get any stronger, but at the same time, I was talking about it near the start of the game, where this Xayah does become stronger than Lucian. And at that point has more than gone past already. This Xayah is going to be incredibly powerful, is already carrying those team fights. And I do like how they're playing. Alf has been giving a lot of shields, has been kind of playing the peel. Hui is a pretty solid damage dealer as well, but right now knows that it's not about them, it's about Kirby.
Yeah, now the one who's actually caught one is Fenbach. He's going to pull Mao into the ultimate again, but we've seen this before. Mao does not die in this, and the rest of the Monkeys Inc. comp is here. He's going to try his best to fight this one out. Ends up going down to Wheeze, but now the one in trouble is actually Feathers. Kirby's getting all the damage down, and it does not matter because that is already picked up. Baron is spawning in 43 seconds. They can take their time, set up this, and look for a pick because the waves are in their advantage right now.
Yeah, and it's been a while since the waves have been in their advantage, but now Fenbach able to get those pushes going. They're able to get that mid lane priority. They're able to get the top lane priority. So despite it being a 1-for-1 trade, it's still kind of in benefit just because of where the fight took place. They took down Feathers in the top lane. They're able to get so many wards around Baron. But one other thing that we do need to consider, though, Feathers does have TP. Fenbach does not. It is still going to be on cooldown for a little bit longer. And now Baron is going to be spawning. And I'm wondering if they're just going to get started. It looks like they want this right away. Now both teams are going to get set up. And it looks like they're going to start fighting over it.
Yeah, this could be dangerous for the side of SG Proton, but Lucky is actually the one who ends up picking that one up. Wheeze is actually taking a lot of damage. Sweevel is looking for the angle to go in. He is in there. Wheeze is actually trapped in the Cataclysm, and he is down. Lucky gets another kill, and now the rest of SG Proton are looking to push forward onto this one. A nice Dark Binding is there by Fox Stepbro, but Sweevel is still going. Alf is trying to follow the best he can to deal the damage. Lucky is still far away. Feathers is coming in to reinforce his team to help their safety to get back to the base and run away from the encroaching SG Proton. Now Alf gets some nice damage onto Grim Defier. They have the minion wave. They are going to start sieging this one and start looking for the end of the game. Fenbach is here. They are going to do it. It looks like SG Proton is starting to push us into that game number 5.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to be able to end right here. There's still 4 members strong of Monkeys Inc. to defend, but they are looking really strong, and they definitely have the momentum. And look at the way they're positioned. They're just making sure Kirby can safely walk up. They're just trying to zone for this Xayah. As long as the Xayah can hit, everything is fine. But they don't need the Xayah to hit turrets. They have that Baron empowered cannon minion, but Unfortunately, with Wheeze coming back up, they decided they don't want to try and force this play. They want to just back up. And that could open up an opportunity for Monkey's Inc., but right now the fights are just very one-sided.
All right, we see Fenbach up in the top lane, splitting this Baron across 2 ways, so now the rest of the SG Proton comp has to play safely here. If Lucky goes down, as I said before, this could be catastrophic for the side of SG Proton, but he has been positioning so well in this game so far. The Dark Bindings are not hitting. Alpha's there with the wave clear. They're starting to look to go in. Mao is in the back line. He immediately gets feared up, and Sweevel gets the ultimate, and the damage is coming down. Sweevel is in the back line. Mao is going to actually fall to the Spiraling Despair, and Lucky is going crazy. He is untouched. Sweevel is going forward. Flashes, gets the kill on the Feathers. Wheeze is the only member left, and it is not going to matter because SG Proton is sending us to game number 5.
Yeah, we're going to be going the whole distance here. And remember, there's no bans in game number 5. Caitlyn, Wukong, Senna, all of those champions that have been perma-banned are going to be available this time around. And I think that's really going to change things up a lot because they were kind of on their 2nd string, on their 3rd string, on their 4th string of comfort champions. And now they're going to have to bring it out. They're going to have to take those main bans that both teams have been scared of. They're going to be going into this 5th game together.
I am so excited after having to cast a 3-0 last week in the wild card to get potentially, we might get every quarterfinals game going to game 5, depending on how all these go out. But I am excited to be here to cast this one with you, Toki. We're gonna head to a short break as we get ready for teams to get ready for no bans draft in game number 5. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and welcome to Silver Scrapes game number 5. Winner continues, loser goes home. BO5 full fearless. There are 0 bans. Every champ is now able to be played that is banned throughout the series. You can see the bans at the top of the screen. That's just champs that have already been played just to make the draft go faster. And the champion that's been banned all series long, Lilia, the first pick for Monkeys Inc., and a quick Senna pick for the side of SG Proton.
Yeah, it's funny. This is probably the fastest draft we've had. I assume the first phase is just going to be everyone picking everything that's been banned against them. The Zyre's going to be picked. The Wukong was always banned as well. Just random stuff that they don't want to deal with that they're kind of going to be forced to deal with because there's no bans this time around. So this is going to be what both of these two teams kind of have as their main champions. Now, this is interesting to me because this Pantheon probably going to be going in the jungle. They're going to have so much kill potential with this Leona. If they meet up in the jungle, if they gank mid together, if Pantheon just ganks bot, cheeky gank in the top lane as well, they have so much lockdown. They have so much damage just between these two champions. And wow, yeah, just look how fast this draft is going. I don't think we've ever had a draft this quick in our lives.
I mean, Monkeys Inc., their first 3 picks are all champs that have been banned against them all series long. Lilia, Caitlyn, Xayah. And then for the side of SG Proton, they picked Senna, the only champ that's been banned against them all series long. They did not pick the Wukong. They went for Pantheon. That's so much global pressure, though, from the side of SU Proton with the Senna, with the Pantheon, that it can be dangerous to fight that into. And also, Pantheon is a pretty good answer into Lilia. You kind of need, like, that single target hard CC to stop this champion from rolling over a fight. Pantheon does great at that. Leona does great on that. And then we're getting an Alf Victor in the mid lane in this game number 5, which is going to be responded to by a mid lane and Bessa for Wheeze.
You think this is the mid lane? Interesting.
Yes, it is. Wheeze has played it a couple times already this season.
All right. I mean, it definitely would be a solid option. And then rock solid in the top lane.
Speaking of solid.
Yeah. And typically you don't want to blind Malphite because people are just going to pick Sylas. Well, guess what? He's already been played. He's out of the pool. This Malphite has no natural predators anymore. They're just going to have to pick something else that's going to be able to counter it to some extent, but nowhere near to the same extent. And I'm wondering what the last pick's going to be, but personally, I want something that can have a little bit more agency early on, and Rumble's the perfect pick.
Okay. These are some spicy drafts, man. I'm sorry to cut you off again, but what are your opinions here, Toki?
So specifically why I was talking about having something with priority over in the top side, Senna needs so long to get online. Same with Victor. These are two champions that are not going to really be giving you anything until mid to late game. But once that mid to late game comes around, they're going to be able to kind of do everything for you. That's kind of the other side of it. Now, they do have a little bit in Pantheon to kind of help along the early game, but it'd be nice to give Pantheon a lane to reliably play through. And Malphite is kind of that armor tank, doesn't do super well into AP champions, and Rumble should be an incredible matchup there.
Yeah, Pantheon and Rumble is super strong in the early game for the side of SG Proton, like you said, should bridge those late game carries of Victor and Senna. Victor comes online earlier than Senna does. Senna kind of needs like a longer game to happen to be super effective that we see out of like a lot of Sennas if they're not farming stacks well. And I'm going to be honest, this is Platinum. I'm not expecting like pro level Senna soul farming out of these guys. I expect them to have a pretty good pace if it's been banned against him all series long, so I expect it to be good. But Pantheon Rumble is such a strong 2v2, and it's really hard for Malphite to deal with both of these champions. He's gonna have to index for one. 9 times out of 10 you're indexing for armor on this champion anyway. But Bessa Lilia is also a really strong 2v2 combo in the mid jungle, and then Caitlyn Xayah. Like,
yeah,
name a more classic pairing. Like, it's like peanut butter and jelly down there in the bot lane.
Yeah, the only other classic pairing is me and just rage quitting after draft. Like, I'm not playing into that. Caitlyn Xayah is just a nightmare to deal with. Now, Senna does have natural heal. I'm hoping we'll be going fleet footwork as well, but these are two champions that are incredibly long range. So even if the Senna was one of those top tier players, just with the matchup, it's going to be so hard to get any kind of stacks going. You're pretty much just going to be relying on that RNG, hoping that they fall from the minions, and that's really all you can hope for. without jungle intervention. I always have to add that because jungle changes everything, but I think at this point everyone knows is just kind of the default statement we usually say.
All right, Toki. Now I gotta ask you the most important question of the night.
Monkeys Inc.
Monkeys Inc. Don't even gotta ask it. Toki is believing in the monkeys here. I mean, I'm sorry, I gotta be biased. I gotta go SG Proton. These are my boys. I love them, and I'm hoping that they are able to get past their playoffs curse and able to win this game. I got them winning in my pickups this series, so I kind of need them to do that to help me get those free riot points from Bully, because that's the only way he actually pays me around here.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm so excited for this game. We're going to head to a short break here as we wait for the teams to finish up in client drafting to bring home this series between Monkeys Inc. and SG Proton. Do not go anywhere. We will be back in a couple of minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are on the Rift for game number 5. Winners faces Monkeys Knights, losers go home. And as a spoiler, some updates for our other playoff series. Monkeys Knights have beaten Dorado Lambda 3-1. TPO Redemption have beaten Monkeys Construction 3-1. And Conduit Flux is currently up 2-1 over Conduit Kraken. But enough of the other boring series. We are here for game number 5.
Yeah, and this is going to be an incredibly fun game number 5 as well. I mean, these picks, these are all champions that have typically been banned away from these two teams. I mean, Grim Defier on the Caitlyn, Fox Stepro on the Zyra, Mao on that Lilia. Now, all we really have on the side of SG Proton that they did pick out of their typical 3 banned champs is that Senna. And now, Senna does scale extremely well, but needs some time to get going. But at the same time, if the Senna manages to get 100-ish stacks, 80, 100, it becomes so difficult to get onto the backline. They do have the champions for it, but it's still going to become more and more difficult as time goes on.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how both of these drafts end up playing out, how long this game can go for Lucky on the Senna to be super effective in this game. And before we get into the action, thank you, Literal Monkeys, for the raid. Hope you guys had a great stream over there. Was checking it out in between games. Always great work over there. Always appreciate you guys casting the Monkey series here for BOL. But we are here for another one of your teams in game number 5, do or die. It's going to be a great banger game here, and I think the early game, it's going to be rather boring, if I'm being honest. It's just going to be a lot of farming.
Yeah, and then we're just going to watch Fenbach get another 30 CS lead. And especially in this matchup, this time I don't even blame Feathers. This is just a very difficult matchup for the Malphite. Might be able to get a little bit, at least until the first back. But once Fenbach gets that first set of items, that's when things are really going to get a lot more complicated for Feathers. The Seismic Shard can get a little bit of farm, a little bit of safe last hits, but it costs a lot of mana. And Feathers didn't go for the Doran's Ring, did end up going for the Doran's Shield instead early on. It'll give a little bit more safety in terms of HP, but will definitely mean less CS overall.
Yeah, and welcome to Caitlyn. Zyra bottom lane. Draconical lost half of his HP bar for executing 1 minion. Quite typical in that matchup. But, I mean, another smart thing to know, I really like how Feathers did go for, I think, like you said, Doran Shield might not be the best for the lane, but it does actually make a lot of sense because you do get actually poked a lot by this Rumble. But also, going Arcane Comet. As, you know, a Malphite, like, professional myself, as I love playing this champion when I play top lane, if you're against the range matchup, you go Comet. You're against melee, you go Grasp. Those are your 2 decisions, and it is the easiest one to make. So Feathers taking the right keystone in this one.
Yeah, well, technically Rumble is melee, but if we want to get a real technical...
Yeah, if you want to get real technical, I don't think you want to be walking up into a flame spinner to auto attack a Rumble.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. No, it's definitely not it's definitely the right keystone here. And it will also potentially give lane pressure as well. After a couple resets when the mana bar doesn't matter as much, those Qs actually deal a lot of damage. Now, Rumble will have the shield to mitigate some of it, but between the actual Q itself, between the Arcane Comet, it does add up, and we can even see a little bit of that now.
Mao is now up here. They're getting some nice damage onto Fenbach. Fenbach is going to try his best to get out of this one, and there goes the Watch Out EP. He's taking a whole lot of damage. The Blooming Blows are also used. He has the Scrap Shield. The Swirl Seed does hit. He's walking back in. Mao gets another Bloom hit, and it does not matter. He's not going to fall down up in the top lane. Lilia tried their damnedest, but Fenbach gets to live and keeps the flash, importantly.
Yeah, and Feathers just didn't have the mana to keep that chase going. I got the initial combo, but after that, was kind of forced out of it. But it does let Feathers shove the lane and get a free reset, and just overall be in a much better spot. The CS advantage that Fenbach has built up a little bit has definitely been mitigated. And Fenbach even going to TP back in lane, but Feathers going to hold on to it for now. And I think typically it's not good because you're kind of giving up priority, but Malphite can't get priority anyway. What Feathers needs to do is just sit under turret, try to get as much minions as possible while getting poked down by Fenbach, and then use that extra TP to be able to get back in lane after the poke. And that's where the advantage can start coming into play.
Yeah, and I mean, Feathers is doing a good job CSing as much as possible, and also so is Lucky down in the spot lane against the Caitlyn Zyra, CSing effectively in this tough matchup to deal with. But now the first dragon is being started up here by the side of Monkeys Inc., but we see SG Proton is thinking about contesting this one, and they are starting to look for it. Sweeble is looking to go, and Draconical flashes. He hits the Zenith Blade. The stun is there. Lucky's taking a lot of damage, but so is the rest of the side of the Inc. team. Fox Stepro falls down, but now there's a TP coming out from Wheeze. He's going to be in the gravity field. The gravity field actually drops. Now Wheeze is actually in the backline. Lucky is actually going to be in so much trouble, but now Mao falls down to the backside. Wheeze is picking up a kill. He is level 6. He could go for that public display of execution, but he is not going to go for it. And that is a 2-for-1 trade. Dragon doesn't fall, but 2 kills over to SG Proton.
Yeah, and this is a really good start for them. They've been giving away quite a few kills at the start of games, in both games 3 and 4. But this time around, it seems like that victory has kind of re-energized the squad. They're really feeling themselves. Maybe they're just a bit more confident now, showing that they could win those games. As now Alf is getting jumped upon by Wheeze, and that's so much damage. And this is a lot of fun to play into, eh?
Yeah, Wheeze once again showing his
That's grasp.
Yeah, no, I think Alf going grasp in this matchup is actually super smart. You kind of got to go for it just to like have a chance to live in this lane. But Wheeze showing his prowess on this Mbessa. There has been multiple times where in like game 3s he has played this, and he specifically does it as a counter matchup to Victor, because Victor has a really tough time playing into this one. Now Fox Stepper is taking a lot of damage. The ultimate used there by Alf, just gonna try to use it to clear away this wave. He needs to recall, but he does not have TP. He had to burn Flash as well, so now he's in a whole lot of trouble because Wheeze did use that public execution and forcing Alf to flash. That is going to be rough here for this mid lane Victor now in this 1v1 isolated matchup with no flash. We still having one of his own.
That's definitely going to be rough, but being able to get that free reset, being able to get kind of saved a little bit by Sweeble is going to help quite a bit. Isn't super far behind in CS, is down 8, and there's a wave crashing onto Alf's turret, so it's going to be evened up even more so. And again, in terms of scaling, this Victor is going to come out on top, but oh, that's the worst feeling when you're Senna. When you see that soul drop and you just cannot approach it. Lucky Kirby is going to have to watch it despawn, but at the same time, it is the right call to let it despawn. It is not worth going down just for one soul.
Yeah, and Fenbach, looking at that HP bar, has to be careful up in this top lane. That is a range where Malphite, if he has enough mana, can solo kill any top laner. Like, he has to be super careful. We see that he did use that equalizer to clear away the wave to be able to get his reset off. I do like that play coming out from him. But now the next focus of this game is those Void Grubs, and Dragon still hasn't fallen down yet. Now Alpha's going to be taking a lot of damage in this mid lane. Man, I wish I could tell you which Mbessa ability is which. I just know she has 700 movement for no reason.
Yeah, I mean, it's a new champion. That means they're good at everything. That's just how Riot is these days. And with that, it's going to still be pretty even in terms of CS, but Feathers getting that top lane push will open up the grubs for Mao, and they're just going to be able to lock that in for themselves. It will be trade on the bot side. Sweeble is just going to run in and start working on that dragon. And since Alf isn't in that terrible position in mid, Kirby and Draconical, they have HP. The overall this 4-on-3 means that they're not going to be able to contest it.
Yeah, and big thing is Lucky gets 2 free souls off of this dragon take as well. You love doing that as Senna. I mean, before you used to bring Senna up for the first or second spawn of grubs just to get those free souls off the extra void mites that do spawn when you are taking them. But with the timer that they are at now, it makes it a lot more difficult for Senna to get those free stacks from that objective. But getting 2 from the dragon always feels good as well. But the CS gap that is accruing in the bot lane is pretty massive in favor of Grim the Fire, and similar in the top lane for Fenbach. I mean, it's kind of how we expected these 2 lanes to end up being played out.
Yes, but there is a pretty significant difference, and that's the fact that Malphite being behind will still be able to get that engaged because you don't need gold to engage. But at the same time, this Senna not going down, still able to collect souls, this will still eventually turn into that big hyper carry for SG Proton. So if they're able to take that for themselves, they're going to be in an amazing position. As actually, I take it
Kirby's
back.
dead, but now Sweeble is actually here for the counterplay. They're jumping onto Grim the Fire. Grim the Fire is going to end up falling down in this play. He's trying his best to kite this one out using 9 caliber net, but it does not matter. A double grasp out of Fox Stepro, but now Alf is actually here getting so much damage down onto the support. The ult is coming out from the side of Mao. They're going to turn this onto Sweeble. Sweeble taking a whole lot of damage, and he ends up falling down. Now Alf and Draconical are going to have to kite this one down, but this is an Mbessa. She can just chase you down from wherever you do lie. Wheeze picks up another kill, and that was the feat going in favor of, I believe it was SG Proton getting that kill onto Grimdefire, but 4 kills are on this Pantheon, and that's kind of what you want for a weird reason, because this Pantheon is such a strong early game champion, and if you get more gold on him, he just gets tankier when he tries to jump on into the back line and gets to survive forever.
Yeah, you definitely would have wanted Alf to at least get one of them. I think you're okay with Senna not getting too much gold. She does get a lot of value out of the gold, but Victor gets more. But at the same time, like you said, having Pantheon have 4 kills, it could help them snowball through that early game even more. It could let them really get those ganks going, because once that Pantheon gets on top of Fox Stepbro or Grim Defire, with those 4 kills, they can basically one-shot them on their own. They don't even need allies there. They don't need anyone to kind of help set up. As pretty massive trade happening at the top side, and Benback really starting to get the winning end of these trades.
Yeah, and now we see the side of SG Proton. Look at him again. Another play. They're going on the Fox Stepbro. Flash forward used by Draconical, taking a lot of damage on the backside from Grimdefire. Now Alf is trying to create the space. The ultimate is used by the Zaya and is able to escape without having to even use Flash in that play. But now Fenbach is the focus up in the top lane. Use the equalizer, looking to trade a lot of damage back, trying to kite out this one the best he can. Unstoppable Force is actually flashed away from by Fenbach, but I don't think it matters. He's just going to get chased down. Blooming Blows coming out. Swirl Seeds coming out now. He's trying to burn down Feathers as well on the backside, but he's going to end up falling down to another use of those Blooming Blows, a kill onto this Lilia.
Yeah, and that's where the ganks really start coming into play. Unfortunately, they're not able to get the kill. Sweevel was not in the area to get that play started on the bot side. Only Alf was there and just barely didn't have enough damage to take down Fox Stepbro. And that's kind of the issue that I was referring to earlier. Because, I mean, you have your mid laner, ADC, and support jumping on a Zyra. Not exactly the tankiest champion, but because all 3 of them are so late game oriented, they just didn't have the DPS to even push through that. But now a fight happening.
Yeah, now Weez is going to be the one who is actually in trouble. He actually gets chain CC down by Alf and Sweeble. He flashed away, but it does not matter. Alf gets the shutdown, and a lot of need to go. Now Fox Stepper actually could be in a lot of trouble. Uses the E, the grasping roots, it hits onto Draconical, and he's able to kite this one out because that could have been picked off otherwise. But a nice play and much needed kill and gold onto Alf on this Victor.
Yeah, the fact that Alf got it means that play is incredibly valuable, incredibly good. Has the Black Fire Torch off of that reset. The damage is going to be coming through from this Victor now. And I believe that also gives more passive stacks as well. So it should be getting close to that double E, if not already. Maybe even getting that Q buff. And once all of those are upgraded for Victor, that's when this champion really becomes unstoppable. The amount of bursts that it can do, I think even Wheeze can't really walk into it once Alf gets online.
I also do like the Blackfire Torch pickup by Alf more than the Lianges, but in the meantime, he's going to be playing the mid lane. Mao is actually going in onto Alf, but the damage is not there. They're cutting this one out the best as possible. The ult is used out of Draconical. Now Sweeble is in the back line, looking to go down in onto onto Mao. Mao actually gets to escape. Now Weeze is the focus on the backside. Grimdefire is trying to do his best, trying to do everything he can. Feathers is actually here. Now Sweeble is the one actually caught out from the rest of the team. Ensemble Force is using hits on Equalizer used, but it doesn't hit onto anybody, and they're able to pick up the kill onto the enemy jungler. And now Alpha is actually getting chased down by Feathers here. They're going to try to kite this one out, but the damage is not there. No follow-up CC or anything. The only person falling down is Sweeble. Now Grimdefire is actually taking a whole lot of damage, so is Fenbach. Fox Stepper also taking a good chunk of his HP bar as well, but once again, the only person to fall is Sweeble.
Yeah, I think if Fenbach hold that equalizer just a little bit longer, would have been able to get it on that shelf, and every single member of Monkey's Inc. was on it, and not a single one of the members had a way off of it. It would have been able to just deal so much damage, would have definitely turned that fight in their favor, but unfortunately they do lose Sweevel, and because of that they will lose this dragon. It is only the first dragon for Monkey's Inc. So again, it's not the biggest drop, but you definitely would like to win those.
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of okay with it for Proton, just because, like we have said before, you have the Senna. Oh, never mind. Chronicle is looking to go in onto Grim Fire. Does not hit the Zenith Blade. The Solar Flare just barely hit, so it was only the slow, not the stun. So Grim Fire is able to stay alive in that play. But like I was saying, you're okay with the dragon going over because you have Victor, you have Senna who do want to scale. You already got the first dragon, so it doesn't put a lot of pressure on the dragon stacking. So you're kind of okay with losing it. Yes, you probably would have wanted it, and because of how the fight started out for you guys, but it's okay in the long run for this type of game that they have with the comp.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a pretty late dragon as well. I mean, the earliest we can get soul at this point is around the 30-minute mark. And at that point, the Victor and the Senna will definitely be online. So it shouldn't be a worry anymore for SG Proton. The fact they didn't lose too many early, I think that's the big play. They got the first one, and then the second one was just taking a while before it got taken. But looking over the CS numbers, as expected, Fanback 30 CS lead on the top side, despite Feathers getting a lot of ganks. But again, that's just a difficult matchup. This time around, I think Feathers is doing good for the matchup itself. And then it's really the game of the two junglers right now. Mao, once again, 2-1-2, up one camp, really not a big deal, but Sweevel 4-2-1. That's where a lot of the gold is for both of these teams. That's where a lot of the DPS is going to be found. And I think that's really going to change things up, especially with this play
Grim the
going
Fire
in
is
the
stunned
last
up. Here comes the Grand Starfall. Grim the Fire is going to be the focus here. He's not going to be able to get the damage back onto Kirby, and he is quickly down. Kirby picking up that kill for himself, and that is a nice pickoff by the side of SG Proton. Now they can look forward on the Fox Step Rail, but they're not going to tempt their fate as the Rift Herald is going in the hands of Monkeys Inc. As we can see on the minimap, that Mao is on this one. They could look to dive the Zyra if they really do desire to do so. We'll see if that is the option here, but we can see on the minimap that Sweevel is running away. They're not going to go for it.
Yeah, it's a very difficult dive. They still have the ultimate available on the Zyra, all the plants. Just really makes the angles difficult to find for a lot of those abilities. But still, they got a pick off in the bot lane, and they gave that kill over to Lucky Kirby. As now Sweevel looking the
Oh
mid
no,
lane.
Weez is in the trouble. He's going to get hit up by all the CC and all the stuns. Alpha is going to be able to pick up that kill with the empowered auto from the Siphon Power. And that is a nice rotation there by Sweevel and a nice setup once again by Alf with these gravity fields. Every single time Sweevel gets a stun, he has them out early, so they are just chain CC'd down.
Yeah, and I really like how Sweevel is playing this game right now. Got a huge lead early on. Got strong enough that this Pantheon became a massive threat to everyone. And then once they got that threat, they're not trying to continue snowballing it. They're trying to bring the rest of the team to that same level. Lucky Kirby was given that kill in the bot lane. Might be able to get another one here, actually. It's Grim to Fire.
Lucky actually might just solo kill Grim to Fire. The Solar Flare is used, but it was not needed. That was basically a solo bolo by Lucky. Yes, they lose the first turret of the game, and that gives over the feats of strength to the side of Monkeys Inc. But Lucky on the Senna showing up once again in a clutch game for the series is already starting to be a scary threat.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised about that play from Grim to Fire. I don't think any of their turrets are really under threat. I don't think there's really a need to trade.
Oh, no, Alpha's actually the one in trouble. Lilith and Lullaby is used on him, and the public execution is also there to follow it up. Alpha's going to try to kite this one out. Chronicle is trying to get to his mid laner, but there is going to be no saving Alpha. Weez actually flashed forward. Another blooming blow is hit, and Weez gets the kill onto Alpha.
Yeah, but the trade happening over in the top side, it looks like they're diving on a Feathers.
Oh, Fenbach is just dead, but they get the kill.
I think they'll take it. They still have the damage here. They have a wave. That's going to be a full wave denied from Feathers. That's going to be an assisted kill going the way of Fenbach actually getting that kill with a burn. And that's going to be potentially the tier 1, or at the very least a lot of damage towards that top tier 1 as now Sweevel getting jumped upon by the support.
Sweevel actually taking a lot of damage because of the tower and also the ultimate used there for the Stranglethorns to empower those plants. Actually, Fox Separate did a significant damage to him, and with the dragon spawning in 30 seconds, Sweevel's going to have to recall. He does have use of the ultimate, so can join in the fight from a longer distance away, so not really too worried about that one as long as he lives. But now Rift Herald being used in the mid lane and looking to crack open this map a little bit more is Monkeys Inc., a thing we have seen so far basically in every game in this series.
Yeah, that mid lane Herald right as Dragon spawns. It's a tale as old as time. I feel like a lot of different players, a lot of different teams have done this at all levels. And that's going to be a couple more souls as well going the way of Lucky Kirby, who is a little bit low on mana. That is one thing with all the changes that Sen has had in the past, is able to get the souls again as the farmer, but unfortunately does suffer from a huge lack of mana pool. That Q change has still not been changed. But they're still looking towards this fight, and I think whoever wins this fight could definitely take the
Sweeble
lead
actually
here.
goes in onto Feathers, but he gets rooted up by the Yordle Snap Trap, and now they're looking to get some damage onto Mao. Alf already using the ultimate, but it will take Lullaby out to multiple people, and then it goes to the engaged Feathers, and Wee's already into the backline. It does not matter because this is going to be a nice one-team fight by the side of Monkey's Inc. They're trying to get the damage. Lucky Kirby doing his best. Action pops out the ultimate to keep his support alive and himself. They're going to try to kite this one away, but Wee's going to be able to pick up the kill on Draconical. Never mind, the Blast Pants are there for both of them. Wee's end is not going to follow any further onto Draconical. Lucky Kirby and Draconical are the only two people to survive that fight for the side of SG Proton, while only Mao and Feathers go down, but the health bars are blinking on both sides.
I'm wondering why Lucky Kirby held on to that ultimate for so long. That Dawning Shadow could have really changed the course of that fight. If it was used at the start, right underneath that Solar Flare, it would have given that shield to Draconio, would have given that shield over to Sweeble, would definitely have bought quite a bit more space. Instead, it was just kind of used at the end trying to defend against the ace in the hole, but at the same time, Lucky Kirby would have had that shield already, would have taken less damage. So, and because of that, would have been able to survive that ace in the hole. So,
And finish what you thought. I apologize.
yeah, so it genuinely could have changed the course of that fight. Like, the Dragon's still going to go the way of SG Proton for some reason. I kind of missed why. I'll be honest, I was rewatching the replay of that fight on the stream. But, yeah, just a little mechanical difference there that could have made a pretty big change.
It was because of the respawn timers, because SG Proton died earlier in the fight, they were able to get back on the map faster, and because Monkey's Inc. kind of was trying to chase down the last two kills, didn't just fall back to the Dragon, and they had to take a recall on Rimdifier, so SG Proton were able to claim control of the Dragon area again and pick that one up for themselves. But an interesting build here out of the Lilia, going for that first letter I don't know the name of.
I see this item once every blue moon. I don't know what it does. I don't know who
It
builds it.
shreds magic resist. That's what I know.
Yeah, I'm an AD carry. I don't need to know what that item does. It's not relevant to me. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, that actually is a pretty interesting item. Now, I guess it makes a little bit of sense, but there's no real true tanks on the side of SG Proton. The Leona to some extent, but again, it's still that support. Still going to be going the support items, those cheaper items like Locket rather than those full tank items. But, I mean, it will still definitely help with a burst, and they do a lot of magic damage. They have the Strangle Thorns, and again, the Malphite combo, even without any kind of AP items, it still has a massive wallop to it. If you add a little bit of armor or MR Shred, it's going to just make it even stronger and really give them those big opportunities for the one-shot burst potential.
I finally remember the name of the item. It is Bloodletter's Curse. So that is the item that was picked up there by Mao. But like you said, there's no real true tank on the side of SG Proton, so maybe could have gone for the he's going for it now. He's going for Riftmaker, but I don't think you need to go Bloodletters in this game specifically unless you're trying to really shred through Sweeble, who is starting to build a little bit tankier now. I think I would have liked to seen Asterix Gauge more than whatever Locket item, or not Locket item, Aegis item he is choosing to go for. But regardless, like you said, Draconical, he is Leona. Leona is deceptively tanky thanks to that Eclipse, but not a full tank, not on a tank budget similar to the likes of Feathers in this game. So maybe could have gone something different, but I think it does make sense in the grand scheme of the game.
Now I'm looking over at the items on SG Proton, and one of my pet peeves is coming out right now for these two teams. There's a Black Cleaver on Sweeble and Lucky Kirby. Those do not stack together. And considering their teamfight patterns, it's mostly just attacking whoever Sweeble jumps upon. There's going to be a little bit of wasted gold potential there. It's going to be just kind of stacking that passive where it doesn't truly stack. They lose a little bit of value. And I think on Senna, a lot of people do just kind of go it just because they feel they have to, just because it is the build, quote unquote. But I don't actually think it's that necessary of an item. Black Cleaver's nice, but you can still just deal a lot of DPS going kind of more standard AD carry items. Maybe even going something like Armor Shred, Anti-Heal, just something else to benefit the team. Because a lot of your damage is just going to be slow anyway. But the advantage is that you can do it from long range. It's not the worst, don't get me wrong, but it is just a little pet peeve because of the way their trading patterns are working this game.
And speaking of pet peeves, is Fenbach just not walking that wave in to take that top lane turret in Feather's face? But I mean, you kind of have a general idea of where the rest of the Monkey Inc. members is because the Otacon is here. You assume they'd be looking for something in the bot lane. But now the ultimate is actually being popped here by Sweeble. They're looking to get on Fox Sepper. He actually flashed away, flash forward by Sweeble. He gets the stun down, and they're able to pick up that support. And in the meantime, Fenbach picks up the turret in the top lane because Feathers took a recall. But now that is the support down for the side of Monkeys Inc. That is a big zone control and damage factor that is not going to be on the map for a little bit. So now also the Baron control can go over in favor of SG Proton.
Yeah, very big pickoff to have. And it's going to be fun to see how they're going to start playing with these objectives. Now, one issue that they definitely have on the side of SG Proton is they're really slow at killing Baron. Victor still needs, I think, one more item before he can really start treading it down. And Senna, probably the single worst AD carry to take Baron with. Does need a lot of time, does need a lot of autos. And yeah, that's kind of the issue with it. So they will likely have to play around this dragon instead. And Monkeys Inc., they shouldn't be able to steal it too much. But if they're willing to throw in the Strangle Thorns, between Mao and Fox Stepro, they have more than enough DPS to just absolutely shred through this Baron. So it'll be interesting to see how these teams do react to it, as we have all three objectives on the map. So there's a lot to play for right now.
I mean, you do have the Rumble and the Victor who can help take Baron, but like you said, it is rather slow comparatively to the Monkeys Inc.'s comp. But now that this dragon has spawned, the mid control is in favor of Monkeys Inc.'s right now, so they are just looking to start this one up. Sweeble takes a nice headshot damage there from Grim the Fire. Feathers is TPing in, and I think SG is just going to give this one up. And as I say that, we see the late TP coming in from Fenbach. Fox Stepro is already caught out. He is already going to fall down, and the team fight can look to start to break out. Here comes the Equalizer. They're looking to focus down onto Wheeze. The Solar Eclipse is used, and they're looking to turn everything onto the team of Monkeys and Grim the Fire is trying to kite away. He uses Barrier Unstoppable Force. He's used as a deterrent to get out of the fight, but Grim the Fire is down. Fox Stepro is down. Wheeze is down, and Otacon is in the sights of SG Proton after losing that dragon. This is going to be theirs, and they're going to start to look to siege some of these turrets in this game.
I feel like we've seen this exact pattern in every single game we've casted today between these two teams. Otacon spawns, close team fight, and then SG Proton win it and take the Otacon. And at the same time, Monkeys Inc., as usual, will have that will have those feats. As it does appear that there is a DC. It definitely did look a little bit like potentially Fox Stepro was the one to disconnect in the middle of that fight, which definitely did give a pretty meaningful advantage to SG Proton, but unfortunately that's just the reality of online gaming. When we're not in LAN, we got to play through the servers. Sometimes the internet doesn't like to behave, and unfortunately for Monkeys Inc., this will give a very large advantage to SG Proton.
Yeah, and another thing with playing online is we kind of have this like rule of not pausing when a fight is happening or about to start. So unfortunately, because Fox Stepro was the one to get caught out, Monkeys Inc. is not able to pause right before that to get their mid laner, or sorry, their support to reconnect to be able to actually maybe reposition in that fight. I mean, with no flash and where he was probably caught out regardless. But if he was able to comment, maybe they would have been able to turn on the side of Monkeys Inc. It's a lot of speculation when DCs do happen. I'm hoping he does get back soon enough, as we're taking a wonderful stroll around Summoner's Rift, looking around the beautiful, beautiful area of Runeterra, courtesy
there's a
of our
valley
producer Shivam. Yeah, you didn't know that's where the dragon flies in from.
I have no idea. I've never looked anywhere that isn't the bottom lane.
Yeah, you can watch the dragon like fly around and eventually fly into the dragon pit. It's a little fun fact about that one, but
I remember
I,
that actually used to be a strategy where you could
oh,
tell
that was
what
top lane.
dragon
Oh,
it
that was
was
top
going
lane.
to.
I was like trying to figure out where we were on the map for a second, and we're bot lane, so we were looking at the top lane.
Yeah. No, I remember that actually used to be a strategy. I did do that one where they changed it now so you can't do it. But before, the type of dragon that flew in that opening sequence is the same as the first dragon of the game. And back when there was only 4 elemental dragons, it made it a lot easier to predict what kind of solo was going to be. So you could play a lot more aggressively, you could decide earlier on if you want to lane swap or not, just based off of that.
Fun little fact there. I actually did not know that one all too well. Oh, the Coma Award, the GOAT coach himself. Because we're just looking at Baron Nashor being Baron Nashor.
Baron
I
has
mean,
way too many hands. No one needs that many hands.
but he has enough mouths. Is that okay for you?
There might. Okay, hear me out.
What about eyes? What about eyes? What about teeth?
So the thing with eyes, mouth, and teeth. Okay, actually, no one. Never mind. Does need those hands. Okay, because sometimes you want to go out to eat, and sometimes you don't want anything, and some days you just want everything, and you're not sure what to have. Baron can have it all. You can have your pizza, you can have your sushi, you can have your burgers, your Chinese takeout, whatever. Has enough hands, has enough eyes to keep track of it all, has enough mouths to really enjoy it. And that's probably why Baron's so big and strong now, just constantly eating all those good, nutritious meals that I just mentioned.
Man, what else is there to talk about besides Runeterra? I mean, at this point in the game,
we should talk about what I just saw in that
yeah,
chat.
that is actually the worst part. It's the same as the Zonia's bug. Since Rumble is overheating right now, and he's in the Super Galaxy Rumble skin, he's just screaming warning during the whole pause, and all of SG Proton has to listen to that.
Yeah, their entire team's just stacked onto Fenback. Maybe that was an intentional DC, and
Yeah,
the
yeah, it's
entire
a
goal is
mental
to just
game.
break their spirits. Force them to
Oh,
mute their games. They'll forget to unmute it. What even are those hammers? They
I think they're just hammers. I don't think they're anything special. I mean, wait, is that a little black cleaver though?
maybe.
Maybe those are Caulfield's war hammers. You know what? Yeah, and that's a needlessly large rod and a lost chapter that the caster minions have.
I see. I wonder if it's that frozen mallet. Maybe they forgot to remove
Oh,
it off the minions.
old school. Yeah, yeah, going old school with it.
I miss that. I miss those items. There's a lot of items I miss. I mean, were you
Heart
there
of
back in
gold.
the Heart of Gold Philosopher's
Oh,
Stone days?
oh yeah, when you would just build that on Gangplank top lane, and then you would just use your Q to CS, so you would just accrue like a 7,000 gold lead for yourself. Yeah,
Yeah, I remember it especially in the jungle because back then you had to buy the Oracle's elixir as well if you wanted to clear wards.
yep.
There was no sweeper lens or anything like that, so you'd get Heart of Gold and Philosopher's Stone. It would help you with the clear because you'd have the health and the mana regen to do it, and then you're just getting that passive gold while ganking the entire time. Those were the days.
I just remember the old school days where you played support. You would build 2 gold per second items, and then you would only buy wards. You would buy your regular wards. You had to buy regular wards back in the day, or you would just buy control. You would buy regular wards, control wards, HP potions, and mana
Pink
potions.
wards, they were different.
You bought pink wards and you bought regular wards. That was it. That was the good old days of support where you literally were just a ward bot. You would buy health pots, you would buy mana pots, and that was it. Because there was no support items back in the good old days of League of Legends.
No support ends. I will say that's probably the one change I did really like. But as someone who did used to play support back then, I genuinely think there's a bit more skill and nuance to it than there is now, at least in that regard. Support
Yeah.
has kind of just joined everyone else in being the big fighting champion, but you didn't have to worry about how you're spending your gold. Back in the day, you had to think, what's worth more for me right now? Should I start getting this locket, or should I think it was called Aegis back then too? I think Aegis of the Legion was what is now locket, and then you had to think, well, is that worth 2 wards right now? Because if I buy that, I can't buy those 2 wards. And so you're just constantly playing that game. What's more important, the vision right now or that item right now that will also stay with me for the rest of the game? And it was just playing that cat and mouse. I think most games you still would never end in the end, and that was it.
I just remember when they finally introduced Sightstone and supports were like, oh, thank God I don't have to keep spending 150 gold every back for 3 wards. Just have them every time I recall.
Those supports are weak. In Dota, you still gotta do that.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's a crazy world over in Dota.
I mean, there's a bit of a different game, but I remember I was having this one match where we were against 3 invisible heroes, and their whole shtick is that they were just permanently invisible. And for anyone in chat that is familiar with Dota at all, it was Ricky, Bounty Hunter, and I forget the third, but it was something like that. Oh, and I guess we're going live here, but yeah, and with all three of those, I was on support, and I bought nothing except the Dodo equivalent of pink wards. I ended the game with brown boots, and that's it. Because I spent, I think it was something like 20,000 gold just on wards. We ended up winning because they couldn't do anything. They couldn't walk all around the map without us seeing them, and if they tried to buy anti-vision, we still saw the part of the map that's dark, so we knew they were there. Because every other part that's light means they haven't been there yet. So it was a crazy game.
I'm really curious to see what Riot does with the next champion that they come out with. I know it's going to have like 700 movement abilities, but I'm really curious what its like little niche is going to be nowadays, because every champion needs to have one. Like Mel got the rebuttal, but like really curious to see what they keep doing. I think they've been pretty good at like making some interesting new champions for the most part, so really curious to see what they continue to do with the game and how they continue to develop it, honestly.
I expect it'll have an execute
Oh
that
yeah.
that gets resets every single time you get a kill, and every time you do, it multiplies it by like 2 or 3. So kind of like what Smolder was when he got released, except worse.
See, I heard a really funny pitch. It was, they quoted it as bad league champion idea, where you just do a champion that is like radioactive in a way, where like every time you use one of your abilities, it gets a stack on it. And for every stack, it gets like 1% AP scaling. But the more stacks it has, the more likely it is just possible to misfire when you don't use it, or it just targets anybody. So like it has friendly fire, so it can hit your allies and deal damage to them. So like I think that's a fun bad champ idea. I don't think, and we're back. Thank God. Okay, we don't have to keep filling air. So looking at the map state, it just looks like Proton took the Otacon, got their resets, and then are just going to be looking to set up around this Baron area to start securing themselves in this game. And I'm also really curious if we can get a Senna soul tracker, if we can just click on to Lucky real quick to see where they are with their soul. 68. So not great.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not optimal, but at the same time, 68 isn't bad. Once that 80 soul threshold gets taken over, that's when the Senna is really going to be able to completely take over here. But at the same time, it's important to note, this Senna still has about the same range as Caitlyn. I think even slightly more already. It's just not as oppressive as we can see once those higher stacks do come in. I believe Caitlyn has a range of 660, and I believe Senna has the same right now, actually. So it's definitely a long range, just not super oppressive yet.
Yeah, whatever Annie's range is Caitlyn's range. I know that. I know Annie has a ridiculous auto attack range for some reason. That's the one thing I remember. That's why she was such a meta support for a while. And that's a champion that I'm surprised we haven't seen in this series with like all her buffs recently. A lot of people have been picking that champion up, but maybe the small nerf today is deterring these teams away. I mean, I don't want to see Alpha on that champion, as I have played against this Annie before, and there's a funny clip of it online where he ults a minion wave because he thinks Nico's in it because he didn't count minions.
Oh no, you always got to count your minions. It's the most frustrating thing about Nico support, and Nico support is actually pretty meta right now in a lot of those higher tiers. So it is just super frustrating to deal with. But oh, I actually managed to land. I was wondering if there was going to be the Lilting Lullaby. I know it's unlikely just onto Sweevil, but if they're able to take down this Pantheon, I think the rest of the fight becomes quite a bit easier. But the support network is there for SG Proton, so that engage just never going to be coming through.
Yeah, and it's just the Baron control in favor of Monkeys Inc. right now. SG Proton not really pressing too far forward, not wanting to get caught out, looking for vision. And we can see that Fenbach has also indexed into the Bloodletter's Curse, which I think does make sense when he is side laning against this Malphite. Kind of needs to have a way to shred these resistances that he's built up, because you can see he's got that Canic Rook in inventory.
Yeah, it's going to be very tanky for really all of these sides at this point. But Alpha's level 16 now. This Victor is definitely online right now. So things are going to get scarier for Monkeys Inc. They are up 700 gold, but again, 30 minutes in, 700 gold is nothing. It is just small potatoes. But I'm just wondering, because the dragon is going to be coming up in a minute. This is most likely where these two teams are going to fight, but I wonder if it's because it's getting late, but both of these two teams, they really seem to be just kind of going on autopilot, just kind of catching the waves, having a chill time.
I mean,
But
it's also because this is the point in game number 5 where one mistake could lose you the series and send you home, so nobody wants to be that person to make that mistake. But another thing, like the Kana Griffin on Feathers, I think is a really smart purchase. I also think it's really funny that Riot made up 2 words to have this be an item. I don't think Kanik means actually anything in the English language, so I think it's actually just really funny. They said, we need a new item, let's make up 2 words.
yeah, I'm actually
Oh,
gonna
and never
search
mind.
it
In
up.
the meantime, in the mid lane, they were getting caught out. Grip Fire has a lot of damage coming down onto him thanks to Sweevel, Alf, and Lucky. But now they're looking for the engage. The Lullaby is coming out. It hits onto Sweevel. Sweevel is taking a whole lot of damage. He's not going to be able to survive. Grip Fire able to pick up that kill. And now the rest of SG Proton is in a whole lot of trouble. The Unstoppable Force is still available. 2 Feathers. Mao is chasing them down. Draconical has to flash away. And what looked like a pick on the Grim Fire was turned around by Monkeys Inc.
Yeah, and they will be able to secure this dragon, but it's still not Soul, so it's still not that big of an advantage for Monkeys Inc. And really, this dragon was more of an excuse for these two teams to fight, and Equalizer is going to get thrown, but very unlikely to steal. Mao makes sure to smite that correctly, so not going to come through. And having that Ocean Soul will be able to help quite a bit if they are able to secure it. Most of the damage on the side of SG Proton is kind of damage over time. There's a little bit of burst coming in from the Victor, but even Senna, as that ADC, still just takes a long time to get those to get that DPS through. Just very slow auto attacks. One of the slowest auto attacks in the game, I believe, as part of the passive. But if they're able to stop that Ocean Soul from coming through, they should be able to just flat out outlast them during fights at this rate. Their damage is incredibly high if they're able to follow up on it, which unfortunately in that last fight they were not.
Is Senna auto attack animation as slow as Jin's, or is it like the same speed? I don't know which one of those two auto slower.
So if they're at the same base attack speed, Senna's is slower. Senna legitimately has a debuff that slows it. If you read her passive, it will straight up say that. And I think the idea is to make it slower to be able to actually take those souls when she does auto. But the other side of that is, again, the infinite stat scaling. We always talk about the range, but those souls also give crit, attack damage, eventually life steal. It's just a lot of raw stats going for this Senna. So once those 6 items are completed, it's going to be a lot of bonus stats going for the Senna, just bringing in more and more damage, and eventually, in theory anyway, would be able to just one-shot anyone, assuming they're in vision. But obviously that would require many, many souls, and if the game's still going by that point, you probably haven't been playing too great on Senna.
Yeah, I'm also very upset at Lucky on the Senex. There have been 2 times where Sweevel has taken the Raptors camp in his vicinity, so soul spawn, and he just lets them despawn instead of picking them up. It's just a small nitpick thing because it just gives you more range, like you are talking about. And he has crest over that 80 soul margin, and they're looking for a pick on Fenbach, but the swirling seed does not hit, so he's able to just walk it out and be a-okay. But you can see on the mini-map how much vision control in the Baron area is in favor of Monkeys Inc. And SG Proton is kind of just ramming it up again.
Yeah, I mean, I hope they have enough vision there. I think that was what, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 wards plus the crab. Oh wait, no, 7. I didn't count that one. Yeah, no, there's 7 forms of vision there. So they definitely see the Baron. Not going to be able to sneak that away on the side of SG Proton, but we're kind of in that area where I believe LS calls it the 5 minutes of doom, where both teams are just going to be pushing waves back and forth, just waiting for the next dragon to spawn. And last time we did get a small team fight. Only one player ended up going down, but a fight is a fight. And maybe we can get another one here soon, because dragon is up in 1:30. Both teams are going to start setting up for it soonish, I presume. And seeing Feathers walk down might just be to match Fenbach, but they need to start getting their vision set up over Dragon, unless they just want to pull the Baron, which for a second it looked like they were about to, but they do change their mind. There is a ward for SG Proton there, so they would be aware.
I think, oh wait, Sweevel's going in. He uses the ultimate, and they're looking to get onto everybody on the side of the Monkeys Inc. But they're looking, and Draconical is actually taking so much damage. Mao is already down. Now the next target is going to be Grim Defier. He's able to pick up Draconical, use the barrier, but it does not matter because he ends up falling in the meantime. And that should be the advantage in the Baron pit to the side of SG Proton. But as we said, they take this so long. It takes this so long to actually take this one down. We use UCP to be here for this play, but it does not matter. They're not able to walk in. It is going to be Baron off getting 2 picks over to Proton.
Yeah, but look how slow they're taking it. Even now at 37-minute mark, they just don't have the DPS for it. They will lose their tier 2. They will lose control of that bot side jungle. And they're just going to have to walk back in. Now, they do have time. There's still 20 seconds before Mao is back on the map, so they can just shove out this mid lane, try and force their way through. And without the smite available for Monkeys Inc., it will be difficult for them to try and just rush down this dragon, and they do end up recalling. So this is just going to end up being another fight, but again, that's going to be another kill going towards Alf. Lucky Kirby also really starting to scale up, has a completed Infinity Edge. So these are going to be some really strong champions, but unfortunately Alf does not have the full death cap yet for this next team fight.
Yeah, and I mean, that was a crucial pick found by SG Proton, and now the big thing is there is no barrier on Grim Defier for this fight, so if he gets caught, he does not have the sustain power. Mao still has Flash, still has access to that Lilting Lullaby, and now Dragon is going to be the focus after SG Proton pushes down this mid lane. Dragon is now started up by the side of Monkeys Inc. This is going down rather quickly, and I don't think there's going to be a contest out of Monkeys. I mean, Monkeys are going to claim this one, but now here comes the ultimate out of Sweevel. They're onto the back line. They're already going down onto the Fox Stepro. He's already down. Weezy in the back line, but he's taking so much damage. Lily is trying to do her best, but she's not going to be able to. Chiconical is so tanky, taking up forever, but Grimfire is able to pick up that kill. Unstoppable Force onto 4, and it does not matter for the side of SG Proton because they are wiped off the face of the map, and that was a huge ultimate out of Feathers.
Yeah, really solid team fight for them there. They just had that big burst coming out from Feathers. And Mao also finding the Lilting Lullaby onto 3 made the rest of that fight so difficult. And one thing I did want to point out before that team fight victory, as Monkeys think they may actually be able to end here. But that mid lane tier 1, that was the second turret of the game for SG Proton at 37 minutes. Just a fun little fact for you to notice, but they are pushing down quite rapidly. I think they did it. I think Monkeys Inc. literally just got to the semifinals.
Yeah, that is 3 grubs with a Caitlyn. They're looking to go for it. Chronicle is trying to do his best to clear this wave to get the CC down, but I don't know if it matters because they're already sieging onto the second Nexus turret. They're going to be turning their focus on to the Nexus. Nobody else is on the map for the side of SG Proton. It's going to go down, and that is it. Monkeys Inc. wins in game number 5, advancing to the semifinals to face Monkeys Knights.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a really solid team fight coming out from Monkeys Inc. there. Just a huge Lilting Lullaby coming out from Mao, and then Feathers just following it up with the 4-man unstoppable force. 12k damage overall in that game. I think half of that was just literally from that last team fight. So Feathers definitely managing to get that last little bit of value, but definitely not how I expected this game to end. I don't know about you.
No, they tried to force the fight. They tried to get on Grimfire. I think them going for that mid lane turret is what lost it for them because of how quickly Monkeys Inc. was able to burn that down. That Oshisa was huge. And also, Grim Defier having Flash in that team fight was able to flash away, then use the 90 caliber net to create that space and was not able to be targeted in that fight. And like you said, Feathers with that 4-man unstoppable force was massive. It was a great ult by him, and honestly, it was very well played by both teams. But now I gotta ask you the question, Toki B. Who is your MVP for this series?
Feathers? No. Definitely not Feathers. I'm sorry. Oh, I'd have to say Mao, right? Because
I think it's Mao.
It's definitely Mao, because even in those early games, sorry, at this point, it feels days ago. This has been a very long series, but on that Nocturne, Mao had an absolutely fantastic game, played super well on that Zen. Just every single game Mao has performed. And I think this game was no exception. What started that last team fight that enabled them to win was that Lilting Lullaby on a 3. And yes, Feathers followed it up great. Yes, everyone else was able to get those kills afterwards, but it definitely has to be Mao.
Yeah, it's gonna be Gay Mao getting the MVP here for Monkeys Inc., sealing their fate to face their sister team in the semifinals to see who will be winning it all. I mean, this was a great series. I'm so happy we got to cast this one. My prediction might have been wrong. My bracket might be ruined, but the action was there, and that's all I really do care about. I want to thank everybody for watching this series with us. Another fun series is happening right now over on the Conduit stream. They are also heading to Silver Scrapes in their own civil war. But that is going to be wrapping it up for us here on the official Blue Otter stream. I want to thank everybody for watching. I want to thank TokiB for being my co-caster. I want to thank Shivam, our producer, for all the work that they do in the background. I want to thank everybody for wishing me a happy birthday here on this wonderful, wonderful Wednesday getting to cast this series. I hope you all have a great night. Come back to the channel tomorrow for Diamond and Gold action. But that is going to be it for us here. Have a good one, everyone.